I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen.
Please take the Bible in your right hand. Do you, Maria Van Vakenu, Scott John Morrison and Barnaby Joyce, swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Pursuant to Standing Order 17, I lay on the table my warrant nominating the honourable members for Bendigo and Caldwell to be members of the Speaker's panel to assist the Chair when requested to do so by the Speaker or Deputy Speaker. I present the report of the determinations made pursuant to the resolution of the House on the 27th of July 2022 relating to private members' business today, Monday 1st of August 2022. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. I give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, Ending Indefinite and Arbitrary Immigration Detention Bill 2022.
Give the call to the member for Clark.
Good morning, Speaker. Speaker, I present the Ending Indefinite and Arbitrary Immigration Detention Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
I'll call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to end the indefinite and arbitrary detention of people seeking asylum in Australia and for related purposes.
I give the call to the member for Clark.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, this bill abolishes unlawful mandatory detention of asylum seekers and refugees. It provides that community alternatives to immigration detention will always be preferred to detention wherever possible, and it ensures that those in alternatives to immigration detention have full access to housing, financial support, the right to work, education, healthcare and other government services as required under international law. Moreover, Speaker, it contains specific conditions on how and why a person can be detained, and it disallows long-term and arbitrary detention by setting limited timeframes to ensure that an individual's detention period is as short as possible. In other words, Speaker, the bill removes the abhorrent and torturous conditions that detainees currently experience by ensuring their access to information and services. Importantly, Speaker, every decision under this bill is subject to independent oversight and prompt review. And unlike Australia's current immigration detention policy, this bill complies with international law. Speaker, this is the second time I have sought to progress this bill in the House. In fact, during the previous parliament, I tried unsuccessfully, but I was pleased to see that it was referred to the Joint Standing Committee on Migration. And, Speaker, I suggest it is very significant that that committee received well over 400 submissions from members of the community and from groups, and the overwhelming majority of the submissions were strongly supportive of the bill, including UNHCR, the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, Amnesty, Rural Australians for Refugees, Grandmothers for Refugees and hundreds of other concerned individual Australians. Speaker, this bill is needed, and frankly it's needed urgently, because we face the bizarre and outrageous situation in this country where someone, in some circumstances, can be detained without charge, without having been found guilty of anything. They can be detained indefinitely, and in particular, if someone is a citizen of another country but can't be returned to that other country, they can be kept effectively in prison in Australia till the day they die. It's that straightforward, Speaker, and it is abhorrent. I suspect I hardly need to explain why that is abhorrent, but I will. Speaker, clearly this arrangement in Australia is immoral. It is immoral to deny someone their liberty, to keep them in cruel conditions in what is really a punitive arrangement. It's as simple as that. It's also clearly at odds with international law. In fact, in the Rome Statute, it is a crime against humanity to detain someone indefinitely. So not only is it in the Australian statutes that someone can be kept in an immoral manner, but we are basically showing a terrible indifference and arrogance to international law by having this in our books in the first place. Speaker, I think many Australians think that the issue of boat people, asylum seekers, people being held in detention has come and gone, that there aren't any or many people being held in detention. But I would remind the community through you, Speaker, that as of the 31st of March 2022, there were 1,512 people held in immigration detention facilities in Australia. I'll say that again, Speaker. As of March 2022, there were 1,512 people held in immigration detention facilities in Australia. There were a further 563 people living in community detention and 10,993 people, so-called illegal maritime arrivals, living in the community after being granted bridging visas. Moreover, there are still 200 asylum seekers in offshore detention, which is effectively imprisonment, even though, at face value, the people on, say, Nauru are free to go about their lives in that tiny country. But it's such a tiny island, it's effectively a gulag. No better than the gulags on the Thames a couple of hundred years ago. And, Speaker, the average time for people held in detention facilities is 700 days. In fact, there are some who have been held in offshore detention for over 9 years. So this is a very real and pressing issue in this country. Not only is it immoral to be holding people in these circumstances, not only is it inconsistent with international law to be keeping people in these circumstances, it's just breathtaking the scale of this. We're not talking a couple of dozen people, we're talking many thousands of people. And not only is it illegal and immoral, it's also downright expensive. Speaker, did you know it costs approximately $362,000 per year to hold someone in immigration detention? And at eye-watering, $460,000 to keep a person in hotel detention. In contrast, Speaker, it only costs about $4,500 for a refugee or asylum seeker to live in the community on a bridging visa. Speaker, when you gross it all up, offshore detention costs approximately $1 billion per year. And indeed, the federal government has spent close to $10 billion on offshore processing since July 2013. Case study, Speaker, the cost of keeping the Tamil family on Christmas Island before they were mercifully returned to Billawheeler was more than $7 million. Speaker, there is no way in the world this sort of expenditure can be defended, especially when there are alternatives to this. There are clearly alternatives to this. And I would remind honourable members through you, Speaker, that I have twice unsuccessfully moved the Refugee Protection Bill, which would have enabled the establishment of a network of centres located in and run by Asia-Pacific countries, including Australia, where asylum seekers can go to be registered, have their immediate humanitarian needs met, and where they can lodge a preference for a country of resettlement. And if those people select Australia, and if it's within our specified quota, then my bill established a process for assessing their claim in Australia with appropriate oversight, limited timeframes and judicial review. My point, Speaker, is there are alternatives to the way we do business. We just need to open our eyes and our minds and stop this pig-headed response by both the government and the opposition, who want to look tough on so-called border security, when in fact we should be looking compassionate at a humanitarian challenge. Speaker, I'll now invite the member for North Sydney, who is seconding the bill, to offer a few comments in my remaining 2 minutes.
I give the call to the member for North Sydney.
Speaker, I second the motion. I thank the member for Clark for introducing the Ending Indefinite and Arbitrary Immigration Detention Bill 2022 and welcome the opportunity to speak on this vital issue. Australia's immigration regime is unique in the world. It is uniquely cruel. In conflict with international law, Australia's migration system allows people to be kept in detention indefinitely. This bill seeks to bring an end to that cruelty. The cruelty comes at a vast financial cost, as has been outlined by the member for Clark, and devastating human costs. The damage to the physical and mental health of people caught in this system, including children, is well documented. In 2015, as part of the We're Better Than This campaign, together with a wider group of prominent Australians from business, the arts, academia, sport and religion, I condemned the conditions in which children are being detained, particularly on the islands of Nauru and Christmas Island. We won, and 276 kids got out of detention. But due to a lack of action from successive governments, the cruelty persists. Australia is holding more than 1,500 people in immigration detention onshore. Some have been there for more than a decade. And as we heard from the member for Clark, the average length of detention is currently 700 days. This compares with about 55 days in the US and 14 days in Canada. We are a global outlier, locking people up on a mandatory basis and without time limits. Offshore, more than 200 people remain stuck in Nauru or Papua New Guinea, with many more transferred to Australia, their lives in limbo. Politics has failed here. Instead of taking responsibility, Australia will take up valuable US and New Zealand resettlement places. Yet even these deals will not provide solutions for everyone caught in our costly offshore regime. This bill would put a stop to the cruelty, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll give the call to the clerk.
Private Members' Business, Notice Number 2, Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022.
Before I call the member for Solomon, I'm pleased to inform the House we have joining us in the gallery the Chief Minister for the ACT, Andrew Barr. I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the overwhelming majority of people who call the Territories home, I introduce this very simple but long overdue legislation. I present a private member's bill for an act to amend the law in relation to the legislative powers for the Territories and for related purposes. In short, Mr Speaker—
Just a moment, Member Solomon. I give the call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to the legislative powers of territories and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, in short, this private member's bill is to restore the right of self-determination to the people and to the parliaments of the Northern Territory and the Australian Capital Territory. The Northern Territory was the first jurisdiction in the world to legislate voluntary assisted dying. That was a quarter of a century ago. The former member for Menzies was successful in his efforts to block the Territory's law a year later, also ensuring that the ACT would similarly not be able to legislate on this issue. Since what became commonly known as the Andrews Ban came into effect, many jurisdictions around the world have debated and legislated on voluntary assisted dying, including all 6 states. But even though he has left the parliaments, the NT and the ACT remain gagged and bound by the former member for Menzies. And this is the 3rd time I have worked with colleagues to bring forward a bill to overturn that ban. In the previous parliament, my friend, the member for Fenner. I thank the Prime Minister and Minister Burke and my other colleagues for understanding the importance of putting this bill forward in the first sitting period of this new government. At its heart, what I and the member for Canberra are seeking to do in this private member's bill, with the full support of our Territory Labor members and senators, is to simply and directly reverse the Andrews Ban. Now, this bill does not legislate voluntary assisted dying. It is about democratic equality and fairness. For too long, Australians living in the Territories have been treated as second-class citizens when it comes to legislating on matters that impact their own lives. And it's well past time for that to end. It is called the Restoring Territory Rights Bill because that is all it seeks to do, to level the democratic playing field and restore legislative rights to our territories. As federal legislators, it is not our role when it comes to voting on this bill to treat it as a vote by proxy for or against voluntary assisted dying. That is not our responsibility. That responsibility lies with the members of the NT and ACT legislative assemblies, should they choose to draft legislation on this issue. So this private member's bill restores the democratic rights of citizens in the Territories by removing a constraint on the legislative authority of their elected representatives, which does not exist anywhere else in Australia. Many in Australia in 1996 were not ready for the reality of voluntary assisted dying, and I understand that. And it is important to note that this bill does not automatically revive and restore the NT's Rights of the Terminally Ill Act 1995. That Act is null and void. But now, in 2022, this bill is to ensure that the parliaments of both the NT and the ACT and the people they represent can interrogate the issue in a time and in a manner of their choosing. And if they do choose to legislate on this matter, they will have the full advantage of being able to draw on the legislative legwork done by all the Australian states, plus that of other nations. Now, there are many who have concerns about euthanasia and voluntary assisted dying, and I respect those concerns. I myself am on the record as being against euthanasia, my personal priority being for improved and strengthened palliative care. But the principle here is that those dying of a terminal illness should have the right to a dignified and compassionate death, and any future voluntary assisted dying legislation must have strong safeguards to protect the vulnerable, and compassion must be exercised in all directions. But these are issues for the legislative assemblies to consult on draft legislation for and to decide. It will be up for them, and I'm sure they'll make sure that their constituencies fully understand these issues before legislating. I have other colleagues in this place who have similar concerns to mine for reasons relating to their faith and other issues. But I think where we are united is knowing that the support of this bill does not automatically confer support for voluntary assisted dying. We are not legislating for that. We are simply righting an old wrong and ensuring that all Australians have equal democratic rights. That is our job, to ensure fairness across the board for all citizens, regardless of whether they live in a state or a territory. And as mentioned, this is the third time I've brought forward a bill to restore territory rights, and I sincerely hope it's the last. I ask all honourable members here and all senators in the other place to support the rights of Territorians to be democratically equal to other Australians, and I commend the bill to the House. And, Mr Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time to my ACT colleague and co-sponsor, the member for Canberra.
Member for Solomon, I'll just get you to formally say, I move this bill be now read a second time.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill now be read.
I thank the member and I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. I am proud to second this bill, and I thank the member for Solomon. It has been an honour to work with you on this private member's bill to restore territory rights. And in solidarity with our Northern Territory colleagues, the member for Lingiari and Senator Malandiri McCarthy. Mr Speaker, in 2022 our democracy is not equal because some Australians don't have the rights to debate a certain issue simply because of where they live. Some Australians don't have rights simply because they live in the ACT and the Northern Territory. In 1997, the Parliament moved what has become known as the Andrews Bill in response to the Northern Territory legislating for voluntary assisted dying, to prevent the territories from making such legislation. For 25 years we have been unable to have that debate, and in that 25 years all other Australian states have passed legislation in this regard. For 25 years Canberrans have stood up in this place and outside of it to advocate to have our same democratic rights. It is on their behalf that I second this bill. I second it on behalf of my ACT federal Labor colleagues, the member for Fenner, who has moved several bills like this in the past, the member for Bean, who, like me, elected in 2019, has stood up for the rights of his constituents to have this debate, and Senator Katie Gallagher, who has advocated for territory rights for over 20 years, including as Chief Minister of the ACT. Our ACT Chief Minister Andrew Barr and Human Rights Minister Tara Chain have campaigned long and hard to raise awareness of the need of the federal Parliament's role to allow these rights for our territory, and I'm very pleased that they can join us today. I hope that this time our federal Parliament will do this for our citizens of the ACT. Voluntary assisted dying is an issue with strong views on either side of the discussion and implications for many. It is a debate that we really need to have, and we should be allowed to have. This bill would enable us to do that. This Parliament has tried many times to do this over the years, as well as my Labor colleagues, I want to acknowledge Senators Lynn Allison, Senators Bob Brown and Richard Di Natale and Senator David Leyonhjelm, who have moved bills like this in the past. I'm proud that all representatives of the ACT in the federal Parliament support territory rights, including Senator David Pocock, and I welcome his advocacy and support on this issue. I also want to acknowledge the support of our Territories Minister, Kristy McBain, on this important issue, and of our leadership for allowing this important debate in the Parliament, particularly in the very first sittings of the new Albanese Labor government. I want to urge members of this Parliament to please support this private member's bill. For those in the states, you may not have had cause to think about this much before, but for Canberrans and Northern Territorians, this is personal and this is urgent. This is an incredibly important debate that we are not allowed to have simply because of where we live. It is well past time that we had the same rights as those across our borders to debate this issue. I do deeply respect the views on either side of the discussion, and I know that many of my colleagues I've spoken to may not support voluntary assisted dying, but they do support our right to have the debate. And as the member for Solomon has said, It's not our responsibility in the federal parliament to decide on that issue itself, but we should give the right to all Australians to have an equal right to the discussion. And I urge my colleagues to please support this. Let this be the time that we right this historic wrong. Let this be the time that we deliver equal rights to Australians living in Canberra and living in the Northern Territory to discuss voluntary assisted dying. I do this on behalf of all the constituents who have raised this passionately with me, who feel that we are second-class citizens in Australia in 2022. I please, again, urge our federal parliament to deliver us the same rights. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that this bill will be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, Department of Home Affairs.
And I give the call to the member for McPherson.
I move the motion relating to the Department of Home Affairs in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Mr Speaker, nothing is more important or fundamental than the security of the Australian people, and the first and foremost job of government is to keep Australians safe. That was certainly my approach as the Minister for Home Affairs in the previous coalition government. Having served in that role, I've seen firsthand how the department and our national security and law enforcement agencies that have traditionally worked together since the portfolio was formed dedicate themselves to that task. I believe one of the great strengths of the portfolio, as it was previously structured, is that it brought together our agencies in a powerful and a proactive manner. National security and law enforcement are, of course, intertwined. They always have been, but they are especially so with the rise of transnational, serious, organised criminal gangs that not only run criminal operations trafficking drugs and firearms, but are often mercenaries for sale, engaged in espionage, terrorism and cyber warfare. The threats to our nation are more sophisticated and complex than ever before, which is why I was alarmed that one of the first acts of this government was to dismantle the Home Affairs portfolio, to put a raft of agencies, including the Australian Federal Police, AUSTRAC and the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, under the Attorney-General's portfolio, effectively siloing them from ASIO, the Australian Border Force and the Department, which runs a range of policy, including cyber security. I'm yet to see any justification for why they chose to gut the Home Affairs portfolio. And perhaps during this debate, Labor MPs will be able to enlighten us on that. I can't see how this improves the working relationships between our national security and law enforcement agencies, and I can't see how this makes Australians safer. Perhaps there was no one within the government that the Prime Minister felt had the depth or experience to manage the full portfolio. Maybe it was the outcome of factional negotiations. Whatever the reason or the reasons for that change, they have never ever been articulated. But one thing I do know is that you shouldn't change such a critical portfolio on the basis of who gets a bigger share of the spoils of government. That's no way to run national security policy. I'm deeply concerned, and we're seeing signs in a range of different policy areas, that the incoming government is driven by ego and ideology. Ideologically, national security seems to be fairly low down the list of priorities for Labor. The national security policy that they took to the last election could fit on an A4 sheet of paper and leaving plenty of white space. So perhaps they don't have a national security agenda to speak of. Perhaps national security under the Labor government will be reactive rather than proactive. We do know that the last time they came into office, they gutted the then Immigration and Customs portfolio to pay for their social spending promises. And perhaps that's their plan going forward. But I, along with others on this side of the chamber, will be watching closely how they allocate funds in the October budget. As we face increasing global uncertainty, we cannot afford to let our law enforcement and national security agencies wither. I'm very proud of the fact that the Coalition provided record funding, including an extra $1.3 billion for the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation and boosting the Australian Federal Police's annual budget to more than $1.7 billion. And I do encourage any of the hard-working individuals within the Home Affairs portfolio, as it was, to contact my office if they find there are issues as a result of this move by the government. I will respect your confidentiality. We can't afford to be complacent in any way when it comes to the safety of our nation. And I call on members of this place who share the very sensible view that the safety and security of Australians should be the priority of any government to support this motion.
I thank the Shadow Minister. Is the motion seconded? Motion is seconded.
And I'll defer to...
Sorry, is the motion seconded?
The motion is seconded. Thank you.
Yep. I call the member for...
Morton.
Oh, sorry, the question is the motion to be agreed to, and I call the member for Morton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to say a few words in response to the member for McPherson's motion. And I must say, Deputy Speaker, there were some fine words in there from the member for McPherson, but I guess in all things that the Coalition does, we should look at that yawning chasm between the fine words and their deeds. Because this is the same minister who, on election day, saw a complete compromising of Australia's security for short-term political gains. She's fled from the chamber now, Deputy Speaker, but where was her voice on election day, when we saw a complete compromising of an attempt to compromise those fine public servants who do keep Australia safe for the sake of short-term political gain? And I noticed that the member for McPherson kept using the word gutting for public servants, when that is not what the Albanese government has done at all. Because it was only 5 years ago when Malcolm Turnbull crunched together Australia's immigration, border protection, law enforcement and domestic security agencies into the Home Affairs portfolios. Now remember, Deputy Speaker, this was a purely political reorganisation, not prompted by any obvious need or by any demands of the public servants, the ones that were actually most affected by the changes. At the time, Nicholas Stewart, writing in the Canberra Times, wrote that instead of having to justify why the new arrangement would make us any safer than the current division of responsibility, which has worked so well, the new requirement forces the existing officers to explain why they should continue to exist independently. The key question 5 years ago that needed answering was this reorganisation in any simple and obvious way to improve the public service or benefit our democracy? Bringing ASIO and the AFP together in one department and away from the Attorney-General was considered by some to be a fraught move. The Australian Federal Police Association has been calling for the AFP to return to the AG's portfolio for a number of years. Remember, the Police Association are the actual people who understand policing and caring for police. So that's why the Albanese government moved the AFP to the Attorney-General's portfolio. I'm sorry that the person who moved the motion isn't here to listen to the response from the government MPs. She asked for it and then fled the chamber. This move was supported by the association, who have long held the view that the Commonwealth's law enforcement agency should be closely aligned with the portfolio that makes the laws in Australia. The Police Association has consistently argued for the change to be reversed, the Turnbull change, saying that it compromised the AFP's organisational integrity and its ability to carry out investigations without government influence. I'm sure everybody remembers that compromised situation that the agency was placed in during the then Attorney-General Michaelia Cash's Australian Workers' Union raid, And the au pair cases, remember those? Remember those? In the case of the au pairs, federal police searched the offices of fellow portfolio agency, the Home Affairs Department. And who can forget that dastardly behaviour on election day when the coalition compromised the integrity of border protection for that short-term political expediency? To their great shame, to their great shame. So this motion from the member for Macpherson does not call on the Albanese government to reverse these portfolio changes, but what it does do is question the ability of our national security agencies to work collaboratively. It also implies that national security and intelligence agencies only started to cooperate with each other when the previous government created the Department of Home Affairs, completely ignoring the work of these agencies for the many years of collaboration under the Howard government, the Rudd government, the Gillard government, the Abbott governments, all prior to the formation of Home Affairs. The Albanese government has complete confidence in the ability of the AFP to fight crime and to keep Australians safe. The Counter-Terrorism Coordination Centre remains in the Department of Home Affairs and manages counter-terrorism on behalf of the Commonwealth. It will now include delegated Attorney-General's Department officers as part of its in line with the administrative arrangements orders. The Albanese government will not treat national security as a political plaything. We will always respect and support our outstanding national security agencies and the men and women who actually keep Australia safe. We will not stand for the political interference shown by those opposite.
I thank the member for Morton. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to speak in support of the member for Macpherson's notice of motion to acknowledge the structure, change and overall achievements of the Home Affairs portfolio. And can I say the member for Macpherson did a fantastic job as Home Affairs Minister, and he's always put the interests of the Australian community first. Now, it's very interesting to hear the member for Morton. It's very interesting to hear the member for. Sorry.
Order.
Well, there you go for the opposition members. But it is very interesting because you said you've taken advice from police on whether the Home Affairs Department should be disbanded. As a former police officer in Victoria Counter-Terrorism Police, I actually took the guidance of former and acting and committed members of those who are here to protect the Australian community, those in the counter-terrorism units who strongly supported the move in 2017 to have a Home Affairs Department all under the one umbrella. Can I say too, in that role, and this is where it's so important, and I was very proud to serve under the previous government as the Assistant Minister, and can I just say the department worked so well, and can I say to the member of Bruce, when it took into account assisting banning bump stocks in 2019, which was sadly used in the Las Vegas mass killing over there, and I'm sure the member for Bruce and other government members would support that ban. And also, too, when it came to April 2022, the Criminal Code amendments to actually increase the maximum penalty for trafficking of firearms from 10 to 20 years and a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years imprisonment. And can I say one of the proudest policies we put in place, and can I again thank Crime Stoppers, was to launch a permanent national firearms amnesty. And in fact, over nearly 12,000 firearms have been handed in. And the difference to this, and I hope the government continues to fund it, I'm hoping they will, I'm sure the member for Bruce will take this forward, that it's actually ongoing and to support Crime Stoppers. When it comes to community safety, one of my great concerns was high-risk youth. Those who fall out of the schooling system, those who get involved in gangs. There's so many fantastic organisations around Australia who haven't had the support, and in place we put $120 million to support that program. I'm hoping and nearly praying that the Albanese government will actually have this in the budget because it's so important. When it comes to illicit tobacco, 2018 in July, a task force was set up, and they've done an amazing job in illegal tobacco seizures. In actual fact, 214,000 tobacco detections and seizures, including more than 827 tonnes. When it comes to the Office of Migration Registration Authority, another measure I looked after and put in place after a joint standing committee into migration into the efficacy and current regulations of Australian migration and education agents. We put in place now a tiered system, so you don't get someone with little experience going, for example, before the AAT, and also having supervised practice. The other one, which was the next cab off the rank, was an independent commissioner looking after the entire migration visa system, and that's been one of my concerns with Amara. It didn't have the laws in place to do the job, so that's something very important. And also a code of conduct we put in place in 2022. Modern slavery, we put measures in place, the Modern Slavery Act, the Modern Slavery Plan to combat modern slavery, $10 million to support organisations. When it comes to the Home Affairs Department, it's just really sad what the new government has done. There's no reason to separate the department. It was doing such a magnificent job in the work they were doing. The number one priority of any government is to protect its citizens. I know the member for Bruce now is on the Security Intelligence Committee, and I just recommend to him and the other government members that it is so important to give law enforcement the tools they need to protect Australians. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Latrobe. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for McPherson for bringing us a debate about the Department of Home Affairs and the government's important changes. I do acknowledge her genuine interest as a former minister, now shadow minister. Long may she continue in that position, notwithstanding her bizarre speech and the pathetic politicisation of national security that we continue to hear from those opposite, in and outside the chamber. Quite simply, the government's changes to Home Affairs and the national security administrative arrangements are an improvement, including by moving the Australian Federal Police and criminal law enforcement policy to the Attorney-General. Now, in contemporary times, Australia has no doubt benefited from well-run and professional security and law enforcement agencies, and I thank them for their work over many years keeping Australians safe. But given the motion raises implicit concerns or criticisms and what we've heard from those opposite, let's get a few facts out. The previous government's creation of Home Affairs was not properly considered and was largely a power grab by the now Leader of the Opposition. Let's be blunt. In a desperate bid to keep his own job, former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull caved into pressure from Dutton, I mean the Leader of the Opposition now, and they then piled in the Australian Federal Police and ASIO and anything else they could get in a smash-and-grab raid that he and the Secretary could grab into a super-security agency. The changes were rushed and half-baked, and they were opposed by cooler, wiser heads in the cabinet then, including Julie Bishop and Malcolm, of course, until he caved in. Of course, Malcolm's desperation to stave off the now Leader of the Opposition was doomed to failure. In his own words, "You can't negotiate with terrorists." In this case, of course, of the political kind. They never like to talk about whatever happened to poor old Malcolm, do they? But the changes to Home Affairs made by the former government broke the long and prudent practice of properly constituted reviews done before major changes are made to administrative oversight and coordination of law enforcement security intelligence agencies. Turnbull's 2017 review did not recommend the creation of Home Affairs. Neither the standing orders don't apply to how I refer to former Prime Ministers, if that's what you're going to say.
Point of order.
Members or former members should be referred to by the correct titles. Former Prime Ministers deserve that respect.
Labor should only make changes that strengthen national security, addressing critical deficiencies without needlessly distracting agencies. Now, both previous speakers said they had heard no rationale, so let me state two important considerations that the smash-and-grab power raid to create Home Affairs did not give regard to. Firstly, the principles of the Hope Royal Commissions in 1970s and 1980s, affirmed in numerous reviews since in the previous decades. Their quote, and I'll quote Dennis Richardson in the Intelligence Legislation Review, There should be a clear separation between those agencies responsible for the collection of security intelligence and those responsible for policing and the enforcement of the law, to avoid creating the perception or the reality of a secret police. And secondly, the importance of collective cabinet-level decision-making in our Westminster system of government. There are many problems with the former government's arrangements, in my view. Firstly, the Leader of the Opposition's lust for power reduced contestability and diluted the Westminster system. Healthy contestability is enhanced by a principle of diffused power between ministries and authority between ministers, agencies and departments. Concentrating intelligence and law enforcement activities under one secretary and one minister, who is not even the first law officer, carries enormous risks. Serious policy tension should be brought to the Cabinet to be debated and decided by democratically elected ministers. Trying to get a single position on major security issues in a super department is inherently unhealthy. Secondly, the Leader of the Opposition's over-concentration of power posed risks to democracy. Far too much power, Deputy Speaker, was concentrated in one minister, one department and one secretary. Again, in a democracy, this creates the conditions, or risks creating the conditions, for a police state. Home Affairs became a national security elephant, competing with the ONI's role in oversighting the national intelligence community. Third, as a consequence, the Liberals hurt community trust, and that's critical, particularly when agencies are getting new and intrusive powers. Especially under its initial leadership duo, it drove an unhealthy culture seeking ever more power. But different leadership is not inherently enough of a safeguard, and the government's changes rebalance things. And finally, of course, there's the over-securitisation of migration policy, which has hurt Australian families and the economy. Of course, migration policy has critical security elements, but it's also a key economic and social domain. Over-securitisation, combined with a toxic departmental culture and budget cuts, has led to the Department of Human Misery and economic carnage which we inherit with regard to its migration bunctions. It will certainly take more resources and, sadly, years to clear the visa backlogs that this mob built up.
The member's time has expired. Before I call the next member, can I just make clear the previous point of order was not, in fact, a point of order, whilst it's appropriate that the members are referred to with respect. The point of order was not valid. So the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Macpherson in bringing this motion to the House, and of course I speak in favour of it. This is a fundamental issue to do with the structure of the national security of our nation, and a major change that the new government has peculiarly decided to put in place to dismantle the cooperation and the coordination that we created in government through the creation of the Home Affairs Department. Previous speakers have talked about the agencies that were brought together under that one single umbrella, and in particular, to me, whilst many are reflecting on the past, I think the most important thing about a Home Affairs Department is the future and the challenges that we will face as a nation into the future that are still developing and emerging as we speak. And as technology changes and other capabilities change, we will see agencies needing to work together more than ever before, as different complex criminal capabilities around cyber, etc., new ways and technologies that criminal enterprises will have access to will mean that our agencies that exist in law enforcement and border protection, etc., intelligence gathering, need to have an ability to collaborate together in an even more enhanced way into the future. And that's why it's so disappointing and regrettable that we're taking this backward step in separating apart these agencies from one common department. Let's be clear, firstly, that these agencies still are standalone agencies. There is a Commissioner of the Federal Police, etc., the Commissioner of Border Force and so on. And the people that hold those roles are very distinguished people that are not, in my experience, at all susceptible to being bullied by a department head or being pushed around by anyone from the political class or from the departmental level. And the independence of those agencies is one of the reasons that they are held in such high regard in this country and around the world. So to suggest that the Federal Police— oh, pardon me, point of order there— to suggest that the—
Order.
So to suggest that the Federal Police Commissioner, by being in a department like Home Affairs, is in some way at risk of being subjugated by the head of that department from discharging the statutory responsibilities is patently ridiculous. But what we are missing out on by dismantling this department is the natural opportunity for these agencies to have that enhanced level of collaboration and working together in a uniform structure within a single department. And I've certainly had experience with cross-agency matters both at the Commonwealth level and the state level in South Australia. And of course, all of our agencies are exceptional, but in times of emergency, such as national security matters, but even in times of emergency management, etc., there is a very high value in taking every opportunity to bring different agencies together to work as closely together as they can when major challenges face the nation. That might be from a national security point of view, that might be from an emergency management or disaster relief point of view. And the point is that by having all these agencies together in the one department, we gave ourselves the best chance of them working as collaboratively together as possible. And what this decision by the new government says to me is that that is not their priority. There are clearly internal tensions within the government and within cabinet ministers that have meant that someone has to be given some of these agencies in their department so they can feel some sense of more significance in the role that they hold than they would have if they didn't have those agencies allocated to them. But that should not be the priority when it comes to matters of national security. We should not be making decisions for the vanity benefit of particular ministers. And suggestions in this debate about super departments and the cabinet process is really a reflection on concerns that members opposite have about their own ministers. The suggestion that they couldn't trust a minister to hold a portfolio of home affairs and have all those responsibilities under the one person, because apparently the culture in their government is that that person couldn't be trusted to operate within the confines of the Westminster system and couldn't be trusted to operate within the structures of cabinet government, couldn't be trusted to properly inform the Prime Minister and the National Security Committee of Cabinet. Well, that's a reflection on the standards of the people that they've appointed to these positions in their government. But it's certainly regrettable that because of that, the most important thing, which is the best national security interests of this nation, are being sat on the back seat to the challenges they've got in managing the personnel in their own cabinet. And that suggests to me that the people in those positions should be reconsidered by the Prime Minister. He should reconstitute this department. He should prioritise the national security issues of this nation over any others.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for McPherson for moving this motion, but, Deputy Speaker, not for her overt politicised content of the motion. Certainly, Deputy Speaker, not for that. But really for the entertainment value, Deputy Speaker, for the gall, the brazenness, the chutzpah she demonstrated in waltzing into this chamber and bowling up such a politicised motion that was so true to form for that mob over there when they were in government. And it continues for them in opposition, remarkably. They just can't help themselves, Deputy Speaker. But before I go on, Deputy Speaker, I do want to acknowledge the incredible work our national security agencies and the Department of Home Affairs play in keeping Australians safe and secure. Every day, outstanding women and men across this portfolio protect us from those who would do us harm: terrorists, child sex offenders, violent extremists, traffickers, serious and organised crime groups and people smugglers. The Albanese Labor government is committed to supporting these men and women in their work. We respect them, and we are grateful for the important work they do. The same cannot be said for those opposite me. Why, Deputy Speaker? In the past fortnight, we have heard about how the former government and the former minister, the member for McPherson, disgracefully attempted to trash the impartiality of those very same public servants working to keep us safe. The former minister on election day, 21st of May, risked the lives of those people who are keeping our country safe, with one motivation only: not the success of the operation, not the safety of those involved, not the interests of Australia's national security or our national interests. No, Deputy Speaker. Their only motivation was political. This has been their hallmark, using our foreign policy, our national security, our national interest as a political football that they can kick around as long as they can to protect their own jobs. They acted only in their interests the interests of the Liberal Party, in a pathetic, craven, last-ditch effort to hold on to government. The former government pressured public servants to make the ongoing operation public, leaked the operation to the media, and then spammed voters with fear-mongering text messages. In doing so, they showed nothing but utter disrespect and contempt for the uniformed officers that keep Australia and Australians safe. They put lives at risk. The department's report found that the former government sabotaged operational protocols to protect Operation Sovereign Borders for their own political gain. The findings of this report were shocking, but they weren't surprising to most of us over here, Deputy Speaker, because the former government, has consistently tried to politicise our national security and our law enforcement agencies, including the Department of Home Affairs. So it frankly beggars belief, Deputy Speaker, that the former minister is moving this motion to give her conduct and that of her former Prime Minister, given their conduct on election day. The opposition shouldn't be coming in here with this kind of motion. They should be coming in here and apologising to the Australian people, to our Border Force personnel and to the Department of Home Affairs staff. Of course, this motion conveniently fails to mention how the former government's budget cuts to the very national security and law enforcement agencies we're discussing. Those opposite spent years attempting to cut funding from the AFP and even left our high-risk terrorist offender regime unfunded from the end of 22-23. This idea that terrorism is only an issue that would only last for a single year is absolutely laughable and says everything Australians need to know about the approach of those opposite to national security. This motion seeks to question the ability of our national security agencies to work collaboratively. Now, under our government, Deputy Speaker, we have already made tangible changes in the interests of ensuring Australians are safe. All of the actions that we are taking are in the interest of our national security and our national interest and in keeping Australians safe. This Labor government will not treat national security as a political plaything. We will not politicise them. We will not disrespect them. And we will not compromise them. And unlike those opposite, we will always respect and support our outstanding national security agencies because our objectives are aligned. They are Australia's national interest.
I thank the member for Wills. The time allotted for this debate has expired, and I call on the clerk. Oh, sorry. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Call on the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, for a motion relating to paid family and domestic violence leave.
I call the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to paid family and domestic violence leave in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Is the motion seconded? No, sorry, not yet. Okay.
The motion?
Not yet. Okay. Sorry, I call the member for Patterson. Sorry.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this House notes that the government is committed to taking real action to end family and domestic violence. Women experiencing domestic violence should never have to choose between employment and safety. The government will introduce the Fair Work Amendment Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2022, which will provide workers with 10 days of paid leave to deal with the impacts of family and domestic violence, including for casuals, and this entitlement will be enshrined in the National Employment Standards, covering up to 11 million employees, and it will be a lifeline for workers, allowing them to take necessary steps and action to stay safe while retaining their jobs and their income. Deputy Speaker, it is a national scourge that, on average, one woman dies every 10 days in Australia at the hand of their current or former intimate partner. We can't shy away from this reality in Australia today. It is unacceptable, it is despicable, and it is to the shame of all of us. But we must work together to cease this terrible violence. The Albanese Labor government isn't wasting a minute, and we are taking action to tackle the barriers that prevent people from fleeing. And as we have often heard said, it's not a matter of where would she or he go, or why don't they just get out? How do they do that? This is about the how. We can all walk a mile in someone's moccasins and say, well, if that was me, I'd be gone. You know what? The practicalities of that actual going can be so difficult, can be so fraught, that people are in some way happier and masked in trying to keep their lives cobbled together to try and just put up with what's happening rather than another mountain to overcome and trying to stay safe. That's just one of the thought processes that people have. So families across Australia now have a government that get it. They now have a government that's listening and working and taking swift action to ensure that the change that's necessary to help them get out of those violent situations is happening, not only for them at a personal level, but also at a professional level, at the workplace. We are prioritising this important legislation to increase paid leave for family and domestic violence. We made a promise to the Australian people, and we're making good on that promise. Professionals across the community sector have long said that removing the barriers faced by those escaping violence is actually the key to ending the loss of life. Access to paid family and domestic leave provided for in our legislation will positively engage the rights of women not to be discriminated against based on gender also. And this legislation is going to provide financial support to assist employees to manage the consequences of family and domestic violence. The retention of your job is an essential pathway out of violent relationships, and sustained periods of employment can provide financial security as well as independence and some of the social networks, increased self-esteem that really help people that are caught in these dreadful situations. We want to make it not only easier but better all round. And where an employee would not otherwise have access to a leave entitlement to engage in these processes, the entitlement provided for in the Fair Work amendment will assist these employees by retaining employment and financial and personal benefits that come with that employment, particularly during these difficult times. We don't want to see another generation of men and women losing their lives through this kind of violence, and we want to support the employers too to see that it ends.
I thank the member for Paterson. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right.
I thank the minister. Now call the motion is seconded. I now call the member for Sturt.
Thank you. Acting Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the motion and thank the member for moving the motion and giving us the opportunity to address this very important issue in our country. Family and domestic violence, of course, is just absolutely abhorrent. It's terrible, the statistics. The mover, of course, mentioned one of those statistics, which probably is the worst, that every 10 days someone loses their life at the hands of a current or former partner in this nation. That is absolutely atrocious, and we should take every opportunity in this place to do anything we can to assist to change that statistic for the better. I fear that although we do have good data in this area in modern times, this is a problem that goes back throughout the history of humankind. And it's good that we at least live in an era where we discuss this topic much more than we did in decades gone by. And whilst it is absolutely horrendous to see coverage of these matters in the media and to see the pain and torment, abuse, physical and emotional, that people are going through in a family and domestic circumstance, at least by hearing about it, we are aware of it much more than we have been in the past, and it motivates us to look for every opportunity imaginable to alleviate it and to protect people that are in that terrible circumstance. And the principle of paid family domestic violence leave is one that I support, and I'm sure everyone in this parliament supports comprehensively. Clearly, there has been an evolution in this policy area. It was back in 2018 that the former government moved amendments to the Fair Work Act under the National Employment Standards to bring in unpaid family and domestic violence leave. That was in the similar circumstance to where we are right now, where there was a Fair Work Commission decision which was relevant to people on an award. And with the making of that decision, that of course, from an equity point of view, would be ridiculous that the principle of leave for family and domestic violence would only be relevant to the type of employment condition that you were engaged on, i.e. being on an award rather than those that perhaps are employed under a collective bargain. So the principle shouldn't be different for anyone. The previous coalition government therefore legislated in late 2018. Equally, we've had a decision of the Fair Work Commission just in May of this year to extend that, evolve that further to bring in place now, instead of unpaid leave for 5 days, paid leave for 10 days. And my understanding of the bill that the government is introducing will do much like what we did back in 2018, take a Fair Work Commission decision and ensure that it applies to everyone, not just those that the Fair Work Commission was in a position to provide that entitlement to. So when that bill comes before the House, and once we've had the opportunity to do appropriate consultation, understand all the detail, look forward to us engaging in that legislative reform. But this motion gives us a chance certainly to reinforce how significant and important it is to be discussing this issue, although it is at some times emotional and painful, because we're talking about people that are in a terrible circumstance in their domestic environment, and we're talking about statistics that we want to change for the better. But this is an area which does give us an opportunity to keep progressing the way in which we can support people that are in such a terrible circumstance to get out of that circumstance. This is in a broader area of financial support that we need to do more of to victims in this area, because all of us know, as members of parliament, we have particular interactions with constituents who have been or are in a circumstance where they can't escape their situation for financial reasons. And an example like providing people with the ability to take leave without a financial penalty on them or any other employment penalty because of the conditions that they're employed under, and not having this right, correcting that is a very important thing to do. It's one of many things that I'm sure we will look to be doing into the future, but this is a clear opportunity for us, and I look forward to seeing it become reality very shortly.
Thank the member for Sturt. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the Deputy Speaker.
And thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On Thursday morning this week, I joined a rally of extraordinary women who have been at the forefront of the advocacy on women's safety in this nation. We gathered to commemorate women who were killed through acts of family and domestic violence, and to commemorate those and acknowledge those still trapped in violent homes. We also marked our new Labor government's introduction of legislation that will give around 11 million workers, including casuals, access to 10 days paid domestic and family violence leave. And this legislation will mean that survivors of domestic violence will no longer be forced into the hideous situation where they choose between losing their jobs or escaping violence. As Michelle O'Neill, President of the ACTU, said at that rally, this isn't something that began yesterday. This is a decade of struggle, a decade of campaigning, workplace from workplace, and indeed in this building. As I walked back to this place after that rally with my dear friend and colleague, the member for Sydney, we reminisced about those very first meetings a decade ago that we took with the ACU New South Wales Secretary, Natalie Lang, and her extraordinarily courageous delegates that came to this House, along with researchers who were able to prosecute the case for this paid domestic violence leave and the impact that this policy shift would have. And whilst advocates faced constant opposition from the former coalition government at that time, I am so heartened that the Anthony Albanese Labor government introduced this bill in the very first week of this new parliament to make this issue front and centre. Report after report revealed the devastating and endemic nature of domestic violence. It's not an unfortunate circumstance, it's a national shame. And just last month, a report from Paul Ramsay Foundation, authored by Anne Summers, revealed that 60% of single mothers have experienced domestic violence. The same report also set out the immense financial challenges women face when leaving violent homes. And this reflects what I hear in my electorate of Newcastle, from our women's groups and from those victims and survivors. Like the single mother who shared her experience of surviving and escaping domestic violence along with many others over my time, she wanted to share her story with me to highlight just how incredibly difficult it is to navigate your way through this process. And the economic security was absolutely crucial for her in order to keep herself and her kids safe. She had used all of her personal and annual leave. She found it almost impossible to get to all the appointments that she needed to try and sort out new housing, get her kids into new schools. The perpetrator of her violence kept following her around, so she had to continuously be on the move. And she had appointments with police, she had to access supports, all of this without trying desperately not to lose her job and the economic security that was going to enable her to actually set up a new safe environment for herself and her kids. She's not alone, and this is a story that I and my office hears time and time again. And that's why it's crucial that Labor has introduced this bill to cover all workers. Women should not be disadvantaged simply because they are casual workers. We know that women are far more likely to be in casual work than men, and this leave will give all workers the time, the support, the job security that they need to escape and rebuild their lives after an abusive relationship. The mood amongst the rally last Thursday differed vastly to when I was on those same lawns just last March, with many of the same women demanding justice and equality from the previous government. For starters, our new Prime Minister attended last week's rally. He addressed the vigil, he paid tribute to the women and the union movement behind this policy coming to reality. I thank him, as do all Australian women, for his leadership in this role. Getting out of a violent situation is always a hard thing to do, but it is going to be less likely that you will be left jobless or without economic security due to the introduction of these laws into the Australian Parliament. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Speaker. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the motion currently before this House. that will provide workers with 10 days of paid leave to deal with the impacts of family and domestic violence, including for our casual workers. This parliament does need to move quickly to address the scourge that is domestic and family violence within our country, and as I've held women's roundtables and met with our local police, it is also a scourge that affects my electorate in Hughes. To that end, I support this motion, and I support the legislation. We need to acknowledge that the former coalition government in December 2018 did pass legislation that enshrined 5 days unpaid family and domestic violence leave into the Fair Work Act's national employment standards. This motion is supported, as it will provide many other Australian workers with 10 days paid leave. Most of the victims of domestic violence in our country are women, often women with children. It is almost impossible for women with children impacted by violence within their own home to move with. They need some financial support at the beginning to be able to move out of the circle that is domestic violence. This legislation will support our victims, some of our victims, to be able to start to make that move. I would like to acknowledge that the Coalition did, over a period of 9 years, invest over $2 billion in women's safety, including a record $1.1 billion to respond to violence against women in the last budget. However, clearly there has not been enough done, and this legislation will assist some of our more vulnerable victims to be able to start to move out from a violent situation. And this is said in the context where I've met with women's groups, local lawyers, the local police. Women should not be penalised further financially, often with the threat of losing their job, because they are seeking to move themselves and or their children away from a violent home life. This legislation, the entitlement to paid family violence or domestic violence leave, would see the entitlement enshrined in national employment standards, which covers up to 11 million employees. This is a good step forward, and is based on the initial work done by the former coalition government. And Mr. Speaker, as a parliament, we need to demonstrate that we have a zero tolerance for family violence, and recognise that there's a need for specialised legal and other joined-up services for those dealing with family separation, divorce and family violence. Family separation and divorce are two of the most difficult events that people will encounter in their lives, and it's also a time when family violence can escalate and place victims at increased risk of harm. If we can provide those victims with an opportunity to take some leave, paid leave, at a time when it's desperately needed, this will be the first step for many of our victims to be able to move out of the scourge that is family and domestic violence within their own homes. Women experiencing domestic violence should never have to choose between their safety and their wages. They'll often need that first step to be able to escape from that violence, and, Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this motion on the basis that this will assist those victims. Thank you.
I thank the member for Hughes. I never thought I'd be able to enjoy a speech from the member for Hughes again, but I did enjoy that one. Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. 2 weeks ago, a 30-year-old woman known as AK and her 14-week-old baby were found dead at a Central Australian outstation. A gun and the body of AK's partner were found nearby, and NT police are investigating the murder-suicide. It was a devastating discovery for AK's family, her surviving children and our NT community. It was also devastating how little media attention the deaths have attracted. We haven't publicly grieved them as a nation the way we've grieved other victims, and that's worth reflecting on. Every woman's life and every child's life should be treated with value. Such deaths cannot continue to fly under the radar, and violence must be held to account. First Nations women in Australia experience some of the highest rates of violence of any population in the world, and it accounts for 3 out of 5 calls NT police receive. But of course, this isn't an issue just to do with First Nations communities. Nationally, 1 woman dies every week or so at the hands of their former or current partner. We obviously need to do better. We must do better to protect women and children and to stop violence from occurring in the first place. I was proud to secure an election commitment for $3.2 million in funding for DV providers in my electorate. And I look forward to working with the NT Government, Dawn House and the Darwin Aboriginal Islander Women's Shelter, DAWS, to deliver funding to provide more safe accommodation for women and children fleeing danger at home. Now, earlier this year, I met with a number of Darwin groups that provide domestic and family violence support, who are doing tremendous work under extremely difficult circumstances. And they have told me repeatedly that the Territory is in dire need of needs-based funding. Our violence prevention services cannot keep being funded on a per capita model when the rates of disadvantage, the rates of violence, the rates of abuse are so high. Our services are overstretched and underfunded. Only a needs-based funding model will begin to tackle the crisis we have. And I'll continue to advocate to my friend and colleague, Minister Rishworth, to overhaul how funding for these services is allocated. And I'm proud to be part of a federal government that is committed to ending domestic and family violence. A real impediment to women escaping is that they feel financially trapped without the money to rent a house and to get set up or meet their kids' needs. They should never have to choose between their safety and their wages. And that's why this government is ensuring that workers can access 10 days of paid leave in order to deal with the impact that violence is having on them and their families. The coverage of casual workers is important, as women experiencing such violence are often employed casually. They need this certainty. This will be a lifeline for so many, and it is long overdue. The government will also release our national plan to end violence against women and children in October. It's on all of us to confront and stamp out violence at every level. I commend the men in my electorate that are standing up against violence, including Charlie King and the Catholic Education Office in my electorate. Their message is simple: no more, no more. I want to commend Charlie for something else too, for pointing out that women do not have "See you in the NT" stickers on their cars for a reason. That's because the slogan has a dark underbelly and is detested by many women. They know that for many it's the last word they hear before they're knocked unconscious or worse. No good man beats a woman, and not all family and domestic violence comes down to the man, but for everyone. Let's say no more and work for a much safer community and country. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Solomon. There being no further speakers, The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 5, workforce participation. Motion by the member for Mayo.
I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to workforce participation in the terms of which appears on the notice paper. Mr Speaker, Australia's unemployment rate has plummeted to 3.5% last month. This is the lowest rate in 48 years and effectively full employment. This is a good thing, but it has created an increasingly tight labour market with high demand for engaging and retaining workers, particularly in the regions. Consequently, it's become increasingly difficult for employers to find and attract staff. In my electorate, I'm reminded of this on a daily basis, the need for workers to pick fruit, package produce, serve in retail and hospitality. Even just on Saturday, just talking to a tyre business, desperately looking for a mechanic, willing to pay double, and they've been looking for months. Regional communities are desperately looking for workers to function and, in many instances, to provide for the supply of food that we all enjoy. While our local communities struggle with the lost economic opportunity, a solution to the workforce problem sits idle in anticipation right before us. The solution is our older Australians. Mr Speaker, Australia has one of the lowest workforce participation rates for people aged 65 years and older. It is currently 14.2%, and this compares with the OECD average of 15.3%, in Sweden 19%, United States 19.4%, and our New Zealand neighbour 24.8%. Workforce participation among pensioners with limited savings is even lower, at just 3%. The data and the anecdotal evidence strongly suggest there is an underutilised workforce available to us. However, older Australians are prematurely leaving critical sectors such as aged care and other allied health sectors because of the penalty associated with working and the consequential reduction in pension entitlements. The anxiety and stress of dealing with Centrelink every fortnight is precluding people from continuing on in the workforce. According to Australia's Bureau of Statistics, there were 107,700 people aged 60 to 69 who are no longer in the labour force, not retired and not currently employed, but wanting to work part-time or perhaps even close to full-time. National Seniors Australia found in their recent survey that 1 in 5 pensioners will consider re-entering the workforce, and this was prior to the latest inflation and cost of living increases. Many older Australians want to work. Our businesses, our regions and critical sectors want older Australians to work. What we need now is a government that also wants older Australians to be given the opportunity to work. This helps to address our workforce shortages. We'll see an increase in tax paid and will encourage the transfer of workforce skills from older Australians to younger Australians. And I'm calling on the government to do its bit to make the necessary changes to allow older Australians to participate in the workforce without penalty of losing their pension. Specifically, to provide an opt-in scheme to increase the income threshold for pensioners with limited savings as an incentive to engage and to re-engage people into paid work. Such a scheme would be voluntary and, importantly for government, would increase tax revenue and positively contribute to our GDP. The extra tax revenue could be used to help fund core needs such as aged care. Mr Speaker, this place rarely gets the opportunity to debate and review policy initiatives that has support across a broad spectrum of representative bodies, and this policy has support. National Seniors Australia has championed this policy. The National Farmers Federation, the Business Council of Australia, the Council of Business Organisations Australia, often known as COSBOA, support this policy. Dairy farmers support this policy. This is desperately needed. Family businesses, from small family businesses to large businesses, support this policy, and our most critical sectors such as health and in agriculture desperately need this policy. And I ask the government, even just to trial this initiative, even if you just trial it in our regions, it just makes good sense. And I think that there would be broad support across this parliament to help older Australians to access employment for those who want to do it without having to deal with Centrelink every fortnight and without losing 50 cents in the dollar for working hard for Australia. Thank you.
I thank the member for Mayo. Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Fowler.
I second the motion, Mr Speaker, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member for Fowler. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, after a decade of inaction by the Morrison and the Turnbull and the Abbott governments, we've seen a shocking skills shortage in crisis in regional Australia, and I see it every day on display in my electorate in south-east Queensland. And when you cut $3 billion out of TAFE and training and skills, you're going to have a consequence, and it will be more in terms and worse in terms of the impact in regional Australia. So I thank the member for Mayo for raising this issue, because in her electorate she would see it, and I certainly see it in my electorate in the country towns that I represent. And the economy is being held back by the failure of the previous government. The lack of policy leadership and planning for the past 10 years has been astonishingly poor. You know, we've got a lack of skilled workers in regional areas, and I see it, for example, in areas of the meat industry, where I've got JBS at Dinmore, in Kilcoy Global Foods, up in Kilcoy, in the meat industry, or Cominion with Green Mountain. We see this all the time. These are skilled jobs that people want to engage in. So we need to take steps, and we need to take action as quick as we possibly can. And that's why I think the Albanese Labor government's commitment to more positions in terms of TAFE and training, and 465,000 free places at TAFE and 20,000 additional university places is so critical, I think, to address this area. But the Jobs and Skills Summit and Jobs and Skills Australia are absolutely crucial, and I commend the government for undertaking this. This should be high on our agenda, and it certainly is. And indeed, in my electorate, we're having a Jobs and Skills Summit as well in Blair, based in Ipswich. And I encourage people in the Chamber of Commerce, in the charitable sector and in other sectors, including in the faith-based sector, to engage themselves in this process as well. But we see a lot of discrimination, particularly in regional Australia, in terms of disability, First Nations people, people in the culturally and linguistically diverse background communities. So there are great barriers to labour participation in regional areas, and it's made worse by the characteristics of so many Australians who are coming from backgrounds where they are disadvantaged. The reality is we need to get rid of these barriers of discrimination against older Australians, people from these types of backgrounds as well. So business, government and unions have an important role to play. So arrangements in terms of supporting older Australians are really, really critical. I note the motion calls for opt-in scheme to increase income test thresholds for pensions for limited savings as an incentive to engage in paid work. Well, it's interesting that so far that only 3% of pensioners are actually taking up the advantage of the current work bonus concession. There is capacity for that in relation to pensioners working in my electorate and elsewhere. And I see the opposition of calling for the work bonus for pensioners to be doubled, despite the fact the Coalition did nothing about it during 9 long years they had in office. And again and again we saw bills before this chamber where the Coalition wanted to keep older Australians working longer because they could spend 5 years trying to raise, for example, the pension age to 70 years of age. The opposition should know, for example, that people who work in certain industries find it particularly hard. If you're working in certain trades or the police or military, they have high levels of work-related injuries and they can't work for longer periods and have to retire earlier. We see this all the time. We acknowledge that recent increases in inflation and cost of living are a huge issue for older Australians. So we need to do more and better, and that's why Labor's Jobs and Skills Summit and why Jobs and Skills Australia is critical to identifying areas where there are shortages and to remove the barriers for older Australians, to remove the barriers for young people, remove the barriers for people in migrant communities. These things are really, really important, and we need to take steps to do it. I understand the sentiment of the member for Mayo. I understand where she's coming from, and this government is committed to removing those barriers. People living in regional Australia have worse health outcomes, have fewer job opportunities and struggle with challenges that people who live in Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane do not know and do not experience. So we need to do all that we can. One of the first actions of this particular government, which I commend, is allowing older Australians and people in regional communities to manage their money. That's why we're moving to abolish the Morrison government's privatised cashless debit card. It's really critical for regional Australia.
I thank the honourable member for Blair. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Mayo for bringing forward this private member's motion and shining a light on what is a critically important issue to regional and rural Australia. And I would suggest that my seat of O'Connor, stretching across 1.1 million square kilometres, is probably as badly affected by this current labour shortage as any electorate across the country. But the regional city of Kalgoorlie-Boulder, the heart of the goldfields mining industry, has been the canary in the coal mine, because we've seen unemployment rates in Kalgoorlie-Boulder sub 3% for over 5 years now. So we've experienced this current skills shortage that the rest of Australia is experiencing now for many years. And of course, I'm very proud of some of the measures that the previous government put in place, and certainly skilled migration has been a big part of that. And unfortunately, with the COVID restrictions and border closures, many of which were necessary, some particularly west of in the western part of the continent were perhaps a little bit over the top, but we have seen a rapid drying up of that skilled migration program. It is starting to be accessed again, but if I can just make a comment, Acting Deputy Speaker, that the time to process these applications is taking a minimum of 12 months, an average of 18 months. The cost to businesses sponsoring skilled migrants can be up to $20,000 with no guarantee of an outcome. And this is a big issue for the businesses across my electorate, and as I say, particularly in the city of Kalgoorlie-Boulder. As the member for Blair mentioned, abattoirs, meatworks are finding it very hard to find staff, and I've got several large operations across my electorate, and they're accessing the expanded Pacific Islander scheme, and that's another initiative of the Morrison government which is paying dividends. But we certainly need to upskill our local workers and encourage people to move to the wonderful lifestyle in regional Australia. Now, moving on to the substance of the motion, and that is getting our pensioners who are willing and able to work. Many are, who don't want to work full time, but they would be quite happy to contribute by doing a day or two here and there. So the Coalition has announced a policy, which I'm very, very supportive of, that we will double the aged and veteran service pension work bonus scheme from $300 per fortnight to $600 per fortnight. So the practical implication here is that a couple who might want to hook the caravan up and head out to the wheat belt in my electorate and maybe help out through the harvest period would be able to earn up to $1,200 per fortnight without impacting their pension, and I think that's a great incentive. A month working on a chaser bin, it's not physically demanding work. You sit in an air-conditioned cab, it takes a bit of skill and a bit of training, but I'm sure many of the older people that I know would certainly be able to pick up that sort of job in no time flat. So I'm very supportive of the scheme. I see it as a great initiative to help regional Australia find the casual workers that we lost when we lost our backpackers. And once again, that goes back to the COVID border closures, but backpackers do suit some of the work tasks in regional Australia particularly well. It's seasonal work. It might be a month or two here. It doesn't suit Australian people to leave the metropolitan area to go to, for example, Manjimup in the southern forest to pick apples for a couple of months. I mean, it's not something that rational people would do. But for a backpacker who's travelling around Australia, it's ideal work. Unfortunately, as I say, we've lost them. They don't seem to have got the confidence yet to start travelling again, particularly in Western Australia. But a pensioner and his and her partner may decide that going down to the beautiful southern forest for a month or two with the caravan, or to stay in a donga on a property and help out with the apple picking, would be very much something that would suit their lifestyle, would suit them financially, and then they could continue on for a few months on on their merry way with the caravan and enjoy a holiday. So I absolutely support and commend this policy initiative from the Coalition, and I thank the member for Mayo once again for raising this issue in the Parliament.
I thank the honourable member for O'Connor. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the member for Mayo for bringing this motion, because we absolutely do need to consider all possibilities to boost workforce participation with people who are willing and able to work. And of course, it is a time at the moment where many employers in my community and in other communities are reporting that they're struggling to get the workers that they need. And that's why it is really important that our government will hold our Jobs and Skills Summit in September, bringing together groups like unions, employers, civil society and governments, so that we can collectively address this challenge that's before us and consider different options like this one that's been brought by the member for Mayo. Of course, when we look at our pensions and our social security system, one of the central parts of the Australian social security system is our strong and targeted pension system. And it's important to note that it is a targeted system. It measures a person's need for income support and their capacity to contribute towards their own support through the means test. And the targeted nature of our system is a large part of what makes it equitable, and that should be a principle we retain as we do consider further changes. Of course, this is a government that will always stand up for pensioners. We know that the Australians who have worked hard all their life, who have built this country, need support and respect based on that. So that's an abiding principle for this government as we look at this. And of course that includes the ability to work if they want to do so. The current pension work test does allow for pensioners to work, and these arrangements are generous. But the data shows us that as at March 2022, only 3% of aged pensioners were taking advantage of the current work bonus concession. And in fact, the number of aged pensioners with employment earnings has been declining over time, despite there being previous increases in the value of the concession. So there have been some incentives put in place. So far, what we haven't seen is people taking that up and actually working. So we need to consider what are the factors behind older Australians not choosing to work. It seems that one of these factors is most likely age discrimination and the reluctance of many employers to hire older workers. I know in my electorate I hear from a lot of older people, particularly older women who might have been out of the workforce for some time and who are looking to re-enter, about the real age discrimination they face. They just can't actually get a job interview. From people who've been laid off later in life. Same problem. Employers just knock back their CV once they see how old they are. So age discrimination is one of the factors that Ian Yates, the Chief Executive of the Council of the Ageing, has cited as a factor in older people not being in jobs, even if they do want to work. In fact, he's cited figures from the Human Rights Commission that somewhere between a quarter and a third of employees actively discriminate on age. So this is something as a society and as a government we absolutely have to consider. And I was really heartened to see the Minister for Skills in the media today talking about just this, about the fact that age discrimination does exist when it comes to older people working, and that that's something that we have to tackle. Other factors that I think we also need to consider when we look at this issue is things like low wages. The member for Mayo talked about the aged care sector, an area where we know that so many centres are crying out for workers. But let's be honest, the current wage in aged care is not very attractive. Again, if you're a pensioner, if you're looking at re-entering the workforce, one of the things you have to weigh up is, well, is it worth my time? And I think a lot of pensioners are probably currently looking at the aged care sector and thinking, well, on that rate, that is a pretty unattractive proposition. So again, our government has made a commitment to look at low-paid work to support an increase for aged care workers. We know that this is vitally important work, that aged care workers do deserve a pay rise, and perhaps that's something that will make it a sector that is more attractive to older people. So again, this is an idea worth considering, and it's great that our Jobs Summit will give us the opportunity to do just that, as well as look at more broadly how we're encouraging people to be part of our system, to work, to have the fulfilment and the income that comes from working. We do need to look at all factors, at age discrimination, at low wages in industries like aged care and others. And most importantly, we must retain our respect for pensioners. We must make sure that we always stand up for pensioners and their right to a decent life.
Hear, hear. Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Mayo for bringing this important issue forward. Certainly, I would have to say in the last 6 to 12 months, as I travel around the electorate, the number one issue when I walk into a business is we can't get enough workers. We can't get enough workers. It's repeated, whether it's in hospitality, the aged care sector, in agriculture, in aquaculture, in mining, in local mechanic shops, right across the board. We can't get enough workers. And while I know the issue is similar in the cities, I don't think it's to the same extent it is in regional areas, because we know that we are always struggling to attract people to come and live in regional areas, which I find fairly insulting, and it upsets me, but I can't do all that much about it, I'd have to say. So the suggestion that aged pensioners and disability pensions should be allowed to earn more before they hit the threshold where their pension starts to reduce, I think is a very solid one. One that has been backed by Peter Dutton, the Leader of the Opposition, calling for a doubling. I think we are sitting at rates of 336 a fortnight at the moment for for double pensioners and 190 for singles. There are a plethora of schemes in place, Mr Deputy Speaker, to assist people into the workforce. Now, in fact, I have a printed out list here. I reckon there's over 50 different schemes in place to assist people into the workforce, from relocation, re-education, a whole host of things. And I'm not saying any of those programs are particularly failing, even though I don't think it hurts to ask the question whether they are succeeding. But there is a reality in this debate at the moment. The fact that we've hit 3.5% unemployment across Australia. If anyone is being brutally honest, that last 3% is going to be fairly difficult to get into the workforce for a lot of reasons. And I won't go down that pathway at the moment. But the point being that while these assistance schemes all sit there ready to help and helping where they can, in fact, that last 3.5% to get in the workforce is very difficult. People that don't want to shift, but also people that have poor skills, poor education, poor health, a whole host of other reasons why it may be the case that they don't want to move into the workforce. So pensioners are just the perfect grouping to be targeting. Now, not everybody, once they reach the age— I'll just make the point before I get there that there is not a retirement age in Australia. There is no retirement age. What there is an eligibility for the age pension, which is 67 at the moment. Now, so no one should feel that as they approach 67, and I'm not all that far away from it, I must say, but as they approach it, that they need to get off the workforce. And in fact, for many people, I say to them, consider what it's going to be like doing nothing for maybe the next 40 years, because the medical health system is pretty good. So how long one's piece of string comes into contention when one is considering retirement. And there's a lot of jobs where you can back off and become partially employed, but there's a lot of jobs where you can, and I might point out that being a federal politician is probably one of them. I really encourage people to keep some kind of work measure in their life. And while some people at that age of 67, to be brutal, are pretty clapped out, there's a lot who are not. I have a friend who has started up a gardening service. I think he's 68. He's one of the most energetic people you're likely to meet. But he doesn't really want to work for half rates. Says to me, can't you lift the threshold? Can't you do something about it? Particularly at this time when Australia is so desperately short of workers. Well, I couldn't agree with him more. Well done, Cliff. I do back this call from the member for Mayo, and I do back the call from Peter Dutton, the Leader of the Opposition, to lift that threshold, and the sooner the better. I know it comes at a cost, and the Treasurer at the moment is talking about the threats to the budget, and I understand that. But I can also say that not filling those jobs across Australia at the moment is coming at a far greater cost than the $160 million that is actually mentioned in this documentation that I have here. The not filling of jobs, the inability for businesses to expand when there are opportunities in the market, the inability to replace people who are wanting to retire for good reasons, and the inability, it must be said, to replace businesses that have bad effects from COVID at the moment are really costing the community dearly, and we should get on with the job.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Grey. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Mayo for bringing this motion forward. Yeah. Without doubt, the dynamic of Australia's workforce over the last few years has changed. The pandemic impacted on businesses worldwide, and globally we all adapted and accepted change. We saw a record number of Australians working or studying from home, adapting work schedules to stay safe and still be productive, trying to juggle a work-lifestyle balance. We experienced all the positives, all the negatives that resulted from the pandemic. It is very likely that many Australians would be able to clearly state that their way of work and their dynamic of work has changed over the past few years. I know many members of my community in my home electorate of Pearce in Western Australia have continued to maintain a flexible work schedule and still work from home on designated days, whilst travelling to work on other days. This is not uncommon for many people across the country. We know that our workforce has the power to adapt and change, as it has over the last few years. We know that the Australian workforce is constantly changing, including retirements or people entering employment for the very first time. The government is always ready to listen and consider initiatives to aid the Australian workforce in whatever capacity necessary. This will include consideration of ideas to boost workforce participation or ideas to boost labour supply. Like many people in Pearce will know, my main priority for becoming a member was to bring a voice to Canberra. But I can only be a voice for my electorate of Pearce if I listen to what our community is telling me. We have a fabulous community of seniors, over 55s, in my electorate. I visit them as often as I can, and I listen to what they have to say. We have many seniors groups, including the Groovy Grannies, the Knit and Natters, the Growing Old and Living Dangerously, the Kookaburra Ladies, and many more who volunteer thousands of hours of their time. Senior forums have been organised to provide an opportunity for people to have their say. With repetition for emphasis, there is one very clear message that comes through for people over 55 who have retired, who have the capacity, skill, experience and willingness to work, but the barriers to entry into the workforce are too high. I spoke to many pensioners who are experiencing these issues, and while existing arrangements do allow pensioners to work, only 3% of aged pensioners were taking advantage of the current work bonus concession. That is only 75,706 people out of 2.6 million. Like my colleague from Jagga Jagga, the number of aged pensioners with employment earnings has been declining over time. despite previous increases in the value of the concession. The Leader of the Opposition has recently said that the work bonus for pensioners should be doubled. However, they elected not to do this during the decade they had in office, to the disappointment of many within my community. The age pension income test is designed to provide incentives to work for pensioners who choose to do so. We also know that many people who reach age pension do prefer not to work and are often kept busy in other activities or helping out with their grandchildren. For those who want to continue working or their planned circumstances have changed, the incentives are there through income-free area and the work bonus. However, many pensioners over 55 who have retired have advised that they would enjoy and they would require to work more hours, but the negative impact on their own pension and their partner's pension discourages those who are keen to do so. The Government is listening and is holding a Jobs and Skills Summit in September to hear from Australians right across the country about the barriers that they face. People should have every opportunity to work if they wish to. This includes the people with a disability, people managing health conditions, people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, First Nations people, and of course those over the age of 55. The summit will hear from Australians experiencing barriers, and we will listen to ideas about how we can do better and dismantle those barriers. The summit will be followed by a government white paper on employment.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Pearce and I welcome her to the 47th Parliament. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Order. I have received advice from the Chief Government Whip nominating members to the members of certain committees and I call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted? Call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I move that members be appointed as members of certain committees in accordance with the list which has been placed on the table. As the list is a lengthy one, I do not propose to read the list to the House. Details will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Order. I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk. Call the Honourable Minister.
I move that notice number 1, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Governor-General's opening speech, resumption of debate on the proposed address and reply.
Order. The question is that the address be agreed to. But before I call the honourable member for Higgins, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech and I ask the House to extend to her the usual courtesies. And I call the honourable member for Higgins.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In 2022, the Australian people showed us the way. Self-interest is out, the national interest is in, but it's planetary and interspecies interest that's trending. Our First Nations people have known this for eons. I am looking forward to enshrining their voice in our Constitution and embedding their wisdom into our ways. Yeah. I am honoured to stand on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. I am the unlikeliest of politicians. No political experience in the conventional sense, no history with the Labor Party and no political pedigree. People ask, how did this happen? How did you make history? How did lifelong Conservatives vote Labor? In no other country nor electorate would my story even be possible. It was the pandemic that led to my political awakening. In the first half of 2020, I stopped sleeping as I watched healthcare workers in Italy die. Hospitals resembled war zones. Patients lined corridors. Death was everywhere. At my hospital, colleagues, in hushed tones, disclosed to me concerns about their safety at work. They felt powerless against a medical establishment that steadfastly held that COVID is spread by droplets and surgical masks were fine. At the time, vaccines were a pipe dream, and we were going into battle with sticks rather than lightsabers. I had to act. I tried corridor diplomacy but hit brick walls. Aerosol scientists were shouting from the rooftops that COVID was airborne, floating in the air like smoke, slipping past the gaps in our masks and around perspex screens that had sprung up like weeds. At the time, I would have been safer cracking rocks underground than working on a hospital ward. Miners had access to the best respiratory equipment, like machines that kept deadly particles out of their lungs, and they had the licence of their CEO and board, who were liable if things went wrong. It's a credit to our mining industry and unions that they have these standards. Meanwhile, nurses and doctors were having the right masks ripped out of their hands due to PPE shortages. Staff infections spread to the community, triggering an extension of lockdowns, while we waited for the vaccines to arrive. And we waited. While people got sick or got sick of lockdowns. It was cold comfort to my doctor husband and I that we had sorted out our wills. At least my children would be fine if their parents died. As it transpired, the cure for my insomnia was activism. Speaking truth to power brought a psychic peace. It was my political awakening that helped me sleep. With like-minded colleagues, I co-founded Healthcare Workers Australia and advocated for better, for masks that fitted your face, for transparent reporting of healthcare worker infections because you can't improve what you can't measure, for recognition that COVID is spread through the air, and for better national guidelines because they determine our safety in hospitals, aged care, schools and businesses. I urged the then government to broaden our limited vaccine repertoire because I could see variants were coming. One of my proudest works was the first Australian study documenting the experiences of healthcare workers. Hearing the voices of Australian healthcare workers during the COVID-19 pandemic says it all. Their stories were the reason for the season. What I've learned I now bring to Parliament. That is, the need to listen, to the front line. Whether it's healthcare, business or the environment, those at the coalface know the problems and will proffer solutions before they become crises. That is the wisdom of the edge. National leadership that prioritises work, health and safety is essential. Healthy, happy workers make the economy hum, especially in mission-critical industries like healthcare, aged care, education or business. This much we owe to our nurses, doctors, allied health professionals, paramedics, support staff and educators, whose deep wells of altruism are nearly dry. A future CDC must prioritise the welfare of our first responders because there is no pandemic response without them. Today I pay tribute to my friend Millie, a nurse, my friend Marco and Sarah, doctors who are in the gallery. Watch out for the tail. It has a sting. For COVID, it will be chronic disease and mass illness disrupting lives and constraining our productivity for years to come. This is not inevitable, but depends on what we do next. Cleaning the air is one important but neglected lever that will help apply downward pressure. National guidelines on ventilation will empower our people and businesses to stay safe and live more freely. It will spawn a new industry in air safety, making us more resilient against respiratory viruses and a future disease X. Diversity is the antidote to groupthink, so welcome those contrarian voices. The discomfort leaders like us feel when hearing what we don't like from people with skin in the game is usually a good thing. They are often the truth tellers. Finally, be aware that the four most dangerous words in science are, there is no evidence. These four words have shut the gate on life and economy-saving measures. When there is no evidence, then default to common sense and err on the side of caution until daylight emerges. After experiencing the powerlessness of not being listened to, I understand the profound power of being heard. It's a lesson I carried with me to the streets and the homes of Higgins. I had thousands of conversations walking up and down our electorate in my gold runners. It was a real grassroots campaign powered by the greatest force for good, people. Higgins is 39 square kilometres, a little bit smaller than Lingiari, and encompasses South Yarra with its famous Chapel Street, the iconic Pran Market, the stately homes of Toorak, the leafy streets of Malvern and Armidale with their vibrant small businesses, south to the multicultural foodie hub of Kunang Road, Carnegie, bordered by the wide, quiet streets of Murrumbina, Glen Iris and Ashburton. Dog walkers abound, parents grab coffees between pickups, young people jog the streets, school kids jumble into trams. Since its inception in 1949, Higgins has been a Liberal stronghold, until now. It has produced 2 Prime Ministers, Gorton and Holt, 4 if you include Menzies and Fraser, who lived there. I take this opportunity to acknowledge the former member for Higgins, Dr. Katie Allen, for her contribution to public life. Higgins is a high-performance electorate where people are self-made or well on the way, but disadvantage hides in plain sight. I observed too many young adults in full-time work still tethered to their parents, unable to buy a home. I met a young mum unable to return to full-time work because she could not afford $200 a day on childcare. Marion, an educator who had been on a casual contract for over a decade, was now facing the prospect of losing her home because her hours had been cut. A small business owner cried every night because she's exhausted by the pressures of the past 2 years. And I lost count of the number of male retirees, and they were always men, who demanded I tax them more because they were appalled at the level of inequality in our society and didn't need the welfare. Their words, not mine. People from every background and belief inspired to make a change at that election because they understood what it meant for our nation. It's an electorate beating with a lion heart. Dr. Ennis, an endocrinologist and Higgins resident of 50 years, sums it up. As a child, he asked his father who he should vote for. His father replied, "Families like ours always do well when the Liberal Party are in government. But sometimes you have to do what's best for everyone and what's best for the community. That's why I always vote Labor." 3 days after Dr. Ennis died, Higgins returned its first Labor member. Dr. Ennis did his bit. Now I will do mine. The people of Higgins will judge us by the force of our actions rather than the froth of our words, as Churchill said. But listening to locals, hearing their stories on front steps and on the end of the phone became for me the reason for the season. To the people of Higgins, I carry with me your wishes and your worries into government. It is a humbling and heavy responsibility, and I thank you for it. I could not have climbed this mountain without the support of my incredible volunteer army, the Labor branches who came and gave, my friend, the member for McNamara, who reached out and mentored me, my campaign team, Michael, Josh and Jet, and my Labor colleagues, all here, including the front bench, pretty much the whole front bench, and the Prime Minister, for their generous support. Prime Minister, your calm, considered approach, imbued with wisdom and kindness, is just the medicine our country needs. To my husband, you are a tower of strength. To my teenagers, Annika and Ash, you are far more accomplished than I was at your age. Look outwards always and make a positive contribution to this world. Today is bittersweet because not everyone could make it. My sister is caring for a child with COVID, and my brilliant colleague, Nada, is laid low with long COVID after 2 bouts of illness, but she is watching. Such is the pandemic's long-reaching shadow. But we can and must push back against this shadow, because our party, after all, is the light on this hill. Yeah. Nothing is built without a foundation, and mine was laid by my parents, Robert and Vimala. My father came from a village in northern Sri Lanka, the middle of 7 children to a single mother, having lost his own father when he was 12. That he rose to become an accountant and small business owner, raising 3 professional children, is nothing short of a miracle. My mother jungled full-time work and running a home, turning out delicious meals to the strains of Elvis and ABBA. As Tamils, my parents left Sri Lanka in the 1960s due to ethnic tensions. I was born in the UK, then moved to Zambia, where I lived for 12 years before coming to Australia on the skilled migration program in 1984 when I was 11. In Zambia, I went on safari in the way my kids go to the beach, gripping on for dear life in the back of a Land Rover, or awestruck as a little kid in front of Victoria Falls, a torrent of water known as Museo Tunia, the smoke that thunders. But it was Australia that made me an infectious diseases and general medicine physician, an academic, an activist, and now a parliamentarian. What a country. My story is one of intergenerational upward mobility, where education and hard work bent the arc of our lives. But that wasn't all. A person like me, who has experienced more headwinds than tailwinds, benefited from the Hawke and Keating economic legacy, a Catholic education, and a cohesive society that welcomed the stranger. We have a lexicon for economic progress ranging from GDP to unemployment figures, but we lack the language for social cohesion. Yet, it is like money in the bank, social capital put away in good times to be drawn down in bad. As a migrant, I have watched with alarm as words used in this chamber ricochet around the country, tearing at our social fabric. Spillover effects are acts of hate on our streets against Asians, Jews, Muslims, people of colour, the gender diverse. And the gun gets fired here. We have a choice. We can accept the politics of division or devalue that currency to junk. I am proud that the Australian people and Higgins did just that. Do better, they cried. The triumph of modern Australia, a diverse, multicultural nation, is worth celebrating every single day. Social capital is our true sovereign wealth fund that, if managed well, will pay a dividend to us, its shareholders, forever. Standing in this chamber, I still feel the pull of medicine, a rewarding career of service and advocacy that will be extended here. I saw for 25 years the sins of society wash up in our public hospital system: homelessness, poor education, childhood trauma, social isolation, poverty, racism, unemployment, and climate change. According to the WHO, these so-called social determinants of health can account for over half of all health outcomes, where one problem reinforces another. Health is all about context. For example, diabetes clusters with poor nutrition and poverty. The Lancet describes syndemics, the synergistic interaction of social, economic and environmental factors. It's a framework relevant to our future CDC, but just as pertinent to this place too. I prescribe pills for problems rooted in disadvantage, but these are problems that need a parliament, not a prescription pad. As a doctor, I saw things as they were. Now, as a parliamentarian, I see things as they could be. The venerated fair go, much like our safety at work, does not happen by luck. Barriers must be identified and dismantled, like inequality and unconscious bias, so that, as Kennedy said, man has the freedom to grow to his full stature. Structural reforms must be introduced and embedded, until they become part of the furniture, like Labor's Medicare. For women, the motherhood penalty clips our wings just as we unfurl them after years of slog and study. In the blur of home and work, years slip by, ambition is dimmed until it snuffs out altogether. That double shift nearly broke me, which is why I am delighted that childcare has been elevated in the economic agenda. Yeah. With mountains of work to do, who can afford to leave the talent of women on the table? Yeah. It makes me proud that the Labor caucus is now 52% women, and they are fierce. And 50% of our new Labor members are from culturally diverse backgrounds, including First Nations. It makes me even prouder that Higgins had something to do with this high water mark. Within the seams of the bedrock of our ancient land, like precious ores, lie new ways of thinking. The One Health model, encompassing human, animal and environmental health, immediately elevates stewardship. Our First Nations have known this all along. We cannot privilege one above the other because we are nourished both physically and spiritually by the natural world. Climate change is the threat multiplier, adding pressure to every system and every sector in society. But its effects will be unequally felt, so ironing out inequality now is a matter of urgency. Obama said, "We are the first generation to feel the effects of climate change, and the last generation who can do something about it." Our journey to a low-emission future will be contingent on taking our coal and gas communities along. We owe them much, and we are, after all, the party of the Hunter and Higgins, a broad church indeed. A land crisscrossed by zero-emission, high-speed rail will bring our regions closer to us and us to them, triggering a regional boom. On intergenerational justice, the cries are only getting louder. An affordable home backed by secure work is like the warmth of 1,000,000 suns. It should be the norm, not the exception. Innovation will be key to solving many of these challenges. For that, we must again embrace the power of listening. As a nation, we produce excellent research, but need to do better at commercialising it. Our PhDs want to be CEOs of their own startups. I was a Research Australia finalist last year for my work on artificial intelligence, but had been underfunded for years. It shouldn't be this hard. Unless things change and fast, we will continue to lose our best young minds in the hunger games of funding. In Higgins, I met John, a postdoc who was taking up a biomedical fellowship in the US because he felt like Australia had given up on him. To get great research into the market requires the science of implementation. But implementation science withers on the vine if we devalue the humanities, our creatives, and social sciences. There is a big difference between inventing vaccines in the lab and getting them into arms. One is a science, the other an art. Different but complementary skills are needed, so let's usher in a flourishing of enterprise, embracing the diversity that makes us stronger than the sum of our parts. It is said that the people perish when there is no vision. Mine is for an inclusive, sustainable and competitive Australia. As a nation, we have an embarrassment of riches, hearts bursting with aspirations, bodies alive with animal spirits, brains fizzing with ideas. Our task as leaders is to listen to our front line and knock down their barriers, rejecting short-termism in favour of generational investment, raising, not dimming ambition, so that our people take flight and soar. Because only by unifying, empowering and electrifying our people can we reach that cleaner, greener, fairer future. I thank the House.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Higgins and welcome her to the 47th Parliament. Before I call the honourable member for Nichols, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to him the usual courtesies. And I call the honourable member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would like to begin this address by reading out the names of 4 people who grew up in regional Australia. They are 4 people who, by virtue of when and where they were born, had limited opportunities, but they used what opportunity there was to create a significant legacy for those who followed. The regional Australians I want to mention are Richard and Eileen Birrell and Ray and Molly Dunham. Now, they have passed, and I'm sure they never would have thought that they'd be spoken about in this chamber, but their lives and their ethics tell us an important story, and they were my grandparents. They were born in regional Australia just after the end of the First World War, and as a result their early teenage years coincided with the ravages of the Great Depression. They had little opportunity for formal education as they had to leave school at a young age to support their families. Their work was tough, but work did at least exist due to the developing agricultural and food processing industries in the regions. They then experienced the danger and deprivation of the Second World War, and after that started families. They were determined to work as hard as they could to ensure that their children had a chance at educational opportunities that they never had. My parents, Brian and Sue, both from different parts of regional Victoria, met at Melbourne University, and after their studies came to the Goulburn Valley, as the prosperity of this region offered opportunities, my father-in-law and my mother as a teacher. I was therefore lucky enough to be born into this amazing part of regional Australia. I spent my childhood growing up on the banks of the Goulburn River, or the Kaila, as it's called in Yorta Yorta language. I have 3 younger sisters, Emily, Sarah and Hannah, and we remain close as adults. And our family life was always one where questions were encouraged, intellectual curiosity was ubiquitous, and the overwhelming ethic was that people were to be cared for. After formative years at school in Shepparton and then as a boarder at Assumption College in Kilmore, I was looking for opportunity. But as a disorganised and unstructured young man, this took a little while. But in the regions, the community have your back. And I found work on a fruit and cattle farm in Ardmona, just near the city of Shepparton. And I recall with great appreciation the support my mother Sue gave me at this time in my life. And I loved agriculture. And I was proud of what I was doing, helping to grow healthy food for people. I wanted to do more in this industry, but I knew that I had to gain further education. Now, we know moving to the city for young regional people is tough and expensive, and often, to the detriment of regional communities, it also means they and their newfound skills are lost to the big smoke. But to my great fortune, the University of Melbourne Agricultural Campus is in a place called Dookie, only 30 kilometres outside of Shepparton, and I was able to complete an agricultural science degree in my own region. I worked in agriculture in the Goulburn Valley as an agronomist, advising farmers on aspects of crop production, and I then worked for Israeli irrigation pioneers Netafim, helping farmers around Australia and New Zealand use technology to apply water more efficiently to farms. At this time, I had the opportunity to be involved in the vibrant sports and arts communities in Shepparton. Our music is the art form that sustains me, and my guitar will be a constant companion with me here in Canberra. I also had the opportunity to further my education again by studying a Master of Business Administration degree at the Shepparton campus of La Trobe University. The MBA offered invaluable insights into dealing with complex problems, such as the relationship between people and the economy. And in my view, an economy is there to serve people, and people will contribute successfully to businesses and the economy if they are made to feel valued and if they are able to use their own creativity to improve the performance of those businesses and that economy. I had these opportunities for tertiary education in my region because La Trobe and Melbourne universities are committed to operating there, not just in capital cities. I want governments to continue supporting institutions who do this, because doing that is not just saying your postcode should not define your access to education, it is actually doing something to ensure it. And the Nationals have lived up to that in my region in recent times. For the past 6 years, I've had the opportunity to serve my community as the CEO of the Committee for Greater Shepparton, an advocacy group funded and driven by the business community. In that capacity, I was able to gain knowledge of the issues facing many parts of our community, and I come to this place with that knowledge in a spirit of collaboration to find solutions. The electorate I represent covers some of the southernmost ranges of the Great Divide, in which are nestled the vibrant and burgeoning towns of Seymour and Broadford, and the Puckapunyal Army Base, and this is Tungarung country. In the central part of the electorate are the alluvial flatlands that span either side of the Goulburn River, as it flows through the towns of Nagambie, Murchison and Toolamba. The Goulburn then junctions with the Broken River in Shepparton. And across the north of the electorate are the Murray River towns of Yarrawonga, Cobram and Echuca, and the agricultural centres of Kyabram, Rochester, Nathalia and Numurkah. The electorate is named after Sir Doug Nichols, a Yorta Yorta man who grew up on the Cumragunja mission near Echuca. He was a sportsman, social worker, pastor, Governor of South Australia and respected elder in the community, and his is an inspirational example of service and leadership. The region is many things, home to a vibrant and sophisticated and evolving Indigenous culture, a critical food bowl of Australia enabled by the Murray and Goulburn rivers, which supply a network of irrigation channels, gravity-feeding water to farmland with highly fertile soils, a major producer of apples, pears and peaches. It is a large producer of milk and a processor of this milk into high-quality dairy products that make their way around Australia and the world. Now, if you are having a pizza somewhere in Australia or Asia, there is a good chance the mozzarella cheese on it came from the Goulburn Valley. In addition, the electorate of Nichols is, I believe, one of the most successful examples of multiculturalism in the world. People from all over have made their way to this region, often coming with nothing, and they have made extraordinary lives. Now, my observation as a member of this community is that we seem to do better when we celebrate each other's different cultural identity, but moreover, embrace each other's humanity, the humanity being a stronger bond between us than any divisions that attempt to be amplified by race, gender, sexual orientation or religious view. As the Pink Floyd song Echoes says, strangers passing in the street, by chance two separate glances meet, and I am you and what I see is me. You will have noted the key word I've used in this address is opportunity. It was afforded to my grandparents thanks to regional industries, though in difficult circumstances. It was afforded to my parents in their access to tertiary education, which was only made possible because of the hard work and financial sacrifices of their parents. It has been afforded to me through a loving family with a focus on education, the mentoring from my community, access to tertiary educational opportunities in my region and the vibrant industry that sustains us. I'm here because we need that opportunity to continue to be afforded to the people in regional Australia, the people in my electorate. And how can we do this? Firstly, and most importantly, the opportunity to work in agriculture and food processing in my patch comes through reliable and affordable water for irrigation. The Murray-Darling Basin Plan has taken a significant amount of that water away from productive use in my electorate. The water is now owned by the Commonwealth to be used for the environment. And though it has caused a lot of pain, we understand the need to look after the river system, and strategic and efficient use of environmental water can help us do that. But we are at a tipping point, and no more can be taken from communities that have already done much of the heavy lifting. When water leaves an area, so does the economy that water creates. If a farmer sells water licence back to the government, the farmer may be well compensated, but the milk or fruit that the farmer once grew grows no longer. The people employed in the supply chain that gets the product to the consumer are no longer employed. The community, the region and indeed Australia is poorer in so many ways. Now, in 2012, there was a political add-on to the original Murray-Darling Basin Plan that said that 450 extra gigalitres on top of what was already taken could be taken away from productive use and sent downstream. But there is an important caveat in the legislation, and it says it can only be taken if it would have a neutral or improved socio-economic impact on basin communities. If any of this water was to be removed from our irrigation in our region, the impact on our communities would be overwhelmingly negative. That's a no-brainer. In addition, any attempt to push that much water downstream could erode the banks of our rivers and impact the Barmah Choke, causing negative environmental impacts. Some try to argue that socio-economic neutrality relates to the farmer being significantly compensated. So they say, well, we'll just go and buy the 450 back. But my father, who has spent his working life analysing the wording in legislation, has always taught me that words matter, and in legislation all words must do some work and carry some weight. The meaning and weight of the term socio-economic is undeniable. Socio means society. Economic means economy. If the society and the economy in our basin communities are negatively affected, and they would be, then the socio-economic neutrality test fails. So no part of this extra water, the 450 gigalitres, can be removed from productive irrigation. If we do not have productive industries, opportunity for future generations evaporates. Climate change is a complex challenge for our country. The overwhelming scientific opinion is that greenhouse gas emissions are causing changing climate, and that to prevent an average temperature rise that would lead to real challenges for humanity, we need to, as a planet, reduce our emissions. That we need to act is not in question. How we do it, without causing huge economic damage to our nation and its people, is the question. It is the how, not the if. Done in a reckless manner, with unrealistic timelines out of step with our global competitors, we could face a situation where industry moves emissions overseas. Australia's economic strength would be reduced, but global emissions would not. It's a reality we need to face. I'm sure that as a nation we are up to this challenge, and I look forward to working constructively towards a just transition and keeping our mind open to the range of technologies that can get us there. In my mind, just transition means that the justice, human rights and dignity of those most affected by any change need to be protected, and often these are people in regional areas. We need to safeguard their opportunity. I joined the National Party and asked the people of Nichols to elect me as representative in this chamber because I believe in regional Australia and I want to see it thrive. Some of the great steps forward we have made have been thanks to my predecessor Damien Drum as a member of the Nationals in government. We're on a better path than we once were. We have new cultural institutions, better transport, better tertiary education facilities, more opportunity for young people to have successful careers in our region, particularly in healthcare. Now, that came from a real collaboration between Drummy and the community, along with the focus of the Nationals. And I want to continue to develop our region and regional Australia more broadly. I don't want an Australia that's dominated by a few ever-expanding megacities. Let's look at the example of Germany. Germany has a population of 80 million, but its largest city is 3 million. Its structure is a network of vibrant, smaller regional cities with strong industries linked by high-speed rail. Australia needs to approach this population balance question in a strategic way. I believe this happens by sustainably developing our regional cities, ensuring the towns that surround them are places that people want to move to, and creating the space and conditions for vibrant and profitable industries in the regions. We can link these places to capitals with high-speed electrified rail, and all this can be powered by new technology with lower emissions. And the spirit of these communities will be centred on creating opportunity for all. I would like to thank the volunteers who supported my campaign, especially the campaign committee chaired by Lindsay Dan. The only reason I'm in a position to do any of this work is because I married Lisa. Prior to meeting her, I was described as talented but wayward, a young man lacking in organisation, structure and direction. But thanks to Lisa's love and support and influence, I've been able to attain a position I could never have imagined. And the lesson here is that all of us deserve the opportunity for love and partnership. My kids, Sophie and David, continue to provide inspiration, and I hope I can make them proud in this job as we work towards ensuring that their generations and the ones that follow had better opportunities than we had. So in closing, Richard and Eileen, Ray and Molly were born about 100 years ago in regional Australia. What future are we setting up for those born in the regions now? We owe it to them to invest, to innovate, to work hard and smart, to ensure opportunity is there for all as we adapt to a changing future. So thank you all for the opportunity. Thanks.
Before I call the honourable member for Mackellar, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. The member for Mackellar has the call.
Deputy Speaker, parliamentary colleagues, friends, family and everyone who is here today. I would like to begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri people whose land we meet on today, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I would also like to acknowledge the Gadigal people as the traditional custodians of the lands of Mackellar and thank them for protecting country and waters there since time immemorial. I stand before you today as the independent member for Mackellar. To be here as the elected representative of the community that I love is indeed a deep honour and a privilege. But I stand here not for myself, not for a party, but as a voice for you, the people of Mackellar. I am just the 5th person to represent Mackellar since the seat was first established in 1949. I'd like to thank my recent predecessors, Mr Jason Falinsky and the Honourable Bronwyn Bishop, for their years of dedication and service to our community. You may not know much about Mackellar or our vibrant, diverse and hard-working community, but the 150,000 people that call Mackellar home know we live in a special place. From the beautiful coastline that sweeps south from Palm Beach to Dee Why, to the bushland that lies adjacent to Terry Hills, Duffy's Forest and Belrose, Mackellar is simply a stunning place. For thousands of years before us, Mackellar was home to the Garigal people, and throughout Mackellar you can still stumble upon the area's Indigenous history through rock carvings, middens and paintings. Over 1,000 sites exist on the northern beaches today, an echo of a period long past, but that must be remembered and honoured. However, it is not just the natural beauty or the proud Indigenous history that makes Mackellar a special place. It is the people and their spirit, the spirit of Mackellar. That spirit was embodied by our namesake, Dorothea Mackellar, whose beautiful poem, I Love a Sunburnt Country, moves us still, and whose daring and pioneering spirit led the way for women's rights. Mackellar is home to some of Australia's brightest entrepreneurs, hard-working families, a vibrant art scene and incredible sporting talent. Mackellar is also diverse. Wonderfully, Mackellar has Australia's largest Tibetan community. It is this community spirit, this spirit of Mackellar, that rose during the election campaign to say, enough. We deserve to be heard. We want change. And it is that spirit I represent here in Parliament today. The 2022 election was a watershed moment in our political history. The unprecedented wave of grassroots democracy has resulted in the largest ever lower house crossbench. The Parliament now has more women representing their communities than ever before. How did this wave of change happen? What was the secret? How did someone like me, a GP never previously active in politics, overcome more than a century of party-dominated politics? The key, the power, I believe, was simply listening. Like my other crossbench colleagues, I listened to my community. During the campaign, my team and I asked our community, what do you care about? What type of representative do you want? How can your MP help to improve your quality of life, and how can we work together? The results of this new type of politics, of putting people first and of listening first, were astounding. I had people in their 80s and 90s tell me that it was the first time in their lives they had ever voted differently. Young people came up to me in the street asking if they could hug me, letting me know how grateful they were that instead of being treated condescendingly, someone was finally listening and promising to act, promising to put their future first. In 2022, listening to our communities was our strength. It transformed our community, and now I hope it can transform our future. Many people ask me how a GP got mixed up in politics. Well before my journey, I had watched in awe as the independent movement swept across Indi and then Warringah. I was proud that professional women with no history in politics could take on the political establishment and win. That sense of pride grew when these women changed Australia for the better through their actions, their words and their integrity. In 2019, the election looming, I had my own lightning bolt moment. It came in the form of a 12-year-old boy, Matthias, a friend of my son. I had been troubled about the impact of climate change, that the impact of climate change will have on the health and well-being of children and future generations for many years. On that day, my son and his friends were asking me about climate change, and I responded that yes, one day they would need to act on it. Matthias looked up at me earnestly and said, "Yes, because you adults have failed us." He had a smile on his face. His comment found its target. I listened and I decided to act. As Cathy McGowan puts it so frequently, I realised that there was no cavalry coming over the hill to save us, there was only us. I had to do whatever I could to make a difference. If not you, then who? We've already been waiting 2 decades for action. However, I never imagined that my decision to act that day would end up with me standing here. My colleague Monique Ryan quoted Albus Dumbledore in her first speech. Coming after her, I obviously need to try and outdo her, so I'm quoting Gandalf. It's a dangerous business, Frodo, going out your door. You step onto the road, and if you don't keep your feet, there's no knowing where you might be swept off to. I urge you to join me and step out onto the road. Stepping up as a candidate wasn't easy for me. I've always been pretty horrified by public speaking, for one thing. I also gave up being a GP, a job that I loved, and I knew this role would take me away from my children and family. But I am thankful that my past as an athlete trained me to step outside of my comfort zone. As I had thousands of times before in my previous life, my earlier life, I put myself into the race. Thankfully, I did not stand up alone. A group of strong, everyday women stood up alongside me. Anyo Geddes, Leonie Scarlett, Rebecca Clark, Marie Nutt, Patty Burton. Women who had had their own lightning bolt moments and decided to act. Together, we sat down with locals around the kitchen tables of Mackellar and in the cafes and parks, and we listened. What did we learn? Time and again, climate change was the first issue people talked about and that they were most desperate for the government to act on. We have been warned repeatedly by experts and scientists that climate change is the greatest threat to our environment, our health, our security and our economy, and that opening any more coal mines or gas mines is inconsistent with the Paris target and a livable future. My question is, are we listening? Without a doubt, humans, however, respond to stories, not statistics. So recently I visited Lismore to hear people's stories of the floods from their own mouths. I can only thank the courageous young woman who recounted her story for me, telling me how, without warning, in the middle of the night, cold, dark, swirling waters rose rapidly within inches of their ceiling. She told me of the hours-long struggle as she tried to keep herself, her mother and her 2 dogs alive, of the warmth that started to spread throughout her body as hypothermia set in, of the people who held up their children screaming for them to be rescued as an overloaded tinny took them to higher ground, and of her inability to work or simply take a bath since. The physical and mental scars from repeated extreme weather events will last for years to come. I ask you, are we listening? I believe that if we do listen, if we act, if we take the community with us, we can prevent the worst impacts of climate change and we can grasp the window of opportunity to lead the world in the clean technology revolution. But we must act now. As we listened over cups of tea, we also heard people's deep frustration at the all-too-frequent corruption in our politics. Australians do want to return to decency, accountability and integrity. They want to trust their representatives and have faith in their democracy. They want to have confidence that decisions are being made in their best interests, not vested interests. As we witness the rise of autocracy around the world, we understand how fragile democracy can be. Together, we must work to keep our democracy strong. We must ensure that the institutions underpinning our democracy remain independent and well-funded. We must ensure that political appointments to government agencies are independent and merit-based, and that this is enshrined in law. Trust is the glue that holds society together. Without trust, people lose faith in institutions and disengage from their democracy. Over the next 3 years, I will be working hard with my colleagues to build transparency and accountability into our political processes so that our democracy will remain strong into the future. The people of Mackellar also told us they want a strong economy and support for our local small business community. During my time as a doctor, I've learnt that a strong economy supporting well-paid jobs and stability is the key driver of good health. A decent job gives people purpose and access to the fundamental determinants of health. A roof over someone's head is key to safety, security and prosperity. We heard how difficult it is for many people to make ends meet right now. Despite Mackellar's beauty, there are pockets of disadvantage. Young people, young families and essential workers, many of them women, are being locked out of the housing market and so forced to move out of the area. Small business owners, teachers, nurses and many others are reeling from the pandemic. We can build an economy where small business thrive, where people, no matter their postcode, can prosper, where owning a home is not a distant possibility for young people. We need to act on housing affordability. We need to act on the cost of living pressures we are facing. Investing in renewables and making electric vehicles affordable for everyday Australians will mean lower energy bills and lower everyday cost of living for families and small businesses. As the member for Mackellar, I will work to grow our economy, support local businesses and those who are doing it tough. The people of Mackellar also told us that they struggle to get the health and mental health care they need when they need it. Before becoming a GP, I worked as an emergency doctor at Mona Vale and other hospitals, so I know firsthand the importance of meeting our community's healthcare needs. Chronic disease, population growth, an ageing population, climate change and future pandemics will continue to strain our healthcare services. Now, more than ever, we must invest in our healthcare workforce and value their work. The World Health Organization has warned that climate change is the greatest threat to human health. It will strike the foundation of our health and well-being. In the Lismore region, for example, people are still living in tents. Crops and livestock were lost and local businesses destroyed. Housing security, food security and a stable income are the basis of health. We need to implement a national strategy for climate health and well-being. As your GP will tell you, prevention is better than cure. Acting now on the obesity epidemic will alleviate the burden of future chronic disease. Let's invest in primary health care and in prevention. Let's learn from this pandemic and plan for the next one. Youth mental health is also a pervasive concern for my community. Tragically, the Mackellar community has grieved the loss of too many young lives through suicide. Every young life that is lost is utterly devastating. We must do better. As a GP, I know just how difficult it is for young people and their families to access the mental health services and support they need. Understanding the fear and the extreme stress of parents trying their hardest to keep their children safe without adequate support, I would give them my mobile number so they would always have someone to call. We must prioritise expanding mental health services. The neglect of our aged care system was also exposed by the pandemic. Reform is urgent. We need to ensure older Australians receive the respect and quality of care they deserve. So this week I look forward to supporting the government's bill for 24-hour nursing care and a cap on administration costs. With the benefit of my experience in medicine and public health, I will use my role here to prioritise building health and aged care systems that will meet the challenges of our time. I have spoken a lot today about the power of simply being listened to, its empowering and healing effect. However, for over 200 years, the voice of our First Nations people has not been heard. They weren't listened to when their land was taken away. They weren't listened to when their children were taken away. They weren't listened to when their ancestors' bones were stolen, and they weren't listened to when their culture was suppressed. The Uluru Statement of the Heart, the First Nations voice to Parliament, and the Makarrata, truth-telling, are all generous invitations for us to listen so that healing can begin. After more than 200 years, I hope Australia is finally ready to listen. Lastly, I want to say to the youth of Australia, I'm listening to you and I have your back. I do feel that as politicians, we do have a duty of care towards you. It is your future we are creating, so you do deserve to be heard. Please indulge me as I round off with a few thank yous and tributes. You don't often get such an opportunity as this. I wanted to first acknowledge my female forebearers who provided me with so much inspiration during the campaign. My grandmother Dorothy Arnott, the second woman ever to graduate from vet school at Sydney University. My great-aunt Phyllis Arnott, the first woman in Australia to earn a commercial pilot's licence. My maternal grandmother Joan Probert, who left school at the age of 16 to support the family after her father died. My mother Jenny, always strong and upright, who taught her 4 children the simple yet important life lessons of right and wrong and giving it your all. I thought of them often throughout the campaign and felt, if they could, I could. I'm so grateful that with bold spirits they paved the way. I'm also deeply thankful to my husband and life partner, Adam Magro, for always believing in me and supporting me. Unfortunately, he's not here. He has COVID. To my wonderful children, Freddie, Jasper and Claude, you know already that all of the sacrifice is for you. Your beautiful daily encouragements during the campaign, you're doing a great job, Mum, keep it up, did keep me going. And to my mother and sister Simone and brothers Daniel and Edward and brother-in-law Dave, thank you also for urging me on and keeping me laughing. Dad also would have enjoyed the ride. To the 1,200+ volunteers and the team that campaigned for change, we often spoke about the spirit of Makella during the campaign. And wow, didn't it shine brightly during those months? It showed in the glowing faces of the children smiling up at me, the teens wanting selfies, the honks from tradies, the hugs, the music that was played and the songs that were written, the dancing with signs on the side of the streets, the expressions of deep gratitude from people who told me they felt hopeful for the first time in years. So many words of support. Feel the support, not the pressure, I was told. We kept it positive. We kept it polite, we planned and we prepared. There was joy and there was such wonderful camaraderie. So many deep and lasting friendships and connections were made. It was an exhilarating ride and it has only just begun. To Jackie Scrooby, Louise Hislop and Chris Williams, you gave up your jobs to join me and worked tirelessly by my side every day of the campaign. You had my back in every way. The words thank you do not seem enough. Anthony Reid and Mark Connolly, you guys are pure genius. It was an honour and a pleasure to work with you. Thank you to the rest of the campaign team, Leonie, Rebecca, Kay, Vivian, Seb, Cara, Amelia, Petra and Peter. The hours, the effort and the dedication you put in was nothing short of Herculean. You helped make history and you made it fun. To Kathy McGowan, Kirsty Gold, Tina Jackson, Anna Josephson and Rob Pervez, thank you for so generously sharing your knowledge and providing unwavering support. To the hundreds of donors in Mackellar, the more than 11,000 donors from around the country to Climate 200 and the incredible Climate 200 team themselves. Thank you so much for putting your faith in me and in Mackellar and for giving us a fighting chance against all odds. Thank you for dreaming big. To my friend Anyo Geddes, sorry. You stepped out onto the road with me and you've taken every step on the journey together. Without you, none of us would be here. You are amazing. Finally, to the people of Mackellar, know I am here on your behalf. I will work hard every day to ensure that the spirit of Mackellar burns brightly here in this chamber, that your voices and values are heard and respected, and that your vision for a brighter future can be realised. Thank you all for giving Mackellar back our voice. Thank you. You really got there. You really got there. Thanks, darling. You are inspiration. Yeah.
Order. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is my great honour to stand here as the elected representative for Corangamite for a second term. I thank the people of Corangamite for placing their faith in me, and I will work hard each and every day to honour that faith. For the first time in almost 10 years, the Australian people have voted for a change of government. As a passionate advocate for my community for many years, it is with a sense of relief now to be part of a government that will get things done, that will be more compassionate and more accountable. I am proud of the Albanese Labor government's commitment to addressing the big issues and making structural and policy changes to improve the lives of all Australians. We have major challenges ahead, but by putting the well-being of people and the protection of our environment at the heart of all policy, we have a positive agenda for the future. I am particularly proud of the Albanese Labor government, which has, under the direction of my colleague, the Minister for Industrial Relations, introduced legislation to ensure all employees across Australia have access to 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. As a government, we are determined to make these big challenges. As the Mayor of the Surf Coast Shire, I and my team worked closely with the ACTU and the then President Jed Carney, now the Honourable Member for Cooper, and the Australian Services Union to introduce 10 days family violence leave across the Surf Coast municipality, the first council to do so 12 years ago. And from little things, big things grow, Deputy Speaker. Now, this fundamental and vital support has been embraced by councils and corporations across Australia. This legislation matters. It means people experiencing horrific and often hidden violence do not have to choose between keeping a job and a wage or fleeing family and domestic violence. I thank my constituents, the union movement and every person who has advocated for survivors of family violence to make this happen. In my role as member for Corangamite, I remain committed to representing the interests and concerns of my community. I have listened to my constituents, and they have told me that they care deeply about the big challenges we face. Issues such as climate change, aged care, NDIS, healthcare, integrity in government, quality education, reliable communications and decent roads that connect us to work, to schools and essential services. In my regional electorate, safe and reliable roads are essential. My constituents remind me of it on a daily basis. This is why my government has committed $125 million to build the second stage of the Barwon Heads Road. This is a significant arterial link between the Bellarine and Geelong, in a rapidly growing part of my electorate. This critical piece of infrastructure will serve more than 60,000 residents in the next 2 decades. My region and the nation face rising costs of living pressures, low wage growth, the devastating impact of climate change and a skills shortage. We are determined to face these big challenges and overcome them. We cannot waste a single day. Investing in healthcare is one of our most important investments. It will become easier for people in my electorate to get into a doctor and receive care under Labor's policy to provide automatic distribution priority area classification to regional centres like mine. This means that places in my electorate, like Torquay, Ocean Grove and Bannockburn, will now have access to more doctors to employ in their clinics and ultimately help patients across my region to see a doctor for non-urgent care, quicker and closer to home. Labor is also delivering at least 50 urgent care clinics across the country to take the pressure off our emergency departments, which are struggling at the moment. We recognise this, and we will include these urgent care clinics, and I'm proud to say that there will be one in Geelong. We have announced it, and it will serve our region. These clinics will make it easier for families to see a doctor or a nurse when they have an urgent but non-life-threatening care need. These clinics will bulk bill, easing cost of living pressures on families. Under the previous government, the cost of seeing a GP increased by 43% in my region, and Labor is investing almost $1 billion in primary care through the Strengthening Medicare Fund to deliver better access and care for patients. Our Strengthening Medicare GP grants will invest $220 million in our local GP practices after almost 10 years of Liberal cuts and neglects. These grants will provide funding for GPs to help them do things like upgrade IT systems, upskill staff, purchase new equipment and upgrade ventilation and infection control at a time when we know that COVID is still ever present. It's time we made healthcare accessible and affordable for everyone, and it's time we properly supported our healthcare professionals during what is one of the most challenging periods in our history. Now, childcare. In my electorate, we have many, many young families and lots of parents who rely on childcare so they can get back to work. Labor's plan to make childcare cheaper will help thousands of families in my region. No one should be penalised for taking on extra hours, extra days or a job. Cheaper childcare will help mums and dads get ahead. Too many families are locked out of childcare because it's just too expensive. Improving our childcare system is a fundamental economic reform. Investing in childcare will improve productivity and women's participation in the workforce, which will in turn help boost women's superannuation and reduce the gender pay gap. Under Labor, people will now get a fair go at work. Too many people are struggling on low wages with poor working conditions. We can do so much better. We owe it to the Australian people to lift wages and conditions for workers across all sectors. We are part of the way there with our increase in the minimum wage. We have committed to ensuring Australians have access to secure jobs, and we want decent wages and conditions and safe working conditions for all workers. The Uluru Statement from the Heart. It is something that I and my Labor colleagues are passionate about. The implementation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full, voice, treaty and truth, is an opportunity for healing, truth-telling and closing the gap. This will be a defining moment in our history, and I'm proud to be part of an Albanese Labor government that is taking real action to promote unity and healing by holding a Voice to Parliament referendum in this term of government. We will work in genuine partnership with First Nations people for better outcomes. We know that if we want change, we must allow the voices of First Nations people to be heard and to heal the traumas of the past. I was honoured to accompany the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Linda Burney, and Deputy Leader Richard Marles during the election campaign to announce Labor's investment in the Wathaurong Aboriginal Crop Cooperative, which will benefit First Nations people in my electorate. This $15.6 million investment will go towards upgrading facilities. The upgrade will create a space that meets current and future needs, including additional health consulting rooms, meeting spaces and a conference centre. The Wathaurong services cover an area of 700 square kilometres across Geelong, Colac, the Bellarine Peninsula and the Western Metro region of Melbourne. This service supports a community of more than 3,500 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, providing families with a range of important supports. Climate change and energy is another major commitment of Labor. We brought it to the election, and I know my community is so proud that we have stepped up on this. We will take action on climate change, and we will invest in renewable energy, and I can assure my community I will be working very hard to ensure that any manufacturing opportunities in relation to renewables are grasped by the region. In my electorate, Labor will deliver on a community battery for the Sands Estate community in Torquay. The Sands Owners Corporation worked hard to build a case for a community battery over a long period of time. They spoke to me frequently, talking about this important need, and it was with great pride that during the election campaign I made a commitment towards this community battery. It will allow local households to feed solar power into their shared battery during the day and draw from it at night. This will cut electricity bills and reduce emissions and pressure on the grid, which we must upgrade. The Sands community aims to reach net zero by 2024. I applaud this community for its vision and commitment to reducing emissions. It perfectly illustrates Labor's Powering Australia plan that has been backed by business and industry across the country and will help to cut power bills for thousands and thousands of families and businesses. I was particularly proud to make this announcement and to see the project now begin soon and to work with them for its completion. As I said earlier, families across the Bellarine will have quicker and safer commutes to work, school and weekend sport, thanks to a $125 million commitment the Labor Party made in the lead-up to the election. Now in government, we will be able to deliver it, to build Stage 2 of the Barwon Heads Road duplication. By 2031, the Barwon Heads Road will carry up to 44,000 cars and trucks every day. If we don't build for that traffic growth now, locals will be trapped in an ever-growing gridlock. And I want to assure my community that I'll be working hard to deliver this in a timely manner, because I know how challenging it can be for many who currently use that road. I'm also proud of my election commitment of $20 million towards a 50-metre indoor pool in Drysdale on the Bellarine Peninsula. This is a growing region, and people deserve to be well, in good health, and to be able to exercise and connect. This pool will deliver on that. And after surveying almost 2,000 residents on the Bellarine, they overwhelmingly told me they wanted this indoor pool. I am working with the local and state governments to deliver this exciting commitment for the people of the Bellarine, and I look forward to seeing this opened in the first term of our government. We pledged $6 million towards a regional highball facility for the urban growth area of Armstrong Creek. The highball facility will help to address a lag in sporting and community infrastructure and provide an opportunity to host regional tournaments in the basketball, netball and other outdoor ball sports. The Commonwealth Games is also coming to the region, and I look forward to working with our state government on any opportunities that do arise. This highball centre will be a place for hundreds of local families, the kids and the mums and dads coming together, meeting each other and making friendships for years into the future. Another important commitment is a headspace for Armstrong Creek. Young people will finally have a dedicated service for early intervention mental health support. We committed $4.8 million to establish a full-service headspace centre in Armstrong Creek, which will also service the surrounding area of Torquay, Janjuk, Grovedale and Marshall. The Albanese government will support young people and their families through our mental health challenges. And we know from COVID-19 the everyday pressures and the demand that has come for mental health support. It has surged across Australia and certainly in my region, impacting young people. And they have come to me and they have spoken to me about the need for better services. So a headspace for Armstrong Creek will be something that I will work with the community to deliver. Deputy Speaker, my electorate of Corangamite has one of the highest number of veterans in the state, with over 2,000 veterans and family members. In the Greater Geelong region, there are around 3,500 veterans and family members. We must do better to support them. The Albanese government will invest in defence personnel and veterans in the Surf Coast and the Geelong region by providing $5 million in funding for a new Veterans Wellbeing Centre. The hub will be a one-stop shop for veterans and their families to access a range of services, including transition, wellbeing support, advocacy, employment and housing assistance and, importantly, social connection. I will soon be consulting with local stakeholders and RSL branches and the community to find the best location for a hub. Over the past 3 years, I've had a large number of environmental active people from the region speak to me about the need to look at stormwater runoff. We have some of the most beautiful wetlands in Australia. The Carafe wetlands in my region are currently facing decimation because the stormwater has not been treated well. The local council is very aware of how important these wetlands are, and I'll give them a shout-out for actually the work they're doing in that area. Before the last election, we committed $1.9 million to looking at how we do better for these wetlands. I'm proud to say that now in government, we can actually work on the Carafe Wetlands Restoration Project, which is to the north of Torquay. The Carafe Wetlands is 320 hectares of wild open country, and it is hypersaline salt marsh. It's also home to migratory waders from North Asia and the endangered orange-bellied parrot. The Albanese government is committed to protecting our important waterways and wetlands, and I will be proud to work with the community and the council to make sure that we improve these wetlands, that they are saline and that the stormwater runoff is managed in a way that is responsible and environmentally sustainable. Community batteries, they are the way of the future. Our government is recognising that. They offer people the community to reduce our emissions, use renewable energy, reduce energy bills at a local and community level. And I'm very proud that under the Albanese Labor government, Torquay will soon be home to one of the first community batteries, as I mentioned earlier. Importantly, there will be more opportunities for local communities to embrace this innovation, and it's something I will be encouraging my community to take up. Mr Speaker, I understand the importance of government financial support to local sporting and community clubs. These are grassroots organisations. They are the glue that binds us together. That's why my government has committed to a number of sporting and community upgrades across my electorate, including the Queenscliff Football Netball Club, the Leopold Memorial Reserve, the Port Arlington Football and Netball Club, the Torquay Tigers Spring Creek Football and Netball Club, Ocean Grove Memorial Recreation Reserve, Barwon Heads Football Netball Club and the Bannockburn Football Netball Club. These are all important organisations where people come together, where children play sport, and where I've attended many, many times. And it was great pleasure to support these organisations, which are largely driven by volunteers. We're also funding an active youth space project in Inverleigh, an expanded childcare service at the Bannockburn Family Services Centre and a mobile black spot in St Leonard's. Throughout my region, communications mobile is in many places underdone, and we need to do better. And I will be working with the Minister for Communications to ensure that my region is well connected and has reliable mobile services. As a local member for Corangamite, I want to do my best for my constituents and for all Australians. Now in government, we will get down to work and deliver on our commitments and give all Australians a better future. Thank you.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and congratulations to your appointment to the panel. Thank you to the people of Cooper, an incredibly progressive group of constituents. At the last ABC, or the one before the last ABC survey, my electorate of Cooper was named the most progressive in the country, and I believe it's been pipped at the post by the good people of Wills, ably represented here by my friend Peter Khalil, the member for Wills. The people of Cooper have told me what they care about. They care about climate change. They care about refugees. They care about decent jobs and the cost of living. They care deeply about the troubled aged care sector. They care about homelessness and, of course, decent public education, healthcare and Medicare, and, importantly, integrity in politics. And I'm proud to say, Deputy Speaker, that I have one of the largest First Nations communities in urban Victoria in Cooper. And so the Uluru Statement from the Heart, Voice, Truth and Treaty was first and foremost in the things they wanted me to progress here as their member. I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the First Peoples Assembly in Victoria working towards treaty alongside the Europe Truth-Telling Commission, and congratulate Auntie Geraldine Atkinson and Marcus Stewart as co-chairs of the Assembly. We are learning from them in Victoria, watching as we move towards advancing the Uluru Statement, with the largest number of First Nations parliamentarians in the history of this parliament. I'm proud to say that they are led here in the government by Minister Linda Burney and Special Envoy Senator Pat Dodson. And I'd like in particular to acknowledge my very good friend and fellow Victorian Senator Jana Stewart on her election. My electorate Cooper is named after William Cooper, a First Nations activist, brave and relentless in the fight for self-determination, spearheading all those years ago the struggle for a voice to Parliament, albeit via a petition to the then King. Deputy Speaker, what a wonderful start to Parliament we've had, with that welcome to country by Dr. Auntie Matilda House-Williams and her son Paul, reiterating the urgency around the Uluru Statement from the Heart. And last weekend at Garma we heard a wonderful speech from our Prime Minister, a speech that spoke of generosity and gracious acceptance of that offer. He spoke of manners, of this being a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to walk with our First Peoples, and whilst acknowledging the atrocities of the past, we can create a better future. and one we can look back on at the end of the day with pride. At the end of your life, you want to look back. You want to look back and think you made a difference for the better. And we all try, of course, in our own way, raising our kids right, helping our neighbours, volunteering, being as good a person as we can. But here in this House, my goodness, here in this House we have been given a great opportunity, a privilege not afforded to everyone, to make a difference as the government for the ages, even beyond our mortal selves. And it is Labor governments that do that. The Prime Minister has said his will be a government that leads with heart. I want to be here with him. I'm proud to be here with him and this government to do just that. The first day's legislative agenda did show what we mean. Changed standing orders to create family-friendly hours was one of the first pieces of legislation tabled in this House, responding to the Jenkins report in full. And this place should be an exemplary workplace and set the standard. The Minister for Climate Change introduced his comprehensive bill, the most comprehensive plan supported by all sectors of society, setting up the architecture for us to launch our future as a renewable energy superpower, and a big call out to all the climate activists in my electorate, passionate about this and committed to saving the planet. Aged care with years of neglect. So many of my constituents begged me to convince the previous government to act on aged care, and I am so proud to tell them we will. We stood here and tabled legislation to abolish the cashless debit card, a racist, punitive invention from the previous government. We will help seniors with the cost of living. And to come, yet to come, is a wonderful agenda: universal childcare support, protecting the environment, paid family and domestic violence leave. It was incredible to sit here in the House and listen to the Minister introduce that legislation, something that I personally have fought for decades. Strengthening Medicare, fixing the GP shortage, ensuring our exhausted health workforce that we are here to make things better. We're going to have a Jobs and Skills Summit to make sure that we are prepared for the future, looking at insecure work, women's participation, all abilities inclusive workforce, skills shortages. We will look seriously at the role of immigration for skilled workers as pathways to permanency, as well as improving productivity for this country. And we will look to abolishing indefinite detention and getting rid of punitive temporary visas for people seeking asylum, making sure there are pathways to permanent residency and safe resettlement. And of course, as I mentioned, there is Uluru Statement from the Heart. Deputy Speaker, my electorate of Cooper is a vibrant, diverse electorate. It's home to 2-pound POMs and their families. It's home to post-war families who moved into Reservoir before the roads were sealed. It's home to a marvellous mix of migrants from Italy, from Greece, from China, Vietnam, Macedonia, African countries, the Middle East, you name it. We have them there in Cooper, and it's wonderful. Home to artists. It's home to manufacturers, to brewers, and thousands of small businesses, and of course the wonderful La Trobe University and dozens of fantastic schools. Sports nuts of all types, from roller derby world champions to lawn bowlers. It is a large and vibrant First Peoples community, home to the Aboriginal Advancement League and the legacy of William Cooper and Sir Doug Nichols, and to Auntie Norma Thorpe, her gathering place at Darty Munwarrow. Deputy Speaker, I stand here privileged to be the member for Cooper.
I thank the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care for that contribution. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. If the member's speech was interrupted, as indeed it was, you will be given leave to continue speaking once the debate has resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member. I'm having Moore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the people of Moore for entrusting me as their representative for a 4th term. On behalf of the Returned Services League, Joondalup City Sub-Branch, ably led by veterans Rick Green and Bruce MacDonald, and in a spirit of bipartisanship, I call upon the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the new Albanese government to honour the commitment made by the previous government to provide for the relocation of the Ocean Reef War Memorial to a new permanent site at the redeveloped Ocean Reef Marina. Impending construction work at the site means that the memorial arch, constructed of steel and glass, built to commemorate the centenary of the Anzac landings at Gallipoli, will soon need to be dismantled and placed into storage. With $1.5 million in federal funding, Development WA will be able to restore the memorial to a new waterfront site for our community and future generations of Australians to gather on Anzac and Remembrance Days to remember the sacrifice of all veterans for our country. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the highlights of the campaign for me was the now government's commitment of $4.7 million in funding for the Vietnamese Museum Australia, which will be Australia's first museum to focus specifically on the incredible journey and contribution of Australia's Vietnamese community. The Vietnamese Museum Australia will preserve and celebrate Vietnamese heritage and culture, including the stories of at least 110,000 Vietnamese refugees who were welcomed by Australia between 1975 and 1995. Each of these 110,000 stories is unique, and each of them is remarkable. For each of these stories, there is a person or a family whose life was completely disrupted, who had to leave everything behind, who had to undertake an incredibly perilous journey, often life-threatening. Many of these people spent years in refugee camps. All of these people were ultimately welcomed by Australia, something I think that everybody in this chamber is now proud of. And all of these people in that period and since have repaid that gesture many, many times over. The architectural design of the building will incorporate many features that celebrate this journey, starting with the towering waves and featuring Australia's red earth. I look forward to the many steps in the completion of this incredibly important project.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Groom.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The $50 million Trailblazer funding investment made under the previous government is the single largest government funding that the UniSQ has ever received. This investment opens the door to a whole new universe of opportunities for future generations of local kids who are interested in exploring the emerging field of space engineering. Who would have thought, even at the turn of the century, that Toowoomba, a city known for its agricultural strength, would emerge as the leader in our nation's space research, and yet this is the reality that we face. Beyond research, this means a whole new manufacturing industry for our region and strengthens our ties to future defence capabilities. At the Oakey Army Aviation Centre at the World Camp Airport, we have seen Boeing base its Loyal Wingman program, and we're growing in our region, our local defence industry. The lessons, sadly, from Russia's war with the Ukraine show that more and more our national defence will rely upon brilliant minds and new technologies supporting our brave boots on the ground, and I'm so proud to think that our region can continue to contribute in this way. To Chancellor John Dornbush, Vice-Chancellor Geraldine McKenzie, and particularly Professor Peter Schubel, they will be commended for their relentless advocacy for this funding, as Groom continues to broaden its economy, creating new opportunities for coming generations. This addition will be remembered not as a small step, but as a giant leap, and I thank all involved for the tremendous efforts, including the fantastic member for Wright and Toowoomba North.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last weekend we mourned, remembered and commemorated the lives of 18 men who lost their lives in the Box Flat coal mining disaster in Ipswich in 1972. I want to thank President Hugh Taylor and the Ipswich Historical Society for the great work they did over the weekend, including the unveiling of the Mines Rescue display, the memorial service, which was very moving last Sunday. After Box Flat and multiple inquiries, including a mining wardens inquiry, changes were made in terms of law, regulation, safety and testing. Deputy Speaker, on the 31st of July 1972 at 2:47 a.m, and I remember the explosion myself, 17 miners were killed in an explosion at Box Flat coal mine at Swanbank near Ipswich. Another man lost his life 19 months later. 8 of the men lost that day were members of the Baval Mines Rescue Brigade who had bravely gone back into the mine to attempt to extinguish and seal off the fire and to save their mates. It remains the worst mining disaster in Ipswich's history and one of the greatest losses of life in Queensland's mining industry. The entrances were sealed and the bodies never recovered. My heart goes out to those families who for generations have suffered and endured loss and pain. Thank you to Hugh and the Ipswich Historical Society for what they did over the weekend for those families.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, one of the major brakes on economic development in Tasmania is the cost of getting people, vehicles and freight across Bass Strait, which is why we urgently need enhancement of both the Bass Strait Freight Equalisation Scheme and the Passenger Vehicle Equalisation Scheme. Only then will Tasmanians enjoy genuine parity to mainland transport costs, which is more important than ever as the state recovers from pandemic lockdowns and border closures, and for Tasmania to take full advantage of the current tourist boom. Deputy Speaker, the equalisation schemes have tried to cover the gaps, but frankly they've never come close to offsetting the added cost of crossing the strait. Moreover, some businesses tell me that it costs them more to pay the staff to fill out the paperwork to access the subsidies than they actually save from the subsidies themselves. And after the last federal government's attempt to further subsidise vehicle passenger fares resulted in gross price hikes for customers rather than savings, it's clear a more effective scheme is needed. Deputy Speaker, the cost for freight, vehicles and passengers to cross the strait should be no more than travelling the same distance on Highway 1 on the mainland. So I call on the new government to finally implement an effective subsidy scheme, one which applies to all outbound and inbound people, vehicles and freight, because only then will Tasmania's economy be truly unleashed. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the Uluru Statement from the Heart, it talks about the request for voice in this way. We seek constitutional reforms to empower our people and take a rightful place in our own country. When we have power over our destiny, our children will flourish. They will walk in two worlds and their culture will be a gift to their country. And in an expression of generosity, as the Prime Minister has described it, the Uluru Statement from the Heart finishes with this invitation. We invite you to walk with us in a movement of the Australian people for a better future. That invitation is one that all of us in this parliament, in both chambers, must accept. We live in a country whose recent history is one of taking children from their families because of the colour of their skin and for no other reason. But we live in a country where people of good heart and good intention want a better future, and they want it for all of us. We want it for those children up there in the gallery, and we want it for the children in remote and regional communities across this country. I implore everyone who has a position of leadership, walk with the Prime Minister and our First Nations people to implement the Uluru Statement from the Heart and get a yes at the upcoming referendum.
I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In Goldstein you'll find vast open spaces and sporting fields, which on most evenings are full of children and adults training and on the weekend playing sport. At this time of year, many of those fields and pavilions are being used by teams playing Aussie rules. And in happy news, those teams are more and more frequently made up of women and girls motivated by the advent of the AFLW. But in several cases, there is a lack of adequate changing facilities to cater for men and women training and playing on overlapping schedules. At the landmark Trevor Barker Oval on Beach Road at Sandringham, for example, this is the case. The facilities at Trevor Barker, along with that at Peterson Reserve in Hyatt and Brighton Beach, had all been earmarked for funding by the previous federal government in partnership with Bayside Council. There's now uncertainty within these sporting clubs, which are so central to our community and our environment, about their planned upgrades. Across Goldstein, in Bentley, Cheltenham and elsewhere, some girls change into their sport kit in the car due to the lack of privacy and appropriate space to change. I call on the government to partner with local councils, state government and the AFL to ensure that girls and women, and indeed people of all genders, can access safe and fit-for-purpose changing facilities to enable equitable access to playing sport. And I would be pleased to work with the government on these changes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to talk about the upcoming World Nines Aussie Rules International event coming to Darwin on Saturday the 13th of August. The World Nines is run by Australian Football International and it's got adapted rules because we play on rectangular fields, either a soccer field or a rugby field. And there's only 9 players instead of the usual 18. And it makes it more accessible and easier to organise compared to the traditional Australian rules game. And few things, as all honourable members know, bring people together like sports, and we have many multicultural communities in Darwin, and many of them are represented at this competition, including a Greek team, a Timor-Leste team, Pacific Island team, a team from the Irish communities, as well as a Larrakia team, the traditional owners of the Darwin region. And for this competition, it's been a real privilege to work with and sponsor the newly formed Darwin Lions for the competition, which is a team consisting of players from Darwin's vibrant African community. Sport's such a fundamental part of life in the Territory, so I can't wait to what will be a cracking carnival on the 13th of August. And while I'm up on my feet talking about sport, as the chair of the Parliamentary Rugby Club, I'm very proud to say that we played Balmain recently and we were, Deputy Speaker, very humbly victorious in that game. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's a truism of politics that governments, when they're elected, bring to office a set of policies, plans, mandates, an agenda of anything to do with the critical issues of our time. And yet, when we look at the government so far, Australians are rightly asking, what is the plan on the economy? When we look ahead, Australians can see already, we've been looking at it for some time, inflation's on the rise, interest rates are on the rise, the challenges facing the economy are more than ever before. And so Australians rightly ask the government, what is the plan, what is the agenda, what is the mandate, what is the policy that you bring? And it's not as if we don't have a shadow treasurer, Mr Speaker, who of course has come forward with a PhD in economics, who spent time working for allegedly the best treasurer in the world, who has had time in opposition to formulate a plan, and instead, when the government came forward last week with its painting, it painted a picture. It served as a data collection agency. It said, here's a set of facts that are very troubling about the economy coming forward. What we would like to know, and what the Australian people would like to know, what small businesses would like to know, what everyone who is struggling with their power prices, with their price of goods and services, what will the plan be? We know so far the government has said we're going to have a summit. Well, that's all well and good, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the question that we really need to focus in with laser-like focus, what is the agenda? When you get to government, you need that plan, you need to implement the plan, you need to deliver on your policies.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sadly, last week on the 27th of July, a man lost his life on Appin Road in my electorate of Macarthur. Appin Road we've been talking about really since 2015, when approval was mooted for a Lend-Lease development on one side of that road. There was increasing traffic from the port of Wollongong coming along Appin Road through my electorate of Macarthur, through Campbelltown into Sydney, and there'd been a number of deaths on the road. Shamefully, nothing has changed. In the last 2 decades, 25 people have lost their life on that road. It's a very dangerous 2-lane road, 1 lane each way, surrounded by heavily wooded areas with large trees. You make a mistake on Appin Road, there's no way out, and very likely you'll lose your life. Liberal national governments have done nothing about that in spite of entreaties over years. We've been talking and talking and talking. We can't even get the ministers from the New South Wales State Government out to even look at the road. We need koala protections on that road, but most of all, we need attention to that road so lives can be saved. I've called for a summit of federal, state and local government members to try and finally get some action on the very dangerous Appin Road. We all should be ashamed of what's happening. Thank you.
I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the winners from my electorate from the 2022 Surf Lifesaving Awards recently. From the Far North Coast branch, congratulations to the Assessor of the Year, Terry Mortimer from Ballina Lighthouse and Blismore, Facilitator of the Year, Moira Pontefract from the Evans Head Casino Club. Services Team of the Year, the Flood Response Team, who did a wonderful job, again from Evans Head Casino Surf Lifesaving Club. The Junior Club of the Year, Yamba Surf Lifesaving Club. The Administrator of the Year, Tina Redman from the Evans Head Casino Club. And the Youth Athlete of the Year, Kalani Ives from the Yamba Surf Lifesaving Club. Sports Team of the Year went to the wonderful Yamba Boilers Boat Crew. Thanks also to the Far North Coast Branch Executive, Wilson Cregan, David Rope, Marissa Walling, Debbie Pawsley, Jeff Horsley, Simon Kalensky and Donald Weishart. And from the North Coast Branch, congratulations to the Female Lifesaver of the Year, Emily Burgess from the Whoopee Surf Lifesaving Club. The Male Surf Lifesaver of the Year went to Ian Brown from Red Rock, Corindi. And the Trainer Assessor of the Year went to Glennis Truer from Whoopee Surf Lifesaving Club. And the Under-19 Male Champion, Reese Irving from Miniwater Woolai. And the Masters Ladies Champion, Belinda Schofield from the Whoopee Club. Life membership also went to, and very well rewarded, was to Sue Neal, who deserves that, from Whoopee Surf Lifesaving Club. And thanks to their executive, Les Pepper, Kevin Clancy, John Waite, Gary Howe, Jane Morrison and Sue Neal, Patrick Mullen and Nicole Slater. And I thank all the wonderful volunteers from our surf lifesaving clubs everywhere who do a great job keeping us safe, and congratulations again to all those winners.
I thank the member for Page and give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, if you go down into the heart of McNamara, you'll have the magnificent Shrine of Remembrance. It's a great and fitting tribute to the men and women who have served our country, and it stands there to celebrate and to thank those who have given the ultimate sacrifice, including many who, even in their time in Australia, had conditions and settings put on them that were unfair, like our First Nations servicemen and women who have served our country even without the right to vote in this country, and of course our LGBTIQ servicemen and women who, for up until recently, had to hide their identity as part of their service to our Defence Forces. And that's why when the Shrine of Remembrance, in their latest exhibition, was celebrating the LGBTIQ servicemen and women who have participated and served our nation, I think it was a wonderful tribute to those who have been often sidelined and those who have faced difficult circumstances. Unfortunately, as part of that exhibition, many of the staff at the Shrine have faced threats of violence and threats of intimidation by members of the public, and they had to cancel a display of pride at the Shrine of Remembrance. And I would just say that in McNamara we are so proud of the Shrine, and we are proud of all the men and women who have served our Defence Forces, regardless of their race, gender, sexuality or whoever they are. We are proud of them and we thank them for who they are.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your position. My electorate of Petrie in Queensland is rich with sporting clubs, and I'm proud of the sporting culture that exists within the Petrie community. Recently I was invited to attend the North Lakes Blues Netball Club grand opening as they officially unveiled their 4 new netball courts. Prior to this, North Lakes had no publicly available netball courts, and the club were forced to hire courts at a significant expense, which was passed on to players. The club's president, Samantha Malapido, and I met back in 2017. She told me that she had approached different levels of government, pleading with them to help the displaced club. I acted immediately and I was able to get a petition signed by all the players of the North Lakes Blues, their families, volunteers, coaches, and I was able to secure $1 million in federal funding from the coalition government. I'd also like to acknowledge Division 4 Councillor Jodie Shipway, who was also very supportive and secured council funding. As well as Samantha Malapido and her family, I'd like to acknowledge the club's volunteer executive, Treasurer Nicole George, who was brilliant at helping implement this funding through council, Secretary Jodie Killian, Vice President Sonia O'Brien for their instrumental advocacy. And Deputy Speaker, stories like this are why the Albanese government must prioritise funding for community grants in their October budget or risk losing touch with community.
Thank you. For Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I was stuck here over the weekend, and Canberra's a beautiful place, but I do miss my electorate, and there was a lot on. And I've given my apologies to the groups and individuals, but I just want to note them here in the House. First, Arts Deloraine had their Midwinter Festival, Winter Fire, arts, music, produce from the beautiful Meander Valley. Just so much on, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there. They had bonfires and a traditional smoking ceremony as well. Landcare Tasmania had a big planting day down at Bridgewater in the south of my electorate. That was yesterday. Hundreds of people would have turned out to plant trees, so well done to all involved in that. There was also on the weekend, on July 31st, a walk for Oscar Cripps, a little 4-year-old boy who is suffering lymphoblastic leukemia. There was a walk for him as he suffers through that. A fundraiser up in Deloraine, a wonderful initiative organised by family daycare educators Tammy Hilda and Susanna Haberl. They invited me to participate. Of course, I donated. I'm very sorry I couldn't be there for that as well. Old Mates Day in the south. Terry White, what a legend, getting farmers together because of the sale yards closure. Hundreds of people would have turned out for that. Always a fantastic occasion. And last but not least, opening the gate starts this week. A boon in agritourism in Tasmania.
I give the call the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the recovery from the Black Summer bushfires is ongoing across East Gippsland. Stories remain, though, of personal hardship more than 2 years after the fires devastated my community. There's also stories, Mr Speaker, in relation to community facilities. And the community facilities are so important because they give an opportunity for communities to come together and assist each other in the recovery process. Now, there have been many positives, Mr Speaker. We've worked successfully across state and federal governments to identify local priorities and secure funding for projects in my region. But there does need to be a greater sense of urgency, Mr Speaker, in getting these projects actually delivered. Now, I acknowledge that the COVID pandemic and the supply chain difficulties which have ensued have made it harder for communities to recover, but we do need to see a greater sense of urgency across the bureaucracy. Now, two of the most heavily impacted communities in my electorate were Sarsfield and Ensay, Mr Speaker, and they originally were deemed ineligible for Black Summer bushfire recovery grants. But we were able to overcome this technicality in relation to the ABN numbers and the heavy-handed bureaucratic approach of the NRRA to secure $5.9 million through the former Deputy Prime Minister's office to upgrade the recreation reserves at both Sarsfield and Ensay. Now, the critical point, Mr Speaker, is this funding was announced in March this year, March 24th, more than 2 months, or around 2 months before the election. This is not a question of an announcement being made in caretaker period. It was a victory for communities, a victory for common sense. Since the election, though, Mr Speaker, there's been no news in relation to these grants. I've written to both ministers responsible. I'm urging them to show some common sense and support these communities as they recover from the Black Summer bushfires.
I give the call to the member for Lalor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, Mr Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank my local community for returning me to the parliament as the member for Lalor. A very personal thank you to the electors of Lalor who, with me, celebrate that I don't just return for the 4th time in this House, but I return on this side of the House, and that they were involved in delivering a Labor government. Because I know what a Labor government means to the people of my electorate. And if I needed another reminder, an election campaign certainly reminded me. My community worked tirelessly to send me back to Canberra. They worked tirelessly to deliver a Labor government. And I want to thank Henry Barlow, long-time servant of the Labor Party on a volunteer basis, who worked tirelessly on my campaign. He led a team that reflected our multicultural community. Leaders across our multicultural, multi-faith community assisted in my campaign because they know how important a Labor government is for a community like ours, a community that is in a growth corridor, a community where needs are new every day, where the growth means that as soon as one thing is delivered, another need arises. They know that a Labor government, that I will be here to deliver for them. I also want to thank my partner John, my sons Michael, Anthony and James for their support in what is, again, a trying time, but they were fabulous and I love them dearly. Thank you.
I give the call to the member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was delighted to attend the 75th anniversary celebrations of the Glenorrey Rural Fire Service to present medals to some wonderful Australians. Rod Derriman was awarded a national medal for his 23 years of service. As captain, Rod has fostered a strong sense of community within the brigade. Bruce Whiteman was awarded the national medal. Over his 47 years of service, Bruce has taken it upon himself to train younger members. Ross Lithgow was awarded a medal for 46 years of service. Ross is a life member of the brigade and has held several leadership roles. Elizabeth Whiteman was awarded a medal for 35 years of service. Elizabeth's worn many hats during her time and is currently the brigade secretary. Diane Coxon-Ellis was awarded a national medal for 28 years of service and was deputy captain of the Communications Brigade for over 10 years. Craig Whiteman was awarded a National Service Medal and National Emergency Medal for 27 years of service. Craig completed his basic training before he was 16 and has held several leadership positions. Colvin Ellis was awarded a national medal. Colvin's been integral to the Brigade's interagency work, having worked in tandem with other agencies for his 27 years of service. Glyn Lloyd was awarded the National Medal and National Emergency Medal for 21 years of service. Having served since he was 16, he's been an invaluable mentor to younger members. And Mark Blewett was awarded a National Medal and National Emergency Medal for his 19 years of service. During his time, Mark has volunteered for several out-of-area commitments. I want to congratulate everyone at the Glenorrhea RFS. Thank you for your service to our community and the nation.
I give the call to the honourable member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, I'm pleased to let the House know that last month the Lions Club of Eltham held their changeover dinner. And while unfortunately I couldn't personally attend, I have heard the reports from the dinner and I'm really pleased to have been updated on the work of this great community group. I want to pay special tribute to Peter Talbot, who is a local Eltham legend. I recognise the many years of service he has given to the club and to his local community, and I congratulate him and thank him for once again taking on the role of president. The Lions Club of Eltham was formed in 1976 and it's spent the last 46 years in service to the residents of my electorate of Jagga Jagga and the surrounding area. And anyone who knows the Lions Club knows that no job is too big, no job is too small. In fact, they pick up so many of those things that fall between the cracks elsewhere. They run a legendary sausage sizzle. I myself have enjoyed it a number of times. And I know that particularly older people in my electorate appreciate the services that they provide. So congratulations to the Eltham's Lions. They're part of a broader group of more than 25,000 Lion members across Australia who provide this service in their communities. I'm really proud to provide my support to local groups such as the Eltham Lions. I know that they continue to make lives better in my community and in others across the country.
I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Speaker, before the election we heard that an Albanese government would support Australian manufacturing like never before. But what we have seen so far is the so-called Party of the Worker put jobs at risk by stalling funding commitments made to our Aussie manufacturers. Projects totalling over $1 billion budgeted through the Morrison government's Modern Manufacturing Initiative are at risk of being torn up by this industry minister. These are projects in critical industries: defence, national security, food security, recycling and, importantly, medical products. It's been a week since I first called for the minister to do something. And what have we heard? Nothing. Crickets. Well, crickets are not going to create the jobs and economic certainty that employers and manufacturers are crying out for. Instead, the government initiates a value-for-money review, ignoring the fact that a comprehensive assessment by an independent committee has already taken place. With soaring electricity prices, labour shortages and rising inflation, Australian manufacturers cannot afford a government which does not deliver on commitments. Today, I wrote to the minister on behalf of all manufacturers across the nation to ask why the delay and to call on the minister to immediately confirm their funding arrangements. Labor's actions cast a dark cloud over these manufacturing businesses. Apprentices, trainees, their families, our communities, a dark cloud over our economy. The minister needs to step up and come clean and sort it out.
Order. Before we move to question order. Before we move to question time, I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, we mourn the passing of Archie Roach. Our country has lost a brilliant talent, a powerful and prolific national truth-teller. Archie's music drew from a well of trauma and pain, but it flowed with a beauty and a resonance that moved us all. We will always have his voice. As he sang, Archie gave Australia a priceless gift. With songs informed by his own experiences as a member of the stolen generations, he brought us face to face with the truth. His music spanned the breadth of the human experience. He was an elder, a storyteller. He was a source of wisdom, compassion, encouragement, generosity and forgiveness. The circumstances of Archie's life may have been tough, but they never, ever hardened his indomitable spirit. And above all, that shone through to us in the music. He sang to us with love and patience, but he also sang with a humility that was as powerful as his talent. Indeed, he never asked anything of us, just to open our ears, and yet he opened his heart to us. His strong but tender heart. His voice arrived like a warm embrace, and in the process he made the universe feel just that much bigger. Archie took us to some beautiful places, but the path he took us on to get that beauty could sometimes be a rugged one. He did not shy away from either pain or sadness, but neither did he from love. As Archie put it, empathy was his impetus. His talent was recognised with plenty of awards along the way and an induction into the ARIA Hall of Fame. But it's hard to escape the feeling he prized nothing more than being able to share his music with us. I met him on a few occasions at various music events, and he was as humble in person as you expect him to be when you listen to that extraordinary voice and when you read or listen to the extraordinary words that he wrote. May his family draw consolation from the thought that maybe Archie now just walks in another place alongside his beloved Ruby once more. While we grieve Archie's death, we will try to heed his words. We won't cry, oh, we will lift our spirits high up to the sky. We will hold on to everything that Archie Roach gave us. We will celebrate him and all that he created. What a remarkable man. What a privilege that our lives overlapped with his. May he rest in peace.
And I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I join with the Prime Minister in honouring the life of Australian Archie Roach AM. Forcibly removed from his family at the age of 2, raised in foster homes, learning of the death of his biological mother and father via letter, living rough on the streets, battling alcoholism and doing prison time, Archie Roach had every right to be resentful and vindictive given the hardships of his early life. Yet in his autobiography he wrote, and I quote, "People ask me if I ever get sick of singing my song, Took the Children Away. I tell them it's my healing song. Through songs, I've been able to deal with the pain and trauma in a positive way. Through music, Archie was able to forgive and to heal. Indeed, Took the Children Away did the same for many of the stolen generations. And it helped a nation to come to terms with the actions of his forebears. Archie wrote, I believe in redemption and I believe in forgiveness, both important aspects of love, because I've experienced both. It was the love of his foster family, the Coxes, which inspired his love of music. And if music helped Archie to forgive, then it was Ruby Hunter who brought about his redemption. Both children of the stolen generations and sharing a love for music, their partnership was the catalyst for changing fortune. Archie found his voice and audience in music. He found his rhythm and calling in life, a life which would take him from opening for Paul Kelly and the Messengers in 1989 to releasing a career-spanning anthology in March this year. A life which would see his talent recognised as the recipient of ARIAs, Deadly Awards and National Indigenous Music Awards, and a life which would see his service to our country acknowledged by his being made a member of the Order of Australia. It speaks volumes that a man who suffered and voiced the trauma of the stolen generations was able to write, live a good life, be the best person you can be, and always let love be your guide. Australians will continue to be inspired by the lyrics and legacy of Archie Roach. On behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to all of Archie's colleagues and friends and to the entire Roach family, especially Amos and Eben, Archie's sons, and Chris, Arthur and Terence, Archie's foster children. May he rest in peace.
And we'll move to questions. Are there any questions? Oh, in a mark of respect, I'd ask the House to join me in a mark of respect. I thank the House. Move to questions. Call the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. ABS data shows electricity prices increased on average by 12.9% per year when Labor was last in government, compared to just 0.3% during the previous coalition government. Given the Prime Minister has now dumped his promise to cut power prices by $275 for Australian families, can the Prime Minister cut the hubris and tell Australian families whether power prices will be higher or lower when they get their next bill?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
You hit a 20%
Order.
increase.
I thank so much the Leader of the Opposition for this question, which goes to whether Australians will have higher power prices when they get their next bill. And I'm happy to outline, for the benefit of the House, what the circumstances are when they get the next bill. Because we, of course, did have a policy that we announced on the 3rd of December last year. On the 31st of March this year, the Governor-General, acting on the Minister's advice, signed a determination to delay the publication of the default market offer for energy prices. On the 6th of April, the determination to amend paragraph 17(2)(c) of the Electricity Retail Industry Code was registered and published. On the 7th of April, the determination with the delayed date came into effect. And guess when the election was called? The 10th of April. So 3 days before the election was called, this minister went to the GG, put in a determination to actually change the industry code to keep it secret. Now, on the 11th of April, Parliament was prorogued and caretaker commenced. On the 1st of May, May Day, the previous publication date was the date for the default market offer.
The member for Hume.
They deleted.
The member for Hume.
The 21st of May was election day. And guess when they published it? Was it before or after the 21st of May? What do you think? Hands up those who think it might have been before the election.
Order. The Prime
Hands
Minister
up those who think it was after the election.
Order. The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The manager. Order. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Yes, the point of order is relevance. Question very specific. Will he go?
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. The question was specific about the former government, the government before that, and what is the Prime Minister doing regarding electricity prices? I call the Prime Minister.
Well, those people who said it was after the election were spot on. On the 26th of May, the default market offer finally published by the Australian Energy Regulator. And the new default price that will feed straight into people's power bills came into effect on the 1st of July. The default market price on this government, that this former government tried to hide from the Australian people. What we know is that renewables will lead to cheaper power prices. We stand by our modelling. Those opposite couldn't even be straight with the Australian people about the higher power prices that they locked in.
Order. Questions will be heard in silence. I give the call to the honourable member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians. How is the Australian government progressing the Uluru Statement from the Heart? What is the way forward on a referendum to enshrine an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice?
I give the call to the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Higgins for her question and congratulate her on her wonderful speech earlier today. This weekend at the Gama Festival on Yolngu Country, the Prime Minister delivered the most important speech by a Prime Minister on Indigenous affairs since the apology to the stolen generations in 2008. The Prime Minister recommended a simple question to be put to the Australian people in a referendum. Do you support an alteration to the Constitution that establishes an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice? A simple proposition. a question from the heart. As I went around the festival, the sense of excitement was quite overwhelming. Traditional owners from right across Australia looking forward to it with a sense of hope about the future, because they understand that a voice to the Parliament is about both symbolism and practical outcomes. Practical outcomes like education, health, housing and family violence. Because a voice to the Parliament will mean that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders will be consulted and heard on policies that affect them. Practical outcomes that will make a real difference to people's lives. Fairness, respect, that's what the voice is all about. I am encouraged by the opposition keeping an open mind on supporting the referendum, and I want to sincerely thank the member for Barara for attending Garma with myself and the Prime Minister. I also want to acknowledge the former Minister and my dear friend Ken Wyatt for the important foundations he put in place on this. We have been talking about recognising First Nations people in our country's founding document for a long time. It is time to get this done together. I want to conclude by quoting another former Prime Minister, and I quote, "The Australian people want to move. They want to move towards a new settlement on this issue. I will put to the Australian people within 18 months a referendum to formally recognise Indigenous Australians in our Constitution." Everyone, that Prime Minister was John Howard in 2007, 15 years ago. If not now, when? If not now, when? Let's get this done together.
And I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My questions to the Prime Minister. I refer to the fact that under your government, Prime Minister, households are facing rising power bills and your plan to address this is in disarray. Will your government compound the pressure on household budgets by not extending the fuel excise relief? Why is Labor making a bad situation worse?
I give the call to the Prime Minister. Wow. Order. Order. Prime Minister will be heard in silence.
Did that just happen? Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question, and I point to the fact that he was in the Cabinet that put together the budget that had the end date for the measure which he talks about.
I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. Why is it so important to include an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice in the Constitution, and why does it have to happen in this Parliament?
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member for Canberra for her question and acknowledge her long-standing interest in this matter. The Uluru Statement from the Heart is a generous offer from the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people of our country with a simple but powerful message about a pathway forward to a better future for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, absolutely, but also a better future for all Australians. One of the things the Statement from the Heart calls for is the establishment of a First Nations voice, and it asks for the voice to be included in the Constitution. It is a modest request. It is simply a request from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that they be consulted about decisions that affect them. This is not just a matter of fairness, respect or common decency, although it is that too. It's also a matter of common sense, because when Commonwealth governments have consulted with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people about the policies that affect them, the results have been policies and programs that are more effective and more enduring. In answering the specific question of why it is important for a First Nations voice to be included in the Constitution, I echo the words of the Prime Minister at the Garma Festival on Saturday. Including a voice in the Constitution gives strength and status to the principles of respect and consultation. Including a voice in the Constitution means that a willingness to listen to the voices of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people won't depend on who is in government or who is the Prime Minister from time to time. The voice will endure regardless. Including a voice in the Constitution means that the voice cannot be silenced. As a former Chief Justice of the High Court, Robert French, said in the Australian Financial Review this morning, the inclusion of the voice in the Constitution would also be itself an act of recognition, but one that has the practical benefit of providing a means by which Parliament and the Executive Government can be informed about the effects of proposed or existing laws, policies and practices in relation to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And on the question of why it has to happen in this term of Parliament, I again echo the words of the Prime Minister. If not now, when? It has been already 5 years since the Uluru Statement from the Heart, and we should not wait another 5.
I give the call to the honourable member for Kennedy.
As the Minister in Queensland, which has the state with the biggest population of First Australians, and you'll hear me often identify myself as a First Australian, whether I am or not, that's irrelevant, really. No, it's a very important point I make. It's a very important, serious point I make.
Member Kennedy, are you asking a question?
I'm sorry, I was commenting point of order on the last question. If I'm out of order, then I'll sit down.
No point of order. Resume your seat, member for Kennedy. I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. We are in a wage and cost of living crisis, but corporations are making record profits and the gas corporations are gouging us all. In the upcoming budget, will you place a windfall tax on these excess profits to invest in universal services like getting dental into Medicare and bring down the cost of living for everyone?
I give the call to the Treasurer.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Ryan for her question, and I congratulate her once again on her election to this place. It's not the government's intention to apply a windfall tax to the gas companies. Obviously, we listen respectfully to the views that are put to us from right around the country about the best ways to deal with this combination of cost of living pressures, which are a big part of which are skyrocketing costs of energy. So we listen respectfully to the proposals that are put to us, but we are not currently working up a windfall tax or anything that looks like that as we deal with the complex combination of economic circumstances that we have inherited as a new government. We do have a policy on multinational taxes, which is part of making sure that multinationals pay their fair share of tax here in Australia, and so that we can invest that money in some of those areas that the member for Ryan is right to identify, whether it be Medicare, whether it be childcare, will it be investments in education and skills, all of these important areas. One of our defining tasks as a government, a task that we have embraced, the Finance Minister and I, indeed the whole Cabinet, the whole party room, is how do we take money which has been spent on unproductive purposes for a political dividend, and how do we redirect that money in the interests of the Australian people into areas which does deliver, whether it's a social dividend or an economic dividend as well. As the creators of Medicare, as the creators of so many of these programs that we cherish, we are looking for ways to more responsibly fund those priorities. And when it comes to the energy market in particular, we have said today, indeed the Minister for Resources has said today and others have said today, the Prime Minister, our focus in the energy market is on security and affordability, some of the issues which have been raised by the ACCC in the report that I released overnight, which go to making sure that Australians can access the energy that they need at affordable prices. That's a big reason why inflation is what it is because energy prices are going through the roof. We're conscious of that, and we're working to ensure that we can responsibly address that. but the proposal that the member for Ryan has respectfully put to us is respectfully not a path that we are going down.
I give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. After your attendance at the Garma Festival on Saturday, what is the government doing to bring Australians together to enshrine an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice in our Constitution?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for McNamara for his question and for his interest in advancing the cause of justice for First Nations people in Australia. It was indeed an honour to attend the Garma Festival, to meet with elders and to listen to their concerns. It was an honour to go with so many of my parliamentary colleagues, including the Minister, the Attorney-General, the Assistant Minister, Senator McCarthy, of course Senator Patrick Dodson, the father of reconciliation in this country, the member for Barara, the Shadow Minister, who travelled up with us on Friday. I thank you for your attendance, and the local members, of course, the member for Lingari and the member for Solomon. It has been 5 years since people gathered at Uluru and came out with the gracious statement from the heart, a generous offer of reconciliation. As the Uluru statement concluded, in 1967 we were counted. In 2017 we seek to be heard. We leave base camp and start our trek across this vast country. We invite you to walk with us in a movement of the Australian people for a better future. Well, 5 years on, it's time that we all walk the walk with Indigenous Australians. I believe that Australia can rise to this moment and advance reconciliation by recognising Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in our birth certificate, our Constitution. It's not a matter of special treatment, it's not a matter of preferential power. It's about consulting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples on decisions that affect them. And in the draft of the constitutional change that I spoke about on Saturday, it makes it very clear the primacy of the parliament is not affected. It is also the case that it's not a matter of a voice or practical measures to close the gap. It's a matter of a voice being a vehicle to advance practical measures to close the gap. Because we know when a government listens to people with experience, with earned knowledge and culture and community, the policies and programs are always more effective, whether it be justice reinvestment programs, programs like Indigenous Rangers, where you consult people and give them that sense of ownership, you get better practical outcomes. The voice can empower communities, create opportunity, deliver justice and give security. This is an opportunity to uplift our entire nation. We need to seize that opportunity.
Now I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question goes to the Prime Minister, and I refer to the fact that the official Labor Party website continues to promote the promise of a $275 cut in people's household bills. If you're not sure, I've got it just here. I've highlighted it for you. It still says it today, a cut by $275. Now, will the Prime Minister please tell us why he is giving false hope to Australians who are already struggling with their cost of living, that they're going to get a cut in their power bills?
Order. Order. The Minister for Home Affairs. I call the Prime Minister.
I'll ask the Shadow Minister to supplement this question, because this is I shouldn't get all of this. We should spread the opportunity. The truth is that they knew before the election that power prices were going up.
Order.
But they chose to keep Australians in the dark. A light on government that did nothing to keep the lights on. That's what those opposite were. 22 different energy policies, didn't land one of them. Not one. Not one. We have one policy
The member for Hume.
We announced it in December last year, and we will implement that policy, and we will deliver more renewables into the system, which is the cheapest form of new energy, unlike those opposite who actually had $1 billion fund that they announced, and they announced project after project.
Order.
Project after
Order.
project
The
they
member
did
for
3 years
Fairfax
ago.
is seeking the call. I'll just ask the Prime
Alina
Minister
Energy
to
in
pause a
Gippsland.
moment.
Oh.
Who are you? The member. Order. Order. The member for Hume. The member for Fairfax on a point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. My question was very clear. It was asking the Prime Minister why the website of the Labor Party continues to promote a promise that he has since abandoned. Or is he now telling us that he will commit to the 2...
The Prime Minister, I'll ask to be relevant to the question. He is talking about the policy and comparing regarding ALP policy. I'll call the Prime Minister.
That's right. And they announced 3 years ago 3,800 megawatts of new generation in East Gippsland, Reeves Plains, Grattan, Queensland, Dandenong, Victoria, Port Kembla, New South Wales, Lincoln Gap, South Australia, Baroota, South Australia, Armidale, New South Wales, Crow's Nest, Queensland, Tasmania, Eyre Peninsula, Lake Macquarie. 3 years later, not $1, not enough energy to light up a light bulb. And I'd ask the Shadow Minister.
I call the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the Prime Minister. Mr Speaker, we are going about implementing our election commitments because we know on this side of the House that clean energy is cheap energy. So we have already started implementing our policies to move renewables to 82% of our grid. And it is the case that the former Minister for Energy didn't just not issue a release, he actually had to physically intervene to change the law. He sat in his office and signed an instrument, Mr Speaker, to change the law. He probably sat in his office and then once he'd done it, he thought to himself, fantastic. Well done, Angus, he thought to himself, Mr Speaker, that's what he thought. We've got the former Minister for Energy who sat on energy price rises. We've got the former Minister for the Environment who sat on a State of the Environment report. I mean, the entire leadership group of the opposition is a walking witness protection program, Mr Speaker. I'm surprised they don't have their meetings in a safe house.
Order. Before we continue, order. The member for Hume. The member for Hume will cease interjecting. Before I call the next member, I just remind the minister members should be referred to by their correct title. And I give the call to the member for Fraser.
My question is to the Treasurer. What are the implications of the ACCC's report into the gas market released today?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Fraser for his question as well. Mr Speaker, high gas prices are making life harder for Australians, for Australian industries and for Australian employers. Wholesale gas prices in the second quarter of this year, around the time of the election, were more than 3 times higher than at the same time last year. That's why in June I worked closely with the Minister for Energy and the Minister for Resources, and together we tasked the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to investigate skyrocketing gas prices, to consider the supply of gas to domestic versus export markets, and advise the government of any regulatory changes that might be required. And I want to thank the ACCC and particularly its chair, Gina Cass-Gottlieb, for the first-class report that I've released publicly today, which combines an aspect of their regular monitoring with the extra work that we asked them to do. And, Mr Speaker, it contains some sobering reading, I think, particularly in relation to these 3 warnings that they issued. First, the upstream gas market is highly concentrated. Around 90% of the market is dominated by 3 major players. Second, exporters aren't always meeting the spirit of their obligations to the domestic market under the heads of agreement. And thirdly, the domestic market faces a major supply shortfall in 2023 unless action is taken to fix the regime. In other words, the arrangements set up by those opposite aren't working to ensure enough domestic gas at competitive prices. And the ACCC made it really clear that the timing of the gas trigger isn't flexible enough and the rules are too narrow, and the heads of agreement isn't working either because companies aren't consistently offering gas to the domestic market with reasonable notice or at reasonable prices. So most of our excess gas, the gas that isn't contracted, is being exported into the international spot market to take advantage of the current conditions. The domestic shortage that comes from this is expected to be about a tenth of the domestic supply that we need next year. But here's the thing, Mr Speaker. There's enough uncontracted gas to meet our needs in Australia if the spirit of the heads of agreement is adhered to. And that's why the steps outlined by the Minister for Resources today are so important and why they are called for and supported by the ACCC, to reform the trigger and take the first step towards activating it, to consult on the best ways to go about it and to improve the heads of agreement. This is all about two things: more gas for Australia at more competitive prices. And as the PM said, we will take the necessary steps to make that happen. We call on the gas companies to do the right thing by our workers and by our industries. We can do all this without jeopardising our trade relationships and our reputation as a reliable exporter of energy. We are looking for solutions here, not unnecessary conflict. A decade of slogans, of 22 failed energy policies and wasted opportunities has cost Australians and their industries too much already.
Order. The time has expired. I give the call. Order. I give the call to the member for Hume.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, how much higher is the cash rate today compared to when you came into government? How much more are Australians paying on a typical mortgage as a result?
Order. I give the call to the Prime Minister. Order.
The cash rate today is 1.35. And what we know is that the Reserve Bank said earlier on. The Reserve Bank said, I want to get this quote. I want to get this right, because the Reserve Bank said.
Members on my left.
The Reserve Bank said prior to the election they foreshadowed interest rate increases. Now, if those opposite want to argue that if the government had not changed, if the Australian people had not voted for change on the 21st of May, then interest rates would be the same, then they are just kidding themselves. And we know that tomorrow the Reserve Bank will meet and is likely to make another decision. We'll wait and see what that independent decision is. But I do note that less than 1 month into the election, and this perhaps summarises the attitude of those opposite and where these questions derive from, where they said, quite frankly, the Labor government has had 9 years in opposition to prepare for the day that it would be in government, so there's no excuse. They spent 9 years in office. 9 years in office. They won't take responsibility of anything that they left, the $1 trillion of debt, or any of the other chaos that they left in the economy, the failure on social policy, the failure on energy policy, the failure on environmental policy. They won't take responsibility for their failure on transparency, whereby, as we've seen, they hid the energy prices.
Order. The Prime Minister will take a break. The Prime Minister has concluded his answer. Order. The member for Barker. Order. Questions will be heard in silence. Give the call to the member for Parramatta.
My question is to the Minister for Resources. What action is the Albanese government taking to address the East Coast energy crisis while maintaining Australia's reputation as a reliable trading partner?
Give the call to the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia.
I thank the member for Parramatta for his question and also congratulate him on his election victory. It's also the first opportunity I've had to congratulate you, Mr Speaker, on your elevation to this great role. Mr Speaker, the East Coast energy crisis has been 10 years in the making, all from those opposite. 22 failures of their energy policy, 22 times they've failed to implement an energy policy, and this is the mess you have left this country in. And today we see, as the Treasurer said, the ACCC gas inquiry report has told us that we can expect a 56 petajoule shortfall in 2023. That's the equivalent of about 14 cargoes of LNG K-line carriers going out from these ports. Now, while those opposite engaged while they are in government on petty internal squabbles about energy policy, this government will act and has acted. For a start, this government has extended and will extend the life of the ADGSM. This is the trigger that you are calling for us to pull, yet it doesn't exist at the moment. That right does not exist because you failed to extend the life of that mechanism. So while you hid energy prices, hid the State of the Environment report, you also failed, also failed to extend the life of the ADGSM, which they all march around calling for us to pull the trigger on. Well, first things first, people. Let's make sure it's actually extended. That process is underway. In fact, it was one of the very first decisions of this government to extend that because we could see this coming. We did not put our head in the sands. Those opposite most certainly have done so. The government today has also opened consultations in regard to reform of the ADGSM to ensure it is an effective tool and is fit for purpose, so that it is available on a more than once-a-year or annual basis. This is a means to make sure there will be an opportunity to activate a gas security mechanism more often on more reasonable notice, and that can bring downward pressure on gas prices. The current mechanism fails to do any of those things. The government will also start negotiations on the heads of agreement. This is an agreement that has been referred to in the media as a gentleman's agreement. I have no idea why, but anyway, that's what happens in this place sometimes. But the heads of agreement, the target is to get the uncontracted gas, of which there is a sufficient amount to make sure there will be adequate and reasonably accessible gas for Australians and Australian manufacturers. It is an important work that this government is about to commence to make sure we will renegotiate the heads of agreement to make sure it's effective. Under those opposite, when they are in government, ever since you implemented the ADGSM and the heads of agreement, the gas companies have ignored it. We will make sure it works and works for the Australian people.
The minister's time has expired. Order. I give the call to the Leader of the National Party.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to the Agriculture Minister's admission in the Senate that almost 4 weeks following the barley, foot and mouth outbreak, none of the promised 1 million vaccination doses have been delivered to Indonesia, nor have additional veterinarians arrived. How many of the promised 1 million doses have now been delivered and veterinarians arrived in Indonesia?
I give the call to the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thanks very much, Speaker. As the Shadow Minister knows, in order to deliver a vaccine, you actually have to make sure that you've got the right virus in the first place, and they take a while to manufacture. For a start, and they'll be delivered as we promised in August, as we promised. But if you want to talk about delays, when did we hear about a foot and mouth disease outbreak in Australia? When did we hear about it? We heard about it on Twitter from the then Minister for Agriculture on the 9th of May.
The Minister will resume her seat. She's only been going 30 seconds, so the Leader of the National Party rising on a point of order.
I started to read it.
Okay.
Mr Speaker, under Standing Order 68, on Thursday after question time, I gave a personal explanation about the answer the Prime Minister gave that quoted the tweet in which the Minister has just raised
no point of order.
that did not read all the tweets.
Resume your seat. There is no point of order. That is a separate matter. If you wish to take another personal explanation, you can. This is not the time to do it. It's not during question time. And I give the call to the Minister and ask her to be relevant to the question regarding the delay in vaccine rollout and the 4 weeks after the foot and mouth outbreak has occurred. I call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. So when did we first hear about this outbreak? On Twitter, where the then Minister for Agriculture decided to announce that to the Australian public by a tweet on the 9th of May. And what did he do? He offered a briefing to the opposition, offered a briefing as per our caretaker arrangements, but then what did you do? Absolutely nothing. Nothing. You did nothing.
Has the minister concluded her answer? Yes, she has. The minister's concluded her answer. The manager will resume. The manager will resume his seat. Order. 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 Questions will be heard in silence. I'll give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and congratulations on your new role. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Science. What is the impact of gas price hikes on Australia's manufacturing industry? What would a shortfall of domestic gas mean for the jobs of Australian manufacturing workers?
Give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thank you. Thank you to the member for Hunter. And if I may just start by congratulating you, Mr Speaker, on your election and also on the election for the member for Hunter. A former fitter and boiler maker, he knows full well the impact of these issues on manufacturing, and I welcome the chance to respond. The gas price rise has been a serious problem for manufacturing across the country, but obviously for companies and manufacturers in the Hunter, represented by him and the member for Patterson. Gas-reliant manufacturers, they're big employers, particularly in regional Australia and our outer suburbs, and they are obviously concerned about the increase in price, but we should also take a moment to thank those manufacturers who have held on to jobs. They've worn some of those price increases, held on to jobs and protected regional communities, and we are very grateful and thank them for that. They are dependent on the adequate supply of gas at a fair price, and the ACCC today clearly laid bare those flaws in the domestic gas price and the gas market that were outlined by the Treasurer, concentration in the market. You've seen a failure to adhere to the spirit of the heads of the agreement, and there has been a concern around the shortfall and the pressure that that will place on manufacturing. And from our point of view, if you look at the way in which that's played out, gas prices themselves going from the shade under $8 a few years ago gigajoule to now, in terms of the average spot price, being about $44. That is a huge increase. And the reality is this: we have multinational companies extracting an Australian resource to sell to international clients at a price that's squeezing Australian industry and jobs, and something has to be done about it. And I think there will be a lot of manufacturers today welcoming the announcement by the Minister for Resources to start the consultation around the ADGSM, because we do need to see some movement on this. We do need to see this fixed. We had a lot of talk from those opposite in their time in government, but the reality is what they've put in place does not work and needs to be adjusted, not just in terms of supply. Supply is one thing, but the price at which it is offered is another. But it is reflective of a poor legacy, 22 failed policies by those opposite, a failure to get this right, and manufacturers have been forced to pay the price for that. This is not right, and it is something that we are determined to correct, and we are taking action to do just that.
I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is for the Minister for Health. Repeated infections with COVID-19 tend to be more severe and carry a high risk of persisting symptoms for as long as 6 months, as long as an increased risk of hospitalisation and death. There's increasing risk of cumulative neurological and cardiovascular disease from repeated infections with COVID-19. COVID-19 infections in this country are at a record high and increasing. Can the Minister please explain how he proposes to manage the oncoming national significant burden of disability and chronic illness, put your masks on, from repeated infection?
Order.
from repeated infection with COVID-19.
The member's time has expired. I give the call to the Health Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Kooyong for her question. She's one of a large number of doctors and health professionals now in this parliament who together are going to add enormous quality and depth to our deliberations in health policy. And there can be no more important time than right now for that, Mr Speaker, because this pandemic, as the member points out, is still ravaging our community. Official numbers record that more than 300,000 Australians each and every week are being infected with COVID, and we know from sero sampling and other ways that the likely number is more than twice that. We think that as many as half of Australia has contracted COVID just over the course of this year so far. Our focus right now is on getting through this wave. We've extended support to state hospital systems, we've massively expanded access to fourth-dose vaccines and to antiviral treatments, and we're encouraging Australians again to be COVID-safe, in particular, as the member points out, to wear masks when indoors and not able to socially distance. But as the member points out, and as the member for Higgins pointed out in her beautiful first speech this morning, we also need to come to grips with long COVID. As the member knows, long COVID is not easy to diagnose and it's not easy to treat. The medical literature already reports more than 200 different symptoms being logged, most commonly involving fatigue, shortness of breath and what people are now calling brain fog. Some people's symptoms are disappearing after a few months. Others, as the member pointed out, experience quite specific symptoms that require specific interventions, for example, from a cardiologist. But more and more Australians are suffering longer-term multi-system disorders which prove very hard to diagnose and very hard to treat. And the truth is, Mr Speaker, we still don't really know the scale of this challenge. A common estimate of about 4% of COVID patients experiencing long-term symptoms already runs to hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Australians. Now, support is obviously available through standard Medicare systems. States are operating long COVID clinics, though their waiting lists are growing. But it's increasingly clear to me that we are going to need to develop a focused response nationally to the phenomenon of long COVID. I've already started work on the next phase of the government's pandemic response, particularly beyond this winter and this third Omicron wave, and I've already spoken with the Chief Medical Officer about the need to develop focused proposals around long COVID in particular. It goes without saying, Mr Speaker, that I'm very keen to continue further discussions with the member for Kooyong and with other members of this place on this profound long-term health challenges that is proving so debilitating and so distressing for so many Australians.
I thank the minister. I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to put more energy into the grid for Australian households? Why is it so important to be upfront on the issues facing the energy system? And what are the consequences of a failure to act?
I call the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Newcastle for her question. And she, together with her other Hunter Valley colleagues, represent an area which has been crucial to Australia's energy generation and will continue to be so. As we move Australia to become a renewable energy powerhouse, no region is more important than the Hunter in that transformation. And getting more energy generation and more electricity generation is the centrepiece of the Albanese government's approach. We have Rewiring the Nation, which will ensure that we can transition to 82% renewables into the system. 82% renewables because cheap energy is also clean energy. And unfortunately, the former government opposed this and continues to oppose this investment in transmission. We have our National Energy Transformation Partnership with the states and territories, Mr Speaker, that we are negotiating and working on in good faith with our state and territory colleagues, which is very important. And I know the previous Minister for Energy would not have been willing or able to do so. And of course, we have our important community batteries policy and solar banks policy to bring on new renewables and to bring on the storage. But I'm asked, Mr Speaker, about the consequences of a failure act, and that really is what we're dealing with, the consequences of 10 years of delay and denial and dishonesty. And, Mr Speaker, there are 4 unfun facts about the previous government's approach. We know that under the previous government, Just warming up, Mr Speaker.
The minister will cool down, and I'll call the manager of opposition business.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. It goes to the question of the extent to which ministers are given free rein to simply give their own interpretation of what's happened over the last 10 years. Standing order, the point of order, Brainiac, is relevant.
Order. Members on my right.
Standing Order 98C is quite clear on the range of questions as to which ministers can be asked about. It restricted to public affairs administration proceedings pending in the House. And then, of course, there's the well-understood requirement that an answer must be directly relevant to the question. It cannot be appropriate, Mr Speaker, that there's a construct under which a minister is asked a question which invites him to reflect in the broadest possible terms on the conduct of the previous government. He should be telling the Australian people what the Albanese government's plans are to solve the problem.
The manager will resume his seat. I'll hear from the order. The member for Moreton. The member for Page. I'll hear from the leader.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Just to the point of order, for the benefit of the manager of opposition business, Standing Order 98 that he referred to at the start carries the rules for the questions. They apply to the questioner. Standing Order 104 is the one that refers to the answers, and that's the standing order that refers to the minister. It's not a valid point of order to use Standing Order 98 to try to limit what's in an answer. This question specifically included what are the consequences of a failure to act, and the minister is being specifically relevant to it.
I don't need to hear from the manager. I don't need to hear from the manager of opposition business. I understand the point being made, and this was a question to me by the manager last Thursday. Order. Order. I'll continue to listen to both questions and answers carefully and enforce the standing orders. Order. The member for Latrobe. The member for Latrobe. Answers must be directly relevant and within the parameters of the question, and the question was about consequences of failure to act. If that part of the question was not in the question, the minister would not be relevant. I'll make a ruling if I feel the answer is not relevant and outside of the parameters of the question. I call the minister who is being relevant to one part of the question.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I understand the sensitivity of those opposite about the 4 unfun facts of their record. In their time, we had 4 gigawatts of energy generation leave the system and only 1 gigawatt of energy generation come on, because the previous government did not encourage renewable energy generation. We saw a 17% decline in renewable energy generation over their period. The second unfun fact, Mr Speaker, is that the previous minister announced $1 billion of funding to get 3,800 megawatts onto the system, didn't deliver a gigawatt, a megawatt, a watt or an electron, Mr Speaker. Not one. Thirdly, their signature policy. We heard a lot about it. Snowy 2.0. Good project. Did we hear before the election? I might have missed it. Did anybody here in the House before the election the minister come to the dispatch box and announce it was running 18 months late? Anyone? Anyone? No. No, don't think it came up. Wasn't mentioned. And finally, the results, Mr Speaker, of their delay and denial is the dishonesty. The minister changing the law so he would not be held to account for his actions, citing an instrument. Mr Speaker, citing an instrument to keep the facts in the Australian people. That's what the previous minister did.
Order.
We are dealing with the implications of a tailor-made crisis, and we're fixing the mess we inherited.
Order. I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. I refer the Minister to her answer last week that 869 new nurses would be needed for Labor's 24/7 nurses in aged care policy. In April, when asked about the number of nurses needed to deliver 24/7 nursing, the now Minister for Home Affairs said, "We will need to bring in low thousands, somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 new people." Was the Minister for Home Affairs wrong, or did you, Minister, mislead the House?
I give the call to the Minister for aged care and sport.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to talk about workforce shortages and the numbers of workforce shortages, specifically about those numbers that came out in estimates. I think it was the 1st of April off the top of my head where these numbers were being discussed. I think what's important to note here, Mr Speaker, is that these numbers were the modelling of the then Morrison government when being told about workforce shortages. The difference, Mr Speaker, is that we are actually doing something about it. We are doing something about workforce shortages. They were given a secret report that, and the theme of today, that they chose not to tell people about. They were told the bad news and they decided not to tell Australians anything about it and to try and skate through. So yes, when we're talking about workforce, there are different numbers for different things, and the 869 was for
the Minister will resume her seat. The Deputy Leader on a point of order.
On relevance, Mr Speaker, the question was the member for Hotham wrong?
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Thank you for the point of order. There is no order. There is no point of order. The Minister is referring to the question regarding numbers and the relevant answer regarding last week and the reference to the former Shadow Minister. So I'll give the call to the Minister.
So yes, the number is still 869. It was also 869 when you didn't do anything about it, and it was thousands when we add the 200 care minutes, which is the other commitment that you speak about often. And I think the thing to note, Mr Speaker, when perplexedly asking us about where all these workers are going to come from, it was a problem that you chose to do nothing about. You had this problem for years and years and years. And, Mr Speaker, probably worth noting at this point, when we talk about aged care workforce shortages, where did it all stem from? It stemmed from December 2013, when one of the first actions of the Abbott government was to cut the aged care workforce compact.
Has the Minister concluded her answer?
Absolutely.
All right. A point of order from the Manager of Opposition
Mr Speaker,
Business.
the new minister should not be using the term "you." That's a reference to you as a Speaker.
Yes, I thank the Manager. Order. I thank the Manager of Opposition Business for that point. That is creeping into question time. I ask the Minister to refrain from using that term and to return to the question.
You are sensitive. And if that's the most searing critique they have of me when talking about aged care workforce shortages, I think it says a lot about what they did with their time. I will return to the question. So, when we talk about workforce shortages, this started December 2013, when one of the very first acts of the Abbott government was to suspend standing orders in the House to cut the aged care workforce compact, which was one of the first things that cut workers' rights and put us down this trail. Who was the health minister at this very moment when orders were suspended? Who was the health minister? The now leader of the opposition. He was the one who was the health minister when they suspended standing orders to cut the aged care workforce compact, one of the things that set us down this path with terrible workforce shortages, which we're upfront about this, will require thousands of workers to come back online to fix the problem. And that's why we're trying to give them a pay rise. We will need 869 nurses to meet our 24/7 nursing requirement. That was the question you asked me on Thursday. That is the question I answered. I think, Mr Speaker, you said, want a different answer, ask a different question. That was the number. Broadly, as you well know from the secret report that you chose to do nothing about, thousands of personal carers, thousands of kitchen staff, thousands of other staff in aged care are going to be required to get to what, at the end of the day, Mr Speaker, is talking about a better standard of care. They're quibbling over how we work to get a better standard of care, and really, after 9 years of neglect, a better standard can't come soon enough.
Order. The Minister's time has expired. Order. 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 I give the call to the member for Maiden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Minister for Communications. The impact of scam text messages is increasing at an alarming rate. What steps is the Albanese Labor government taking to better protect everyday Australians?
I give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my deepest congratulations on your elevation. And I thank the member for making for his question, and as he and I think every member of this House knows, too many of our constituents have fallen victim to a scam text message or know someone who has. The perpetrators of scam texts are criminals who operate domestically and overseas. They utilise sophisticated technologies to harm innocent Australians, whom they con into divulging sensitive information that can lead to their identity being stolen. They cause financial loss and emotional distress, and they ruin livelihoods. The ACCC estimates that Australians lost more than $2 billion to scams last year. And to give some perspective, according to ScamWatch, financial losses from scam texts have increased by a staggering 188% compared to the same period last year, already costing Australians over $6.5 million. Now, this government considers this to be completely unacceptable. And consistent with our priority to keep all Australians safe, it is pleasing that new rules recently came into force to help combat scam texts. For the first time, telco providers are required to identify, trace and block scam text messages. There are also enhanced obligations for educating consumers about scam texts. And if the telcos fail to comply with the new rules, they face hefty penalties of up to $250,000. Now, Mr Speaker, can every scam text be stopped? Unfortunately, the reality is that scams will always exist and consumers need to remain vigilant. But these measures offer better protection and deterrence than ever before, and there will be industry-wide consistency to implement and maintain first-rate capabilities to reduce scam texts. Now, Mr Speaker, the evidence from scam call blocking shows that we can make a meaningful reduction in the volume of scam texts as well. In the first 16 months since the industry employed similar rules in relation to scam calls, over 500 million scam calls were blocked from reaching Australian consumers. So I say to the House and to Australians tuning in, if you receive a suspicious text which you think might be a scam, it probably is. Don't click on any link attached to it and don't provide any information in response to it. And I encourage you to visit ScamWatch to report scams and check out its useful tips on detecting and avoiding them. Mr Speaker, these developments reflect this government's broader suite of initiatives to help keep Australians safe from scams. We've committed to establishing a national anti-scam centre, which my colleague, the Assistant Treasurer, will be spearheading. This government is committed to disrupting the business models of scammers, and these latest regulatory improvements in relation to scam texts are an important step in that very sensitive mission.
And I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, when asked about how many nurses would be required in aged care to meet your election commitment, your minister said there would be 869 nurses required. Can the Prime Minister please confirm that to meet your election commitment in full, only 869 nurses will be required in aged care homes?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I'm quite happy to take a question from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition about aged care, because we went to the election with a comprehensive plan to fix aged care. It included putting the nurses back into nursing homes, 24 hours a day, because we know that that's one of the issues that's having an impact on emergency departments. If you don't have a nurse in a nursing home, when an elderly person gets sick, they often can end up getting an acute health condition because there's not someone on site to help them. That's what the Royal Commission said. That's what we're responding to. And I find it just beyond comprehension that after 9 years of neglect from those opposite on aged care, after having an aged care Royal Commission which made very clear recommendations, the response of the opposition is to come in here and to ask questions like this. Not to ask questions—
Well, yes, I'll ask the Prime Minister to pause briefly. The Prime Minister is being relevant, so I'll call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
On relevance, Mr Speaker, and it was a simple question. Can the Prime Minister—
Resume your seat. The Prime Minister— No, resume your seat. I want to remind all members of the House simply raising points of order about relevance to disrupt question time will not be tolerated, and I will simply not take the point of order if this continues. Order. Order. I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'm asked a question about nurses in nursing homes, and what those opposite are saying is that it's not relevant. It's not relevant, the consequences of not having a nurse in a nursing home 24/7. That's what they're saying.
They just don't get it.
And we had a very clear plan about nurses in nursing homes. We had a very clear plan about 215 minutes of care. We had a very clear plan about more accountability for the operators of nursing homes. We had a very clear plan about better nutrition in nursing homes for aged care residents, because we know that over half, according to the Royal Commission, over half of aged care residents were not getting the nutrition that they need. They're literally starving. This is the issue before Australians. And I say to the opposition to think seriously about the impact of those people watching this at home who have mum or dad or grandpa or grandma or their sister or brother in an aged care home, worried about the impact which is there, worried about the deficiencies that have been identified by the Aged Care Royal Commission. And you know what they're saying around the country? They're saying we want a nurse in a nursing home. They're saying we want 215 minutes of care. They're saying we want better nutrition. They're saying they want better accountability. Those opposite just show, with this line of questioning, just how completely out of touch they are.
On indulgence, I'll give one moment. Order. Order. Member, the Leader of the National Party. Order. The member for Perth. I'll call the Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to join with the Prime Minister's sentiment in terms of doing the best by those in aged care facilities, Mr. Speaker. That is absolutely the desire and the approach of this coalition, Mr. Speaker. We will support measures by the government which will go to providing support to those in aged care facilities. This question was about how many nurses are needed.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. The Leader will resume his seat for a moment. Order. 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 I gave the indulgence to the Leader of the Opposition because of the position that he holds. I will not have the use of indulgence used for political point scoring. Order. Order. We will move on to the next question. And I give the call to the member for Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Education. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to alleviate the teacher shortage and ensure that we have more teachers where they should be teaching our kids?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the member for Caldwell for her question. The first thing I did when I got this job is go back to my old primary school and give my former teacher, Mrs. Fry, a hug. It just seemed like the right place to start.
Order.
Kathy Fry started at Cabramatta Public School in 1978, and she's still there, changing lives. And although I see a lot of smiles across the chamber, we can all think of someone like that, can't we? Somebody who shaped us, someone who changed us, someone who inspired us. There aren't many jobs in this country more important than being a teacher, and we need more of them. We've got a shortage of teachers right across the country at the moment, and it's not just because of COVID, it's not just because of the flu, it's more than that. There are more kids going to school now than ever before, and that's a great thing. But there are fewer people going on to university to study teaching. We've seen a drop of about 16% in the course of the last 10 years. We need to turn that around. That's why we've committed to providing bursaries worth up to $40,000 to encourage the best and brightest to become teachers. That's why we're expanding
the High Achievers Teachers Program to encourage mid-career professionals to switch to the classroom. It's also why we're prioritising visas for overseas teachers to come and work here. Can I thank the Minister for Home Affairs who's initiated that? But we've got to do more than that, because it's not just a shortage of people signing up to be teachers. More and more teachers are leaving the profession early, either because they feel burnt out, worn out, or for other reasons. And if we're serious about fixing this, it requires the federal government and state and territory governments to work together. That's why next week, when education ministers meet here in Canberra, we'll focus on this, looking at ways that we can encourage more people to become teachers, how we can improve initial teacher education, and how we can tackle some of those reasons that are causing teachers to leave the profession early. We won't do that on our own. I'm also inviting teachers and principals and other education experts to join us, to pick their brains, get their ideas, to listen to them. This is important work. Education is the most powerful cause for good in this country. It changes lives, just like Kathy Fry's been changing lives for more than 40 years, and we want more Australians to help us do that.
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Order. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker.
Order.
I move the motion relating to the suspension of standing and sessional orders for the consideration of the Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022 in the terms of which it appears in the notice paper. And in moving so, I might take this opportunity just to provide the House with some guidance on the week ahead and where I think sittings are likely to be. I have provided most of this information both to the Manager of Opposition Business and to the crossbench, but just to be able to provide it generally. First of all, if this motion is carried, which I certainly hope it is, but if this motion is carried, we will then go immediately into debate on the private members' bill of restoring territory rights. That is designated for 2 hours of debate. If we run out of speakers in those 2 hours, we will not go to a vote. The private members' bill will be referred to the Federation Chamber, and that will basically take up government business time for the Federation Chamber for the rest of the week. There is a strong view that's been held in this place for a long time that conscience vote issues, every member who wants to speak should have the opportunity to do so. So we may well get through the speakers this week in the Federation Chamber. If we do, it will come down here for a vote. But if we require more time when we come back for the next sitting fortnight, it will be listed. It will continue to be listed then until we've got through all the speakers. If we run short on speakers today and we don't fill the 2 hours, as may occur, I'd suggest then, although indulgence is completely within the realm of the Speaker, that further statements on indulgence following the death of Archie Roach might be an appropriate use of the chamber before we return to the address in reply, where there are some further first speeches. Tomorrow, I'm still looking at the number of— tomorrow in the morning there's 2 bills that we are trying to get across to the Senate fairly quickly that at the moment there are almost no speakers on. And that's because obviously the Senate is waiting for business to come from the chamber. That's a Human Rights Commission legislation amendment and a Treasury Laws amendment bill. And I'm hoping to get those both across before question time. And I know this bill— I suspect this bill will be contentious, but the repeal of cashless debit card, there is a time constraint on us for this, which I'm explaining. I'm doing something you haven't seen for 9 years.
Order. The member for Aston.
The time constraint is the bill itself includes a deadline for abolition. Because of the nature of this card, there are people with afterpay accounts connected to it. So if it is to be abolished, the Senate will need to deal with it in the following sitting fortnight. And their government business, for those who follow closely the Senate agenda, which I haven't done previously in my life but I'm doing now, they principally do their government business on a Monday. So I will be hoping to get that through tomorrow. I'll be looking at the speaking list. If the speaking list is long, then rather than gag the debate, I will declare the bill urgent and we'll have a vote as to whether or not that's the case or not. I remind people.
It's a gag by a fancy name.
If you'd rather I simply move the question be put, the option's always there. But that would mean, once again, while speeches would continue until 10 p.m, anyone after 6:30 p.m, there'd be no further divisions. And while the standing orders do permit that a motion can still be moved by a minister, I can assure the House that will not occur. The following day, we are wanting during this fortnight to get the climate bills through. So it is our intention that on Wednesday the climate bills will go through the House. There has been a request that that not be done by the bill being declared urgent, and on that basis, I'll circulate to the opposition later today a proposed debate management bill that I intend to put on the notice paper for either Tuesday or Wednesday to manage the debate of that bill. But once again, trying to draw a balance between providing the best opportunity we can when legislation needs to get across to the Senate for people to speak, while also being very conscious of the issues of sitting hours around the Jenkins report. With that said, the only question in front of us right now is the suspension. The only question in front of us right now is the suspension of standing orders to allow the private members' bill to be able to be brought on immediately and then to go to the Federation Chamber for the rest of the week.
And I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
And speaking to the motion, Mr Speaker, I simply make the brief point. Last week we were told that this new process in terms of urgent motions was something that would be used in extreme circumstances, only with the best of all possible faith in this new, kinder, gentler parliament that apparently we were all enjoying. But just 1 week later, indeed only about 2 or 3 sitting days later, it turns out, oh well, what do you know? It turns out that the government does need to use this new urgent bill procedure, and I confidently predict to the House and to the Australian people that we'll see this being done a lot. So don't judge them what they say. Don't judge them by what they say. Judge them by what they do. And what we are seeing here is a government that is determined to ram matters through this House of Representatives as quickly as it can. It's cloaked it with some apparatus in which it suggests that it is in some way a kinder, gentler approach to compulsion. That is not an accurate description of the facts, ladies and gentlemen. Judge them by how they behave and not by what they say.
The questions of the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'm going to call the Leader of the Nationals and then the Chief Opposition Whip. I'll give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. During question time I was misrepresented.
Yes, you may proceed.
Mr Speaker, for the second consecutive question time, in the first one last Thursday, the Prime Minister quoted a tweet of mine on the 9th of May around, and only part of it, and conveniently missed the actions that were taking place in respect of foot and mouth disease. Again today, the Minister for Infrastructure, representing the Minister for Agriculture, quoted that tweet. And I refer you, Mr Speaker, to as a keen student of standing orders, to Standing Order 68 around personal explanations, and the last paragraph in that, Mr Speaker, where if a member has given a personal explanation to correct a misrepresentation and another member subsequently repeats the matter complained of, the Speaker may intervene. So, Mr Speaker, in 2 consecutive question times, the same tweet were quoted, but conveniently missed the actions that was undertaken, not only by myself as then Agriculture Minister, but also the member for Franklin, who was in fact the shadow Minister for Agriculture, because under the caretaker provisions it was inappropriate for me to take unilateral action, and therefore the misrepresentation. Well, please look at standing orders. You're not to interject.
The member for Franklin is interjecting, not from her seat.
Pick one of them up. You can buy one.
Order. The Leader of the Nationals will return and be brief in his conclusion.
As I say, Mr Speaker, I think it's important that in two consecutive answers to questions on foot and mouth disease, they've conveniently quoted portions of a tweet, which is a misrepresentation, and under Standing Order 68. I think it's important the House on Indulgence get an understanding, gets an understanding from you, in particular with respect to these rulings, about when you'd intervene.
I thank the member, and I will take his comment, or I will reflect on his view. I call the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and to congratulate you on your elevation to high office. Well done. I just want to raise a matter with you, as I flagged, Mr Speaker. On page 162 of practice, it outlines the standards of dress and conduct in the chamber by members. Can the Speaker please advise if there has been any changes to the practice for the 47th Parliament, and if not, will the Speaker see that the standards as outlined in practice are adhered to by all members?
I thank the Chief Opposition Whip. As it is outlined in practice on page 163, while the standard of dress in the chamber is a matter for the individual judgment of each member, the ultimate discretion does rest with the Speaker. And in a statement to the House in 1999, Speaker Andrew noted that members had traditionally chosen to dress in a formal manner similar to that generally accepted in business and professional circles, and that this was entirely appropriate. The standard has been endorsed by subsequent speakers, and I seek to affirm the same standard. Members should choose to dress in a formal manner in keeping with business and professional standards. If a member is not clear of what that means, I would ask them to write to me or speak to me personally. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Next order of the day, Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be agreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Bean.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate you on your elevation. I'm certain that you will have big shoes to fill. But, Speaker, firstly, I'd like to acknowledge at the outset that many individuals have written to me about the bill on both sides of this. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of my colleagues Luke Gosling, the member for Solomon, and Alicia Payne, member for Canberra, that have already spoken in this debate. I'd also like to acknowledge my Territory colleagues that will follow me in this debate, not just here in the House of Representatives, but hopefully in the Senate, particularly Senator Katie Gallagher. And I wish to acknowledge my friends in the ACT Legislative Assembly that have raised this issue now for the last 3 to 4 years. At its essence, Speaker, this bill is about whether citizens living in the territories should have the same right through their local legislatures as citizens in the states to make their own laws. In my view, there can be no doubt the answer to that question is yes. The grant of self-government to Australia's 2 populous territories recognise that the people of the territories deserve the same democratic rights as people living in the states. As the then Minister for Arts and Territories, the Honourable Clyde Holding, put it in introducing the Australian Capital Territory Self-Government Bill, the Australian Capital Territory Self-Government Bill 1988, now before the House, will establish the ACT as a body politic, with the legislative and executive powers and responsibilities of the states and the Northern Territory. This bill represents the most significant transfer of power on a population basis since Papua New Guinea became independent. It will allow 270,000 people the same democratic rights and social responsibilities as their fellow Australians. The ACT and the City of Canberra have well and truly come of age. Canberra is the nation's capital. It is the home of many of the symbols of our nationhood: the National Gallery, the High Court, the National Library, and of course this magnificent building, the home of the nation's parliament. But, and this is so often overlooked, it is also home to 270,000 people. 270,000 people live in the Australian Capital Territory. They go about the day-to-day business of their lives, working at their jobs, paying their taxes, making decisions about which schools their children will go to, which doctor or hospital will care for them when they are ill, just like every other Australian. However, unlike every other Australian in this country, where a fair go is the creed by which we live, they cannot elect a member of their own community to their own government. They have no say in the decisions which affect their everyday lives. What an extraordinary admission in a country so committed to democratic ideals, and why? Are these people somehow different from other Australians? Are they second-class citizens in some way? Do they not understand or have opinions on the issues that confront them daily? Can they not be trusted with their own destiny? The answer to all these questions is very simple. The only difference between these people and the rest of Australia is that they live in the Australian Capital Territory. Well, Deputy Speaker, all that is as true today as it was in 1988, except that there are now over 450,000 people living in the ACT. Now, Deputy Speaker, it should be noted that there exists a greater democratic deficit for Australian citizens living in our external territories, Norfolk Island, Christmas Island and the Cocos and Keeling Islands. Citizens in these territories have a limited form of local government, Norfolk Islands being currently in administration, but they have no democratic input into critical areas such as health and education and rely on federal representation more than 1,000 kilometres away. If this is to be a parliament that truly cares about territory rights, then it needs to also turn its mind to providing a better voice for our less populous territories as well. But, Deputy Speaker, when the ACT Assembly was established, there were exceptions to the powers of the Legislative Assembly, but these reflected, for the most part, either limitations that the Constitution itself placed on the states or matters that the states had agreed should be dealt with by the Commonwealth. For example, the Legislative Assembly was not to have the power to laws with regard to the raising or maintaining of any naval, military or air force, or with regard to the coining of money, despite being home to the Royal Australian Mint. Similarly, the Act excluded the power to make laws with respect to the classification of materials for the purposes of censorship, which is already the subject of a national scheme, under which classification was the responsibility of the Commonwealth. In each case, Deputy Speaker, common sense dictated that these matters should be solely in the domain of the Parliament of Australia. In effect, the ACT was not being placed in a position any different to that of the states. That leaves two further original exceptions: the acquisition of property other than on just terms and the provision by the AFP of police services in relation to the territories. The first of these was based on a limitation imposed on Parliament by the Constitution, while the second reflected the fact that the AFP are under the direction of the Commonwealth Minister and policing services in the ACT are the subject of an agreement between the Commonwealth and the Territory. That bill was passed with bipartisan support. While there was some discussion around the detail, the record is clear that across the political spectrum there was agreement that the lawmaking powers of the ACT Legislative Assembly and the Northern Territory Assembly should be equivalent to those of a state parliament. This remained the case until the passage of the Euthanasia Laws Act 1997, which removed from the ACT Legislative Assembly and the Northern Territory Legislative Assembly the power to make laws with respect to euthanasia or voluntary assisted dying. In doing so, that Act introduced discrimination in that it remained completely open to any state parliament to pass such laws. The bill before us supports restoring the constitutional position that existed from the time self-government was introduced into each of the territories until the passage of the Euthanasia Laws Act. It will be a matter for each of the territories to decide whether and in what form any laws should be passed in this area, just as it is and always has been for each of the states. Of course, there are some who may object that the ACT and the Northern Territory are not states. and that their legislatures should not have the same powers as state parliaments. Of course, it's true that self-government exists only because of acts of this parliament, not by way of constitutional right, and it is within the power of this parliament to amend the Self-Government Acts if it sees fit. However, Parliament, having made its decision on the general principle that self-government ought to be granted to the people of the ACT and Northern Territory, would be wrong to pick and choose matters for which we would deny citizens in the territories the rights to govern themselves. Some of us may be unhappy with the decisions made by the people of the Territory, but if we support the principle of self-determination, we accept their decisions and do not seek to substitute our own any more than we would where the same decision was made by the Parliament of a state. Former Senator Humphrey said in 2006, when he crossed the floor to oppose the Howard government's disallowance of the ACT's Civil Unions Act, "We may not agree with the ACT's legislative choices, but we have an obligation to respect them when they are democratically made." Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge that the legislation on euthanasia, or voluntary assisted dying, is an issue that provokes strong passions, with firmly held opinions from opposing points of view. That's understandable, since the issues relate to matters of life and death and pain and suffering, and because we have a critical role to ensure we protect the vulnerable. But Deputy Speaker, between the times that I've spoken on these matters, from the Senate in the 2 parliaments ago, in the Federation Chamber in the last parliament, and now, both of my parents have died, and in both cases I was entrusted to be their power of attorney. While I did not have to make any decisions in relation to my father, I did in relation to my mother, and I was able to do so in accordance with her wishes and with access to palliative care. That decision made 4 weeks ago weighs heavily on my shoulders. Not everyone gets access to palliative care in their last days or decent and respectful care in their later years. Addressing these challenges should be a priority for all Australian governments. My own personal view is not in support of the legalisation of euthanasia. However, with all its gravity, this is not something that should be restricted from consideration by the ACT and Northern Territory legislative assemblies.
I thank the member for Bean, and I give the call to the member for Fenner, the Assistant Minister for a competition, charities and treasury.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In 2016, Canberra man Robertson died on his 61st birthday. He was at the end of a 5-week hunger strike inside a body which he knew was no longer working. Mr Pakovic had been suffering from Parkinson's disease for a decade and had come to the decision, speaking with his family, that he wanted to end his life. He was, however, unable to do so through voluntary assisted dying and had to do so through the much more traumatic and painful approach of a 5-week hunger strike. As his daughter Katarina Knowles said, he was really, truly bedridden, and it was just the worst. I spoke to Katarina a year ago when I was moving a private member's bill in this place to repeal the Andrews ban, to finally allow the ACT and the Northern Territory to have the same rights as the states to legislate over voluntary assisted dying. We are now in a situation in which this parliament is lagging behind the broader community. Surveys in the 1980s suggest that public support for doctor-led voluntary assisted dying was somewhere in the high 60s. In the 1990s, when the Andrews ban was passed, it was in the mid to high 70s. And in the past 2 decades, support has been in the 80s. And yet it has not been possible for those in the Territory to have the same debate over voluntary assisted dying as those in the states. They have been prevented from doing so by an anachronistic ban put in place 25 years ago. And it's important to remember the state of the world back then. That was a stage in which the Northern Territory had been first in the world in introducing voluntary assisted dying laws. And there was a concern that people from states might go to the Northern Territory in order to use those laws. So the Andrews ban overturned the right of the Northern Territory, and in so doing the ACT became collateral damage. The ACT hadn't legislated at that time, but the Andrews ban swept up the ACT just because it could. And as as those who argued for the Andrews ban put it, the ban was put in place because the territories had moved before the states. Frank Brennan asked the rhetorical question in a submission, quote, "Should the Commonwealth Parliament overturn a territory law?" And he answered his own question and follows, quote, "Only in very rare circumstances where no state has similarly legislated." We're not now in a situation, Deputy Speaker, where no state has similarly legislated. We're in a situation in which every state has similarly legislated. So to hold back the territories is to hold back two jurisdictions from putting in place the very same laws that are in place in every state. The fact is that just a short drive from this parliament is New South Wales, a place which has enabled voluntary assisted dying. And so the argument has been turned on its head. While the concern might otherwise be that people would travel to the Northern Territory in the mid-1990s to take advantage of those laws, now it is the concern that while the vast majority of Australia has legislated for voluntary assisted dying, the territories are carved out. And so people in the territories who wanted to choose the circumstances of ending their own lives would need to travel now to a state. I mentioned before the strong community support for voluntary assisted dying. I want to take the House to a few statistics that illustrate quite how strong that support is. According to Vote Compass, voluntary assisted dying is now supported by 87% of Australians, 79% of coalition voters, 77% of Catholics, 78% of Protestants. We now have a situation in which many European countries, many United States and the United States and the District of Columbia have legalised voluntary assisted dying. It is also the case that the territory legislatures have grown up. The ACT was an 8-year-old parliament when the Andrews ban took effect. It's now in its 30s and is a debating chamber the equal of any state parliament. I want to acknowledge the advocacy work of Andrew Denton from Go Gentle, Andrew Barr and Tara Chain from the ACT, who were here in the House this morning to hear the members for Solomon and Canberra introduce this private member's bill. I want to recognise the members for Bean and Lingiari who support this private member's bill, and Senators McCarthy and Gallagher in the other place. And I want to note that while Labor territory representatives are united in our support for this bill, around half of those that I've named do not themselves support voluntary assisted dying. They're standing on the principle of territory rights, recognising that they want those parliaments to be able to have the debate, but making the case that in the end they hope those territory assemblies do not go ahead and enact voluntary assisted dying. And so I hope those in this parliament who themselves have personal misgivings about voluntary assisted dying will nonetheless vote for this bill on the basis of territory rights. I've been pleased to have a range of conversations with those on both sides of the House and on the crossbench about this important bill. And I've noted in many of those conversations the commitment to territory rights. And I know among coalition members who are listening to this debate that many of them may also have misgivings about voluntary assisted dying. Many of them, if they were in state parliaments, would have voted against the legalisation of voluntary assisted dying that has now gone through all of the state parliaments. But that the coalition has a strong commitment to federalism. And that, as others have put, if you want to be in the fight against voluntary assisted dying, run for a territory parliament, because that's where the debate should take place, in the Northern Territory Assembly and on the floor of the ACT Legislative Assembly. It should no longer be the place of this House to hold back the territories from doing what every single state has done. The Andrews ban was wrong in 1997, but it is utterly ridiculous today for that ban to stay in place. I draw Coalition members' attention to the words of the then Liberal Chief Minister of the ACT, Kate Carnell, who argued in 1997 against the Andrews ban, saying, quote, that it was limiting our self-governing powers, and that, quote, what is at issue here is nothing less than the democratic rights of the citizens of the ACT. And that principle is one which has been shared by former Senator Gary Humphries and shared by people such as Marshall Perrin in the Northern Territory. There is nothing about restoring territories' rights that is inherently a Labor value. It should be supported by those in the coalition too. For me, this has been a long process. In the 45th Parliament, I moved a bill to repeal the Andrews ban. In the 46th Parliament, I moved a private member's motion to remove the Andrews ban. But in neither case did the then government bring that debate to the floor. And it is to the credit of the Albanese Labor government that this debate has been brought to the floor. And I do note that when the Andrews ban was debated in this place 25 years ago, the Prime Minister was one of those who personally spoke out against the Andrews ban. Prime Minister Albanese has been extraordinarily consistent in his support for territory rights, in his recognition that it is that voluntary assisted dying is appropriately an issue to be debated by territory parliaments. This is an issue on which people may well differ on the question of euthanasia and voluntary assisted dying, but ought to be united on territory rights. I acknowledge the hard work of Senator Lionhelm in a previous parliament in trying to get this through the Senate, and the fact that that vote came down to just a few votes in the Senate there. This time, I hope the vote in the Senate will be much stronger, much more overwhelming. And when it happens, the sky won't fall in. The territories will debate voluntary assisted dying. They may choose to follow the states, they may not. But it is appropriate that those legislatures have that debate. It's appropriate that a conversation about an issue that enjoys the support of nearly 9 out of 10 Australians should be debated in the territories as it is in the states. And I say this to any members of the House who are currently unsure about their position on a conscience vote. Now, we don't have conscience votes in this place very much. My door is open. If you want to speak about these issues, I would love the opportunity to engage you in that conversation. I'd love the opportunity to make the case that so many of my constituents in the electorate of Fenner have made to me, that they should not be second-class democratic citizens, that they should have the very same rights over this issue that people in states currently enjoy. So come and knock on my door, come and knock on the door of the members for Bean or Lingiari, Solomon or Canberra. We'd be pleased to speak to you about this issue. We respect the diversity of views on the question of voluntary assisted dying, but we call for your support for the fundamental democratic principle of territory rights. I commend the bill to the House.
And I thank the member for Fenner. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Longman.
We on? Okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yep. This is probably one of the more difficult bills that many of us will have to face, and I've been given many notes from both sides of the debate on this, all well-meaning and all make very valid points. The AMA has their reservations about euthanasia, and faith leaders have also got their reservations, as have many of my constituents. However, that's also balanced by quite a few people who have absolutely no question in their mind about the rights of people to choose to go down that path. And having personally witnessed 4 to 5 people slowly dwindle away to diseases such as cancer, I must admit that it's a real conundrum for me as well. In fact, I visited a party member who was passing last Sunday before we came to the first week of Parliament, and he subsequently passed away on the Tuesday. So I was able to witness firsthand very recently how awful it is when someone's taken in that slow manner. But this bill's not about whether euthanasia is right or wrong. It's about the rights for territory, restoring the rights to territories to make decisions on this. And my only concern there is that, well, I have a couple of concerns, but one of them is that I just don't believe the territories have the levers, and they don't have the systems, and they're not set up. In other words, they don't have a Senate to debate this properly and handle issues like this. So for me, we have those powers federally, and I think that the federal government needs to deal with it here in this House and not pass it on to the territories. And I hope, I suspect, but I hope that I'm not right, that they're passing it over so that they don't have to really confront this tough issue. I hope they're doing it out of the right reasons, but I don't know what their motives are. But we can deal with it here, and I'm also against it because I'm one of those people who would like to see the powers of the states and the territories reduced. I think one thing that the pandemic showed us for sure was that Australians had a gutful of living in what they called 8 countries, with closed borders and different rules in every state when it came to who could go to work, who couldn't go to work, who they could see, who they couldn't see. We had people trying to go to work from Queensland into New South Wales and come back and couldn't because they had to quarantine. And yet on their passports they had one common thing, and that was that they were all Australian citizens. I might reside in Queensland, but I am an Australian citizen. And as such, myself and many other Queenslanders and Australians believe we should be able to move within our country and our borders as we see fit. And they wanted the federal government to lead when it came to mandates on the pandemic, and we were actually constrained by the Constitution. So anything that gives states and territories more powers, I'm against. We need to have a good conversation about the Constitution in this country, and we need to change a few things so that the federal government can take its rightful place and lead when it comes to matters of national crisis, matters of conscience, such as euthanasia and other matters, and not hand it to the states. We are supposed to be the highest level of government in this country, and the Constitution prevents us from fulfilling that obligation to the people of this country. So no, I say don't support giving the rights back to the territories. Deal with it here federally. Let's ante up, let's behave like we're supposed to, and deal with the big issues and not pass it off to the smaller and lower forms of government. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to support the Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022. This is the first bill that I have risen to support in this place, and as a representative of a Northern Territory electorate, I am pleased that it is about supporting territory rights. I'm a Territorian born and bred, and I well remember the shock that we felt when the federal government overturned a duly enacted territory statute, the Right of the Terminally Ill Act 1995. Even those who did not support that particular piece of legislation were outraged that politicians representing electorates far from the territory could meet in Canberra and decide to squash a territory law without the consent of those for whom the law was enacted. When the Commonwealth Parliament passed the Northern Territory Self-Government Act in 1978, the particular cohort of federal parliamentarians who made up the parliament at the time had the wisdom and empathy to grant to Territorians the power to elect their own politicians. Those territory politicians would then be authorised to make laws for the peace, order and good government of the Northern Territory. The words peace, order and good government make up a standard phase in constitutional drafting, which is predating federation and going back to the constitutions of some of the pre-existing colonies. They formalise the purpose and scope of what legislators are expected to do. The subject matter of the Rights of the Terminally Ill Act was naturally and self-evidently within the ambit of peace, order and good government for a governed area and population, and on the basis equivalent laws relating to voluntary assisted dying have, in the more recent past, been enacted by state legislators. There is absolutely no reason why the Territory should be different from any state in this respect, or indeed in regards to any law which could be properly characterised as being for the peace, order and good government of the Northern Territory. The Northern Territory deserves the right to legislate on issues that affect it, just like the states do. There is no defensible rationale for condemning people who live in the Northern Territory or the Australian Capital Territory, which share similar self-government arrangements, to being second-class Australian citizens when it comes to their collective capacity to make laws for themselves in the constitutional space, which in other parts of Australia occupied and actively engaged in by state governments. The federal government has a history, and in many respects an unmeritorious history, of intervening in the Northern Territory and of imposing ideologically driven policies from Canberra. Those who live in the Territory object to that approach. You need to understand the Territory to create effective policies for the Territory. That is what lies at the heart of this debate. On the issue of voluntary assisted dying, Territorians should be able to have their views and voices heard and acted upon. The Northern Territory's Legislative Assembly comprises politicians elected by Northern Territory electorates, and it is their job to reflect the views of their constituents in the Legislative Assembly. It is no part of the job of a federal parliamentarian whose seat in some other parts of Australia to do that. This bill is a very simple one. In terms of the Northern Territory, it simply repeals one section, Section 50A of the Self-Government Act. That section was inserted by the federal government's Euthanasia Law Act 1977. It was a section that prevented the Territory from enacting laws regarding voluntary assisted dying and made the Rights of the Terminally Ill Act inoperative. However, and in my view, importantly, this bill also ensures that the Rights of the Terminally Ill Act 1995 is not automatically reinstated. Yes. This bill would not make voluntary assisted dying legal, and indeed it shouldn't. Territorians must have the opportunity to debate any euthanasia proposal that might be forthcoming. It is a contentious issue, felt very deeply on both sides. If proposals are made by the Northern Territory parliamentarians to introduce legislation regarding voluntary assisted dying, I will be calling for a comprehensive and in-depth education campaign. People 25 years today were newborns when this legislation was passed in the Northern Territory Parliament. No one under the age of 40 has had a chance to learn about the issues, participate in debates or tell their elected representatives what they think. Our Northern Territory society has become much more multicultural since then. We have many more people with different religions or spiritual backgrounds who were not part of that debate the last time. And people at bush, Indigenous people, need the information and the time to become well-informed about what voluntary assisted dying means. The reality is that many people on remote communities and outstations do not trust the system. They do not trust the messages that come from the broader society, and they are scared about what the implications and consequences of government-sanctioned euthanasia might be. We saw this mistrust with COVID, where many people out bush believed it was a disease to be imposed on them. I saw it with euthanasia in the late 90s when I was working in the community health sector, and saw how the issue impacted Aboriginal people's willingness to come into the health clinics. We cannot allow this to happen if we have another debate. So I am pleased that this bill does not seek to automatically legalise euthanasia in the Territory, and I am absolutely delighted that it restores the power of the territories to make their own laws relating to voluntary assisted dying. Deputy Speaker, I support the passing of this bill.
Thank you. And the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker, and like many of my parliamentary colleagues, I congratulate you on your recent elevation to high office. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise today and I object to this bill, and I'll give my reasons why. But before I do that, I do want to recognise and acknowledge that, that this is a conscience bill, that this is a bill where reasonable minds will differ. This is the first time I've had an opportunity to speak in this place since my demise of being Speaker. And it's times like this where it is very important, and it makes you recognise and really better understand how important it is to be able to speak on matters such as this. The first thing I want to say is that I implore and so far congratulate all members and senators to conduct themselves on a debate such as this in a respectful manner, as I'm sure that they will do. But this bill has a fairly innocuous title, and in some respects it is somewhat misleading. The name of the bill talks about restoring the Territory's rights for effectively to be able to govern themselves. And at first blush, that would be difficult to argue against. I accept that. But it's more than that. It is much more than that. Because what it basically does is that it gives the Territories the right to determine euthanasia, voluntary assisted dying, and that is the point for which I stand and rally against. Now, I openly admit that there are many people in Australia who have a different view to this. I accept that. Maybe even many on my own side of the chamber. But that's the beauty of a democracy in which we live, and it's a beauty of the ability to be able to speak freely on these sort of conscience votes. I believe I believe in the sanctity of life. I believe that states should only in the most exceptional of circumstances approve of the killing of a human being, in instances like war or self-defence, to name two. Now, I'm making a lot of concessions here, Deputy Speaker, and one of the concessions is that I've never been in a situation where my mum, or I've had to watch my mum or my dad die a painful death. And so I accept readily that I'm coming to this view from somewhat, say, a fairly innocent approach. But belief is belief, and I would like to think that even if I was faced with that situation, my belief would not change. Now, before I go into the merits of the bill, I want to say, and I understand that the issue of voluntary assisted dying or or euthanasia is very much a polarising one. Statistics have already been raised by members of this House of support of in the order of 80% of voluntary assisted dying. It's clear that voluntary assisted dying is in some form or shape has been enacted in all of the states in this country. Now that is true, but that doesn't make it right. And some people would say, well, you're an elected representative in the federal parliament, you should mirror the views of your constituents and the country. There is some truth to that, but that is not an absolute. There are some times when we, as elected representatives, feel so strongly about something that many of us will draw a line in the sand and say, no, I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to go past that point. Now, those of us who were in the chamber several years ago when the marriage equality bill came up, I made a commitment to the people in my electorate that I would support marriage equality based on the will of the Australian people. And I did. I honoured that commitment. But we're talking about the lives of Australians. We're talking about the lives and the sanctity of life, which is, in my view, absolutely more paramount than me being a federally elected member of parliament. And I believe, in my view, my conscience does not permit me to vote for a bill which some members will talk about. This bill doesn't legalise euthanasia. I accept that axiomatically this bill does not automatically mean that euthanasia in the territories is legal, that there would be a process that would have to be gone through in the territories' legislatures. I accept that. But I don't want to be one of those people that effectively authorise that to happen. On that basis, I oppose the passing of this bill. Now, I want to recognise once again the member for Solomon and the member for Canberra that kicked this debate off earlier this morning. But the justification for the passing of this bill, as referred to by the member for Solomon — I like the member for Solomon, I think he's a good, decent bloke — but on this occasion I think he's being misled, because he started off by saying that this bill is not about euthanasia, but that's exactly what it is about. And the member for Canberra, who followed him immediately afterwards, she confirmed that this bill is absolutely about providing an entitlement for the territories to make laws in relation to euthanasia or voluntary assisted dying. I don't say that as a criticism of the member for Solomon. As I said, I think he's a good and decent man. But I do believe that he's wrong when he says that this is not about voluntary assisted dying. What those proponents of this bill do fail to recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, they talk about the importance of territory parliaments to have some form of equitable arrangement as the states. Now, at first blush, that seems like a reasonable proposition to hold. But I would suggest constitutionally it is incorrect. Now, Section 122 of the Constitution provides for this parliament, the Commonwealth Parliament, to be able to effectively have plenary powers over the territories. Now, that is inescapable. So this parliament, unlike state parliaments, this parliament has the power to pass laws in relation to the territories. The territories are a creature of this parliament, of the Commonwealth Parliament. Now, the Commonwealth has admittedly enacted self-government acts for the Northern Territory, for the ACT and also Norfolk Island. Each of them have their own respective self-government provisions in their acts. But to give you some background for anybody who may be listening to this, on the 25th of May 1995, the Northern Territory Legislative Assembly passed the Rights of the Terminally Ill Act of 1995. On the 9th of September 1996, Kevin Andrews, the then member for Menzies, introduced the Euthanasia Laws Bill. The purpose of the bill was to provide that the Northern Territory Legislative Assembly, the Australian Capital Territory Legislative Assembly and the Norfolk Island Legislative Assembly do not have the power to make laws which would permit that form of intentional killing of another, called euthanasia, or the assisting of another person to terminate his or her own life. The bill passed with amendments following a conscience vote in the House of Representatives on the 9th of December 1996. It passed the Senate in March 1997. The passing of that Menzies bill, the Kevin Andrews bill, certainly overrode the Northern Territory's right to introduce laws to provide for euthanasia. In my view, it was the right thing to do then, because it protects the sanctity of life. Now, we in this chamber will never get an opportunity to pass laws in relation to voluntary assisted dying in any of the 6 states. For those in this chamber who believe in the sanctity of life, who believe that our most vulnerable should be protected, this is an opportunity for those members to defend that right, to defend that sanctity of life. Because if we give that up today, this week, however long this debate takes, it's gone forever. I believe as a community, as a society, as a country, we should be putting more money into things like palliative care to ease the suffering of people who are suffering and who are going to die. But there's a difference between providing palliative care and taking an active role in actually killing someone. And I know that this is not just an issue which is open for debate amongst people of faith. This is also an issue which is actively debated by some members within the medical profession who take an oath, a Hippocratic oath, to first do no harm, to look after people. And the concept of taking the life of a patient is an anathema to many of those medical professionals. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I encourage respectful debate. I'm sure that that's what will happen, as often happens on these conscience debates, and that's as it should be. I respect that this is an issue where fair minds will differ, but this is an opportunity for this parliament, for the federal parliament, to stamp its authority and respect the sanctity of life. We won't get many opportunities. This is a very, very important day today.
Thank you. Time has expired. I give the call to the member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Look, I tend to agree with the member for Fisher. I thought that was well summed up by the member for Fisher. I won't be supporting this at all. I've got the bill here in front of me, Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022. It's probably the shortest bill that I've ever seen in my 9 years in this place. It's just the first 2 pages are pretty well blank. And then it says, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to the legislative powers of territories and for related purposes. This act is the Restoring Territory Rights Act 2022. And then on the back, when it says application, it says, despite the amendments made by this schedule, the rights of the Terminally Ill Act 1995 of the Northern Territory, so it goes straight to the Terminally Ill Act, continues to have effect as a law of the Territory in relation to any act or thing that was done before the 27th of March 1997, but has no force or effect as a law of the Territory in relation to any act of the thing done on that day or thereafter. Sub-item 1 applies subject to a contrary intention in a law of the Northern Territory that is enacted after the commencement of this item. So that's about it. That's the whole bill. So this bill, contrary to what the member for Solomon was saying earlier, is really about euthanasia and allowing the territories to legalise it. If this bill was a referendum bill to change territories, the ACT and the Northern Territory, to states, then I might support that. But the reality is the territories are not the same as the states, and the Constitution sets it up that way. Very clear. You know, all the states have 12 senators in the other place. Tasmania, with 400,000 or 500,000 people, the same population almost as Canberra, has 12 senators, and the ACT gets 2 senators because they're not a state, they're a territory. Same with the Northern Territory. They get 2 senators as well. So if you want to become a state, then become a state. But this is really about legalising euthanasia through the back door, and parliamentarians in this place trying to override what was done, or the current parliament not debating it and putting that in place. I received a letter. I wasn't really going to speak on this, but I wasn't going to support it, but I received a letter from Christopher Prowse, who is the Catholic Archbishop of Canberra, Goulburn. Well, I haven't met him. I just spoke to his office about whether I could read this letter. But it's a very good letter. It says, Dear Honourable Luke Howarth MP, the Catholic Church has always held that church and state are properly separate, but share the objectives of pursuing the common good and promoting the dignity of the human person. Due to these common goals, I believe it is important to outline a perspective on the anticipated legislation. The rationale for this proposed legislation is ensuring that territory assemblies have equal democratic prerogatives with the states. In my view, this argument is flawed, and such an outcome is evidently not intended at all. In fact, the intent of the proposed bill that's before the Australian Parliament now is solely aimed at provision of the capacity of territories to legislate for state-sanctioned killing through euthanasia or voluntary assisted dying. My view is that a radical change to society's most foundational law overturning the prohibition on the intentional killing of citizens is ethically unjustifiable, cannot ensure legal protection of the vulnerable, and would fail to uphold the dignity of the dying. The purpose of writing to you as a member of the Federal Parliament at this point in time is to make several observations and to urge your deep reflection on the proposals before you. 1. The Constitution and the Self-Government Acts make it clear that territories are not equivalent to states in nature or in capacities. The Commonwealth retains to itself the capacity to limit the scope of territory competence and even to disallow Assembly legislation that is contrary to Commonwealth policy. The Constitution, Section 53 and 122, as the member for Fisher outlined, indicates that the citizens of territories only have such rights as bestowed by the Commonwealth. And that's exactly what the member for Fisher just said, that Section 122 of the Constitution says the Australian Parliament has the power to pass laws in relation to the territories. 2. He goes on to say, in light of these provisions, together with public comments that the proposed legislation is exclusively directed at enabling euthanasia, voluntary assisted dying, to be enacted in the territories. It is evident that the Federal Parliament is being asked to take responsibility precisely for legislation enabling the administration of lethal drugs to patients. This is quite a different proposition to the acts of state parliaments with similar intent. Through this legislation, the Commonwealth is being asked for the first time to sanction the killing of its most vulnerable citizens in jurisdictions where constitutionally the Commonwealth has direct responsibility. 3. The ACT seat of government is prevented from establishing its own police force or developing legislation around censorship. Yet these are not presented as limitations on democracy in the manner in which provision to legislate to sanction the killing of its own citizens is frequently publicly presented. Well, that's certainly accurate. As a member of the Federal Parliament, you have responsibilities for the citizens of your own electorates, states or territories, but you also have wider responsibilities to work for the common good and the dignity of persons beyond any local dimensions. In exercising a conscience vote, as a parliamentarian, you are called on to consider the deepest dimensions of your own humanity and to act in a manner consistent with the good of all Australian citizens. For example, I note that at the same time there is a call to make euthanasia and assisted suicide available to all. Palliative care remains only accessible to some. And he's right there. It does need a major overhaul, palliative care, right through the country. Similarly, there is considerable irony that this call has a high degree of traction while the plight of many vulnerable Australians, including First Nations people, those who are living with disability or who are aged, may be offered this option but not consistently high-quality care. Legislation directly and specifically aimed at enabling lethal injections is difficult to reconcile with your responsibilities to the common good or the dignity of the person. And he goes on to say, in presenting these views, I understand that the responsibilities of federal parliamentarians is not identical with that of those in state parliaments and that you have a broader remit. You will be deliberating on these matters carefully and sincerely, and on the real question of state-sanctioned killing in territories, you will need to accept a particular responsibility for the outcomes. Please be assured of prayerful support in your deliberations as you seek to resolve the challenges before you in this matter and in exercising your civic duties. If you believed it would be appropriate and helpful, I'd welcome the opportunity to speak with you about this proposed legislation. Christopher Prowse, Catholic Archbishop of Canberra, Goulburn, I haven't spoken with him about it. I believe this letter was sent to every member of parliament. I'm not sure if anyone else has read it, but I thought I'd put it on record because I thought he summed up fairly well some points there. The reality is, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Territory's fiscal imbalance is at the core of arguments against it. The Northern Territory simply can't raise the funds required to cover its spending responsibilities. The Northern Territory accounts for about a sixth of Australia's total landmass, yet its population is about 1/20th of Sydney. What this means is that if the Northern Territory receives the bulk of its funding from the Commonwealth, then it's only fair that the Commonwealth retains some influence over Territory decision-making. I believe that this bill is not about the Territory wanting more Territory rights, so to speak, but it's purely about enacting euthanasia through the Territories, which is not their responsibility. It rests with the Commonwealth Parliament as we have the opportunity to pass laws in relation to Territories. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank the member for Petrie. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In March of last year, voluntary assisted dying legislation passed in both houses of the Tasmanian Parliament, becoming the third state in Australia at that time to legislate voluntary assisted dying. It was the fourth time assisted dying laws had come before the Tasmanian Parliament since 2009, and through a number of years of advocacy from independent Legislative Councillor Mike Gaffney, who put forward the bill, and months of careful consultation with the community from MPs and MLCs from all sides, all members of Parliament had a conscience vote, with the bill passing the Legislative Council unanimously and MPs in the lower house voting 16 to 6 in favour. As with all social issues, the issue of voluntary assisted dying was contentious, but regardless of how an individual may feel on the issue, the fact that the issue could be considered by Tasmanian parliamentarians is a right that our fellow citizens in the Northern Territory and the ACT are denied. For a Territory to be denied the ability to make a decision on such a critical issue, and one deemed important by many in their communities, no matter which side of the argument they fall on, is to deny each and every citizen their right to participate in what is a democratic process, simply because of where they live. So how do we find ourselves here having this very debate? Over 25 years ago, the Northern Territory were leading the world with their groundbreaking laws on medically assisted dying. On the 25th of May 1995, the then Chief Minister, Marshall Perrin, introduced the Northern Territory's Right of the Terminally Ill Act, allowing for someone in their last months of life to apply for a medically assisted death. The laws came into effect on July 1, 1996. Still, the road for those seeking to put the law into practice was not easy. Taxi driver Max Bell, who was suffering from stomach cancer, became well known for driving 3,000 kilometres from Broken Hill to Darwin to use the Territory's euthanasia laws. He was unable to carry out his wishes after medical and psychiatric professionals in the Northern Territory refused to provide the required information necessary as part of the process, and he eventually returned back to Broken Hill. Bell eventually succumbed to stomach cancer, and the media coverage of his case sparked greater cooperation from medical professionals and paved the way for a 66-year-old carpenter, Bob Dent, who was suffering from prostate cancer, to become the first person in the world to take his own life under legally sanctioned voluntary euthanasia laws. For Bob's wife Judy, there was comfort in Bob leaving the world on his own terms, after watching him battle his terminal illness. The worst thing about looking after somebody who is very ill and in pain is that you can't do anything about it, she said. I would have taken some of his pain for him if I could have, but I was even afraid to hug him. Tests had shown his bones were ready to crumble because the cancer had moved into his bones, so hearty hugs were not in the picture anymore. She told The Guardian Australia in 2016, "Naturally, I didn't want him to die, but I didn't want him to live the way he was having to live. When he got his paperwork signed, the palliative effect was greater than everything anybody else had been trying to do for him. The mental anguish was gone," she said. Just 9 months later, the former member for Menzies, Kevin Andrews, introduced a private member's bill successfully overturning the Northern Territory laws while also amending legislation to prevent the Territories reintroducing it. The bill was supported across political lines, including by the now member for Watson, then director of the Euthanasia No Group. Dent was only one of 4 Territorians who were able to undertake voluntary euthanasia before the laws were overturned. Judy, like so many Territorians, saw the federal government intervention as treating them like second-class citizens. Indeed, by overturning the laws, it's hard to argue that the message is that democratically elected legislatures of the Territories cannot be trusted to make laws responsibly and appropriately. I don't stand here and seek to criticise either the former member for Menzies nor the current member for Watson, nor anyone in this House for their views on euthanasia. It is a deeply complex and sometimes deeply personal and sensitive issue that holds many shades of grey. However, I agree with the member for Solomon that although this legislation should be about the sole issue that territory rights should be the same as people living in every state across Australia, for many this issue is tied to that of euthanasia. However, it is also the job of an elected representative to consult and advocate and ultimately vote on issues in line with community expectations. And the point that must be made is that the majority of us making a decision on this legislation do not represent these communities, and as such should not have the power to stop the Territories making a decision that's right for their own community. We've come a long way as a society since the Northern Territory laws were first enacted in 1996. The Act caused an uproar nationally and internationally, from politicians to healthcare professionals, religious groups, pro-life and pro-choice pressure groups, academics, the media and members of the general public. But as pointed out by Go Gentle Australia, surveys show that around 85% of Australians support the legislation of voluntary assisted dying to allow for better choice at the end of life. As mentioned previously, in Tasmania, the End of Life Choices Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill passed last year, the 4th attempt at passing such a law, after previous efforts in 2009, 2013 and 2017 failed. Each and every attempt saw passionate advocacy from both sides of the issue, but year after year community expectations have changed. And thanks to the tireless work of independent MLC Mike Gaffney, Tasmania has laws now by and large meet the community's expectations. And as pointed out by Mr Gaffney, the end result is a good indication of how Parliament should work. The legislation will allow people who are suffering from advanced, incurable and irreversible conditions, which are expected to cause their death within 6 months, to end their own lives. The law will come into effect in October and I hope will bring relief and peace for those who may seek to exercise this right. Should it pass, the proposed legislation before us today rightly gives the Territories their democratic powers back that were taken from them 25 years ago, allowing them to consider the issue of voluntary assisted dying in their respective jurisdictions. Whilst not reinstating the Northern Territory euthanasia laws that were previously in force, this bill at its core allows Territory parliaments and their communities to decide what is right for them, just as Western Australia, Victoria, Tasmania, Queensland, New South Wales and Western Australia have the legislative powers to do. I note that Northern Territory Attorney-General has stated that their current voluntary dying legislation does need to be rewritten and modernised to meet best practice standards. Every elected representative, whether local, state or federal, is elected to represent the views and wishes of their community on a whole range of issues, and to be denied the opportunity to carry out that role on such a significant issue is, in my view, undemocratic and inequitable. Efforts to overturn the 1997 federal government legislation have failed twice in recent years. A 2018 bill introduced in the Senate by former Senator David Leyonhjelm saw a number of senators on both sides vote against it. In 2021, former Northern Territory Coalition Senator Sam McMahon attempted to introduce a Territory Rights Bill to restore euthanasia powers in the Northern Territory, but it did not come to a vote. So the time is now. With this legislation, we have a chance to deliver the Territories what is rightly theirs. The Commonwealth must ensure those in the Territories are not treated as second-class citizens and must step out of the way by handing these legislative powers back. Territorians deserve the right to the same self-determination as all other individuals across the country, and I wholeheartedly support this bill.
I thank the member for Bass. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier this sitting, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and the bill is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. On indulgence, I call the Minister for Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to join with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition earlier today, who spoke in the condolence motion for Archie Roach, who passed away on Saturday. I rise to pay tribute to the memory and the life of Uncle Archie Roach, and the family, as we know, has given permission for us to use his name and his image to preserve and continue his legacy. On Saturday night, there was a ripple around the Garment Festival as the news spread about the passing of Archie Roach. Everywhere you were, there were sounds of wailing, crying, and people clinging to each other in grief. Archie Roach was born in 1956. He was my contemporary. A member of the stolen generation, Uncle Archie was just 3 years old when he was taken from his parents, and that was in 1960. Archie's memory from that day was his father screaming, restrained by the police, while all but one child were loaded into a big black car. Archie Roach never saw his parents again. Later in life, he wrote the song that we all know so well, Took the Children Away. And in that he wrote, snatched from my mother's breast, said it was for the best. He was placed in a children's home and a series of foster homes until he finally found a family he could call home. He was 7 years old. Uncle Archie was 14 years when he received a letter about the death of his mother. Until that day, he didn't know he had a family. Shocked and angry, he ran away from home at 15, first to Sydney, then to the streets of Adelaide and Melbourne, always searching for his family and his identity. But it is while he was in Adelaide that he met his soulmate, the remarkable Ruby Hunter. Both homeless at the time, they met at a Salvation Army drop-in centre known as All Things, the People's Palace. Uncle Archie said he always remembered the day he met Ruby. She was wearing a blue dress, and he always remembered that. Uncle Archie Roach was a pioneer of First Nations music, the voice of a generation. He was a singer, a poet, and a truth-teller. For many Australians, his song, Took the Children Away, which he wrote in 1990, was their first exposure to the horrors of the stolen generations. His music shone a light on the truth of that policy. He always said his music was born of pain and trauma, but driven by hope and healing. Paul Kelly said of Archie, big tree down, weeping in the forest. Paul Kelly, of course, collaborated with Archie Roach in his first album, Charcoal Lane. His early passing at 66 underscores the life expectancy gap for First Nations people. And I finish up, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with words, the last words of Took the Children Away, and it finishes like this. Back to their mother, back to their father, back to their sister, back to their brother, back to their people, back to their land. All the children came back children come back, children come back. And then he writes, yes, I came back.
I thank the Minister. I call on Indulgence the Manager of Government Business.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I start in paying tribute to Archie Roach by extending my deepest sympathies to Archie's family, particularly his sons Amos and Eben, and thank them for granting us permission to use Archie's name, to share Archie's images and to continue playing his music. They didn't have to do that, and they certainly didn't have to do that immediately. And they've given us, in a very real way, they've given the nation permission in some way to grieve with them. And there's a lot to grieve. I've thought about it, and I don't think I've ever met a more humble person than Archie Roach. And when we talk about his music living on, it's true we can play the albums right back to Charcoal Lane, or more recently Tell Me Why, and you can hear the voice. But what we won't get is that banter between songs. When you would see Archie Roach live, and the first time I saw him live was actually in Wollongong at the ACTU Congress some years ago, where he performed. And the last time I saw him perform was at the Woodford Folk Festival. And there he was performing with Paul Grabowski, and together with Paul Grabowski they reimagined all his early work. And if anyone hasn't listened to the album Tell Me Why, please do. Please do. Because in reimagining it, they also wrote 3 new songs. They wanted to write a new song for each of the foster families that Archie had been with. And there's a song that I heard for the first time at Woodford, because I hadn't bought the album at that stage, but I was listening to the vinyl yesterday. And he told the story of one of the foster parents and them bringing him into the house once a week and wanting him to learn manners when having a cup of tea. And in that image was both the generosity and the condescension, all sort of wrapped up together. And Archie, in telling it, just told it as a story of love, and then sang the song with the lyric, or the chorus, one for each person and one for the pot. The one thing that, and a lot of tributes are out there at the moment. The Minister for Indigenous Affairs just referred to what's been said by Paul Kelly. I think perhaps the most powerful of the tributes that artists have put out there was the one I saw yesterday from Dan Sultan. Dan just looked down the camera and just started playing the guitar and did not sing a word. And as you listen, you're realising you're hearing the guitar backing for Took the Children Away. And just without saying a word reminded us that the music is there forever, but the voice, the power of that voice, it's not with us in the same way. But part of the power of that voice was the way Archie continued to lend it to others and to lend it to the next generation. His mentoring of Australian musicians was extraordinary and unbelievably generous. A lot of people will know the band AB Original, Briggs and Trials, and they'll know the album Reclaim Australia. Even if you don't listen to the whole album, for some people that album, both the music and for some the lyrics will be a bit too much. But just listen to the first track, because all the first track is an interview with Archie Roach with music playing behind, and him talking about activism and the need to act. So yeah, Reclaim Original, you'll get it off your phone. Just listen to the first track, and if the music keeps playing, then we've done well. But his generosity in continuing to act as a mentor to artists went right up until only a few weeks ago. So I try to listen each week to Triple J's Like a Version, and 3 weeks ago it was Archie Roach. And he was there with Becca Hatch, with Marlon and with Ruller, and he finished with a medley of Bob Marley hits, which means the final words I watched him sing while he was alive were get up, stand up for your rights, get up, stand up, don't give up the fight. It's important that we don't. And we're all in a better position to be able to do all of that together because we've been blessed with the life of Archie Roach.
Call the Minister.
Thanks. In moving a procedural motion, I want to thank the Minister for Indigenous Australians for her very moving and powerful words, and the Leader of the House for his equally inspiring and powerful words. I ask leave of the House to move a motion to enable further statements on indulgence on the death of Archibald William Roach to be made in the Federation Chamber.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. I call the Minister.
I move that further statements on indulgence on the death of Archibald William Roach be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. All those opposed say no. I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Governor-General's opening speech. Resumption of debate on the proposed address in reply.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Jellybrand.
Thank you, Speaker. I've always made it my practice in this place to begin my first speech in every new parliament by giving thanks to the people who've put their trust in me to represent them in this place. Thank you to my constituents in Melbourne's West. Representing you in this place is the greatest honour of my life, and I'll continue to work hard each and every day in order to try and live up to it, to build a better future for you and your family. Thank you too to the Labor activists who helped winning the campaign in Jellybrand in this election. I've never taken the support of my constituents for granted, and we campaign hard every election to return a Labor member to this House. So thank you to the Labor activists who gave countless hours to the cause to help re-elect me and the long-awaited Albanese Labor government. Hundreds of volunteers contributed to our campaign, and I am thankful to each and every one of them. A few special thanks, though. To the indefatigable Alison, thank you for your enormous contribution nearly every day of pre-poll and on polling day, and filling in for all of the roster shifts when someone wasn't available, which in COVID times was not a few times. Bill, thank you for covering the Truganina pre-poll and for making the commute all the way from Altona, past the Altona pre-poll to get there. Thank you to Terry, Gary, Matt, Maida, Brenda, Greg, Gavin, Effie, Janet, Trish and Dean for putting in hundreds of hours into the campaign collectively. Thank you to all of those who joined me on pre-poll: Laniel, Janet, Marcel, Joan, Eric, Michael, Catherine, Pritam, William, Paul, Karen, Scott, John, Julie, Clovis, Martine, Louise and Liam. Thank you all. Campaigning is hard, and campaigning during Melbourne's winter is even harder still. So thank you for braving the cold and the mud of the Altona Finnish Society, the windswept car parks of Truganina and the bustle of Point Cook Town Centre. Thank you to all of the polling day booth captains: Kamal, Chris, Kaylin, Gary, Matthew, Monica, Jock, Brenda, Cornelius, Trish, Paddy, Anne, Lance, Dan, Bill, Alison, Matt, Effie, Jebesh, Scott, Robin, Nathan, Brett, Kate, Eloise, Cindy, Oliver and Sienna. Thank you to all of the scrutineers who stayed behind after what was already a long day, though I suspect arriving just in time to hear the election results from Western Australia, probably made it worthwhile. Thank you lastly to my staff, Finn, Sienna, Henry, Steve, Andrew, Walt and Kieran. It's been a hard term. Thank you. I couldn't have survived it without you. Thank you also to all of my staff who've worked with me during 9 long years of opposition but weren't working in my office in time to see the promised land. There have been a lot of people, but thank you in particular to the long-termers, Raymond, Lara, Heather, Cesar, Diane, Ben and Fiona. You're all true believers who made a big contribution to this government along the way. And finally, thank you to Clara Jordan-Baird. I know how much you would have loved the last couple of months, and I've been missing you particularly as a result. We'll hold your memory close as we begin delivering on the causes that you worked so hard for in your life. And in the Albanese Labor government, we aren't wasting a moment. The election came at a critical time in our nation's history, at a time when the challenges facing our nation have been growing more rapidly than ever before. But Australia was adrift under the previous government. We saw 9 years of economic policy stagnation, 9 years of climate change inaction, 9 years of neglect bordering on sabotage of the levers of our influence around the world, a decade of drift. After 9 years, those opposite left Australia with $1 trillion in Liberal debt and far too little to show for it, and no plan for the future. I'm proud to be a member of the Albanese Labor government that doesn't only have a plan for a better future but hasn't missed a moment in getting to work on it. We've already secured an increase in the minimum wage. We promised it, we delivered it. We've introduced legislation to enshrine our climate change commitments in law, to fix the aged care crisis and to create universal paid leave for family and domestic violence, a cause that members on this side of the House have been campaigning for many years. Unfortunately, the problems left to us by the previous government can't be fixed overnight, but we're getting on with the job. There's been a bit of a dynamic across the government as new ministers settle into their new roles, get behind the desks and look down into the bottom drawer. Again and again, my colleagues are finding that those opposite simply gave up on governing long before the last election. Whether it's visas, share registers, healthcare funding, they were in power, but they were checked out, obsessed with their own internal conflicts and culture wars instead of the job that Australians elected them to do. Now, in my own position, I'm deeply grateful that the Prime Minister has chosen to appoint me as the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs. And after I was sworn in, I looked in my in-tray and saw for myself the mess left behind by the previous government in the Australian Passport Office, an issue that will be familiar to every member in this House. A massive backlog of passport applications, many delayed by weeks, phones jammed with Australians seeking an update, queues wrapped around whole city blocks full of Australians anxious about their family reunions and long-awaited international holidays being wrecked by the previous government's mismanagement. 2 million Australians allowed their passports to expire during the pandemic without renewing them. Yet the Morrison government made no attempt to smooth the entirely predictable surge in demand for renewal applications that was to come when international travel resumed, or to prepare the resources in the public service that would be needed to deal with them when they came. They weren't doing the basics of government, and Australian travellers were left to pay the price. They paid the price in the terrible anxiety, worrying about family holidays being cancelled when one member of the family is still waiting on a passport application to be approved, and countless hours wasted in frustration in overlong telephone queues and in queues running around the block from passport offices. I'm pleased to have been able to take quick action with the Foreign Minister to begin addressing this problem. Since the election, we have doubled the number of staff in the Australian Passport Office, from roughly 730 to around 1,400. And the queues at passport offices have all but vanished, and the call waiting times are down to just a couple of minutes now. We're still dealing with the backlog, but by the end of next month we hope to have returned to normal passport processing times and to have restored the high-quality passport services Australians appreciate. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the staff from the Australian Passport Office and the wider Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade who have pitched in across the organisation to help fix this mess, including, to some commentary on Twitter, I note, the 2022 DFAT graduate class. These public servants, in the Passport Office in particular, went above and beyond, well above and beyond, working very long hours, staying hours after the end of their shift to meet this surging demand amidst enormous public frustration and media scrutiny. Thank you to all of you for going above and beyond in doing your job. Now, the challenges that we faced in the Australian Passport Office struck me particularly acutely in the Foreign Affairs portfolio because the ability to travel, to connect and to engage overseas is part of who we are as Australians. The Australian people are deeply connected with the world around us, and this matters to our broader foreign policy. As Minister Wong has underlined, quote, "Our foreign policy is an expression of our values, our interests and our identity. It starts with who we are." Our foreign policy objective in this term of government, as it should be for every government, is to grow Australia's power and influence around the world. As the ferocious travel schedule of our new Foreign Minister, our Defence Minister and our Prime Minister has already demonstrated, we intend to do this with new energy and increased resources. But we're also taking a new approach. One of the ways that we'll maximise our influence is by highlighting the common ground of modern Australia with the world around us. We are a nation where more than half of our population was born overseas or has a parent born overseas. We're a nation of more than 300 ethnic heritages. My electorate in Melbourne's West is representative of this. 2/3 of my constituents are born overseas or have a parent born overseas. And that's true of my family as well, where 2/3 of my immediate family are either born overseas or have a parent born overseas. In fact, it might be 75%. There isn't a country on earth that is as connected to modern. There isn't a country on earth that isn't connected to modern multicultural Australia, and we intend to leverage this to maximise our influence. There's not a country in the world that we can't reach out to and draw on commonality, on a shared interest. We're also a nation who proudly celebrates our First Nations peoples, the oldest continuing culture in the world. And you saw some of that celebration in the very moving condolence motions for Archie Roach that the chamber has just heard today. We'll draw on this heritage to develop an Indigenous foreign policy, weaving First Nations voices and practices into the way that we talk to the world and into the work of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. This new approach is already creating new bonds and common interests around the world, particularly with our Pacific family, from whom we have a lot to learn from on this front. And we saw modern Australia this week, in this place. I've often commented that Australia is one of the most successful multicultural nations in the world, but we have monocultural institutions of power. This week has seen a slight break, progress made in changing that unacceptable reality. Half of the new members of the Albanese Labor government have either a multicultural heritage or are Indigenous Australians. This parliament welcomes new members and senators with cultural heritages from Laos, India, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, Malaysia, Vietnam, along with more Indigenous representatives than ever before. And as I've sat and listened to their first speeches, it's made me proud to be Australian, proud to be Labor and proud to represent this country internationally. As the member for Reid, a new member of Chinese Laotian heritage, noted in her first speech, the House of Representatives is starting to live up to its name. And that, quote, "representatives that embody all of the Australian story make our parliament better and our democracy stronger." Senator Stewart took this further in her first speech, welcoming this new diversity, but emphasising that, quote, "now we need to move beyond just looking like the country we're here to represent and add some colour to our words and our actions." Just today, the new member for Higgins further explored this theme, noting that one of the great unaccounted-for strengths of this country, one of our great assets, is our social cohesion in the context of this diversity, an enormous source of social capital that can be drawn on by governments, by business, by community members as a whole. And I'm particularly proud that while these speeches celebrated the emerging modern Australia, they didn't deny the difficult path that we have travelled as a nation to get here. The member for Swan, a new MP of Goan Indian heritage by way of Kenya and Kalgoorlie, find me a more Australian story than that, told the House in her first speech about her family story of an initial rejection from the Australian Embassy in Kenya when they were applying to migrate to this country. First being told, quote, "You have the right skills, but you're the wrong colour," only to be subsequently welcomed after Gough Whitlam dismantled the White Australia policy. In their presence here and in their words, these MPs tell the true story of the greatness of our country. A failure to own who we once were opens a space to our adversaries to sow false narratives about who we are today. And those who seek to deny Australia's difficult history on race don't just lack credibility, they also deny our greatest strength as a nation, our greatest strength as a democratic nation, our ability to change and to grow as a people and as a nation. Who would deny in this chamber today that we are not a far greater nation today than we were when Edmund Barton was our first Prime Minister? We've outgrown them, we've transcended them. We've seen the error in the ways of the White Australia policy, and we've built something so much better here today. We should tell this story and we should celebrate it. We can all be proud of the journey we've come on. Hearing these individual stories by these new members in this parliament, listening and reflecting in important venues like this chamber makes us stronger as a country and more influential overseas. Modern Australia is not an ethno-nationalist state. We need to actively build the bonds that tie us together as Australians, to bring together what Noel Pearson has called the three stories of modern Australia, the three stories that together make the one story of Australia. Tens of thousands of years of continuing Indigenous heritage, our Westminster institutions and our thriving multicultural migration. You can't tell the story of Australia without telling those three stories. It's essential for nation building and vital for our international relations. And we need to own our history, to celebrate our ability to change and grow, and to be proud of our diversity and to use it all as a source of national strength. And it's doubly important that we do so, as we have some change and growth still to do on this front, underlined by the task in front of this parliament to get on with the implementation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart and the Voice to Parliament. Finally, I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to someone that embodied the best in the Australian spirit. Associate Professor Joseph Epstein AM was a remarkable physician who made a profound contribution to my community in the western suburbs of Melbourne. Joe passed away on the 20th of June. Joe started working in Footscray in 1963 as a medical student and went on to spend 50 years as a surgeon at Footscray Hospital, where he founded the emergency department frequented by my family and children quite regularly. Joe loved Melbourne's West, their people, their stories, their attitude to life, and Melbourne's West loved Joe. His compassion, his advocacy and his sheer determination to push for better health outcomes for all of us, including our community in Melbourne's West. His loss will be felt not only in our community but right across Australia, where his leadership in emergency management and public health will have an enduring legacy. He was a mentor to generations of doctors and nurses, advised ministers and bureaucrats, was a champion for equality and access to health care for all, particularly for First Australians. A 50-page 2016 tribute book to Joseph described him well as a, quote, physician, surgeon, mentor, agent provocateur, philosopher, politician, photographic historian and raconteur. Truly a life well lived, Mr Speaker. I offer my deepest condolences to Joe's family and friends and to the emergency medical community in Australia who continue to live out his legacy in my community on a daily basis. In particular, I want to acknowledge Joe's wife, Jan, who was a constant source of love and support for him and made all of his achievements possible. And on that note, Mr Speaker, I have the great honour in preceding the first speech of my good friend, the newly elected member for Hawke. And on that note, I'll take a seat.
I thank the member for Jellybrand. The question is that the address be agreed to, and before I call the honourable member for Hawke, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask that the House to extend to him the usual courtesies. And I call the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a great honour to stand here in this parliament, embedded beneath a grassy hill, on the lands of the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri people, the traditional custodians of the Canberra area. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. I also acknowledge the Wurundjeri and Wathaurong people, who have for millennia been custodians of the earth, the trees, the water, the animals and the sky that now make up the electorate of Hawke. I extend my respects to the First Nations members of this parliament and to all First Nations members, people here today. The Uluru Statement is a gracious offering, a roadmap towards reconciliation, voice, treaty, truth. If, like me, you believe in Australia and believe it to be the greatest country on this planet, then we must have the courage to face history, find a shared truth, and forge a future together with our Indigenous sisters and brothers, steeped in the confidence of justice. I thank and applaud the Prime Minister for his characteristic conviction and leadership on this most important matter. Deputy Speaker, I would not be here today but for two extraordinary women. My mum, Penelope, and my partner, Zoe. My mum is an educator, a unionist, a community activist and a matriarch. The sharpest of intellects and with the strength of weathered granite. Mum devoted her professional life to public education. She lived her collectivist values every day and proselytised them as she weaponised education against structural disadvantage, inequity and misfortune in our community. Mum raised my younger brothers and I here in Canberra, in Tuggeranong, the deep southern suburbs, far from the civic splendour of the parliamentary precinct. She poured her love into us. She was the patient, omnipotent manifestation of security and protection. And occasionally, the furious personification of consequence when circumstances demanded it. My brothers, Joshua and Isaac, are testament to her parental artistry. They are men of integrity, of consideration, of humanity and of humour. With all my love and pride, I acknowledge them and their beautiful families. Josh, his partner Sylvie and their son Ernest. And Zach, his partner Ella and their children Jean and Clement. Mum, thank you for your unwavering, limitless love and for giving us absolutely everything you have to give. I love you very dearly. The other seminal woman of my life is my partner in all things, Zoe Edwards. Zoe is my best friend, my confidant, the person I most admire. She's the smartest, funniest, most passionate, compassionate and inspiring being to grace this planet. She has devoted her own professional life to furthering the interests of working people, as an industrial lawyer, a scholarly practitioner of public policy, and as a proud trade unionist. Our life together is gloriously lit in chaotic technicolor by our beautiful children, Hunter, Banjo, and the eagerly anticipated little sister in Mum's tummy. Honey, Banji, little sister, I'm sorry for the inevitable sacrifices that we have chosen for you to make. Like all the other parents here, we make these sacrifices so that you and your generation can inherit a world that is kinder, stronger, and more just. You are the sun and the stars and the very quiet space in between of our universe. Mum and I are so proud of you, and we love you with every atom of our beings. And Zoe, I lack the eloquence required to give lyrics to the music of our life together. I love you and I adore you. Thank you. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Zoe's mum, Sarah, a fiercely loving mother and grandmother. Thank you for being here and for all that you do. And the absence of Zoe's dad, Scott, who passed away in 2015, a brilliant intellectual, a passionate Labor activist, and a beloved friend of mine. He would have been elated by the election of this Albanese Labor government and had much to contribute in terms of unsolicited policy direction. Deputy Speaker, Bob Hawke has always been my political hero. His enthusiastic ambition for our great country was fuelled by his zealous belief in its exceptional potential, a belief that I share. He brought together disparate interests and ideologies. He gave our nation the confidence to face our region and the world, to make an impact far beyond our dry weight. And, it must be said, he had an exquisite head of hair. In humbly standing here as the inaugural member for Hawke, named for this great Prime Minister and patriot, I pay tribute to him, his legacy, to Blanche Dalpuget and the extended Hawke family. The electorate of Hawke is aptly named, encompassing places and people that I believe Bob would have been proud to be associated with. Stretching from Sunbury, Bulla and Diggers Rest in the northeast, with Clinch Hillside on the outer edge of Melbourne suburbia. Heading west, Melton is the geographical heart of Hawke, before the Western Freeway drops down into the evocative agrarian valley, where Bacchus Marsh lies at the convergence of the mighty Werribee and Lerderderg rivers. Further west again is the beautiful town of Ballan, where Zoe and I have chosen to raise our family. To the north is the gold rush town of Blackwood, surrounded by the wilderness of the Lerderderg and Wombat forests, and to the south, the Brisbane Ranges, straddled by the bucolic regions of Berrimboke and Ballyang. Our communities are diverse. We have some of the fastest growing parts of Australia. Melton is on track to have a bigger population than Canberra by 2050. Where the grazing and rock farms yield to new houses and new families, families buying their first homes, in many cases establishing themselves in Australia for the first time. In all, working hard to make a better life for themselves and their loved ones. These pioneers contribute richly to the social, cultural and economic fabric of our existing communities, and we welcome them. But these enriching changes also bring significant challenges. Population growth is putting our physical and social infrastructure under immense pressure. After a decade of willful investment failure by those opposite, our roads and transport infrastructure are inadequate to service our communities, severely impacting our quality of life and, in some cases, our safety. Our primary healthcare system is collapsing. It takes weeks to see a GP. Our modest hospitals can't handle the increased demand and lack the capability to treat the complexity of conditions that come with population explosion and diversification, much less a global pandemic. We have great schools and dedicated teachers, but enrolments are rapidly increasing. We need better facilities, and our teachers need a federal government, this federal government, that will have their backs and value their toil. In all of Hawke, we have no TAFE, no university, no public technical or trade apprenticeship school, no local education prospect beyond Year 12 for our kids to aspire to. We need jobs, local, secure, well-paid jobs, and we need the economic investment to sustain those jobs perennially. The people of Hawke are workers, and through that work they contribute to our society and they derive dignity. We are the teachers, the healthcare workers, the cleaners, the farmers, the drivers and the baggage handlers. We work in hospitality, childcare, factories, construction and transport. During COVID, the workers of Hawke kept our country moving, delivering medicines and vaccines, caring for our loved ones, maintaining our domestic supply chains and putting food on our tables. They paid a disproportionate cost for these contributions with their health and the health of their families. Deputy Speaker, like the people I represent, I am a worker. When I first left school, I worked as a labourer in a factory in Queanbeyan. I've washed dishes, I've cared for kids, I've answered phones in a call centre, I've advised on policy, campaigned for the things I believe in, and I've been a partner at one of the biggest firms on the planet. I am equally proud of each of these contributions, and from each I have learned something of myself and of our world. I've learned how to fight for the things I believe in. I'm here to fight for the people and communities of Hawke and play a role in the fight for our national interests. The electorate of Hawke was drawn from McEwen, Ballarat and Gorton. I want to acknowledge and thank my Labor colleagues, Rob Mitchell, Catherine King and Brendan O'Connor, for their support during the campaign and for previously representing our communities so admirably. And while I get the great honour of standing in this place, Labor's victory in Hawke is owed to the collective heroic efforts of Labor members, union comrades, community activists and friends. Thank you Brad McPherson, Chantel and Brad Yates, Ryan Little, Ravinda Kaur, Derek Simpson, Brad Stewart, Rhonda Edmonds, Daryl Baker, Tor Roxburgh, Barry Agg, Kylie Spencer, Nathan Miles, Jared Bell, Andrew and Shannon Gould, Russell Bell, Ed Abrahart, Joe Fox, Ben Davison, Ken Hardy, Ash Vandenberg, Lara Carley, Steve Abushi, Carly Moore, Dutta Tien, Beth Mapleston, Greg Fleming, Glenn Barfoot, Chris Wells, and the great Andrew Tiny McLean, and so many more. A special acknowledgement of the wonderful people associated with the Khalsa Shaoni Sikh Temple in Plumpton, especially my dear friends Gadashan, Avtar and Sima. At the vanguard of our campaign was my campaign organising team, Nat Gonzalez, Cam Hine and Tal Palak, all led by the brilliant Gabriella Dawson. I am also grateful and humbled by the support I received from our sisters and brothers in the trade union movement, Michael Donovan in the SDA, Dylan White in the AMWU, my friends at the ETU, ASU, RTBU and ANMF. I particularly want to acknowledge the mighty Transport Workers Union. I'm a proud member of the TWU and am ever grateful for the support and friendship of Secretary Mike McNess, former Secretary John Berger, National Secretary Michael Caine, National Assistant Secretary Nick McIntosh and all of the TWU organisers and members. I especially want to acknowledge and thank my great friend, Assistant Secretary Mehmet Suleiman. Mem has devoted his life to serving the members of our union, to fighting for their rights and for their safety. I would not be here were it not for his friendship, encouragement and strategic nous. I am eternally pledged to our union's struggle for safe rates and better conditions for all transport workers. As I find my feet in this new role, I am very ably supported by the best of staff, Henry Fox, Di McAuliffe and Millie Page. Thank you for your wisdom, passion for our community and tolerance of me. Throughout my various professional incarnations, I have been so lucky to enjoy the mentorship of the superlative exemplars in each field. Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles, a person who approaches politics, public policy and life with the deepest of consideration and intelligence. Senator Don Farrell, my first boss in politics, who along with his wife Nympha remains my benchmark of integrity and decency in our business. Former Senator Stephen Conroy, a person of such profound conviction, coupled with the courage and strategic brilliance to drive that conviction to impact. James Mackenzie and Peter Konadaris, who have mastered the noble art of progressing the public good from the shimmering towers of the business sector. And in all matters of life, my fraternal friendship with Philip Dalidakis, in all the candour of his intellect and the generosity of his spirit. There's a great presence missing from this house tonight, a mentor and a friend, without whom I would not be here. Former Senator Mehmet Tillam was a person of consequence. He was deeply principled, intelligent, full of humility and humour. He was a natural leader of people. He was inspiring and courageous. His generous friendship was protective and warm. He should have been here today, as he should have remained in the other place, to continue his life's work in the pursuit of fairness for all people. But sadly, he was lost to us far too young, just shy of 3 years ago. His wife Ferda and son Mikhail are here today, and I'm honoured by their presence. Mickey, your father was a great man who was respected and loved and who I admired immensely. He loved you so very much, and he was so proud of you. You were the absolute centre of his universe. Thank you both for being here today. It is not individual exceptionalism that has propelled me here, but rather the collective efforts and investments of so many special people. I've mentioned some already, but there are others who must be acknowledged for their talents and friendship, those who have watched upon the wall and laboured with me for our shared values. Ella George, Noah Carroll, Cal Viney, Tig Higgins, Basil Talal, Samuel Lynch, Emma Henderson, Jet Fogarty, Martha Haylett, Christopher Ford, Haki and Natalie Suleiman, Chris Lovell, Steve Palmer, Cos Samaras, Alan Griffin, Ros Spence, the Palmer Street family, the Comrades, the Memorial Ducks, the ANU Foresters, the PwC crew and the MBS legends. Thank you to the team at Victorian Labor and ALP National Secretariat for executing a brilliant campaign. Thank you to my Labor colleagues, friends whom I admire and am proud to count amongst. And thank you to Prime Minister Anthony Albanese for your principled leadership and for reminding Australia that we are a compassionate, intelligent and ambitious nation. As I have already said, I am here to fight for the people of Hawke and to stamp our values upon the national conversation. Fundamental to the issues we face as communities and a nation is the concept of prosperity. I don't speak of the false prosperity espoused by those opposite, measured only in financial wealth and its competitive accrual. I speak of the prosperity enjoyed by healthy citizens, both mental and physical, where we and our loved ones can access world-class healthcare as a matter of right. I speak of the prosperity of opportunity, provided and inspired by access to education, training, fulfilling employment and vocational pride. The prosperity generated by quality of life, civic structures and infrastructure that facilitate our social and economic contributions, our moral and monetary reward, and the expedient return to the embrace of our families. The prosperity secured by valuing our environment and our planet, by making decisions based on sustainability and triple bottom line outcomes, through meaningful action on climate change that creates jobs and fuels our economy with cheap, clean, renewable energy. Deputy Speaker, I joined the Labor Party because I believe that the role of government is to maximise prosperity, to grow the collective pie and ensure it is apportioned according to our community's collective interests. This stands in stark contrast to the ideologies of the other parties, to the left and to the right, where too often the maximising of prosperity for the many is usurped by the constituency, cravenly clambering to secure the largest portion at the expense of the greater good. The United Nations publishes a Human Development Index, which measures and ranks all countries by whether people had the freedom and opportunity to live a life they valued. In 2013, the year Labor lost office after fending off the global financial crisis, Australia was ranked second in the world on that index, behind only Norway. In 2019, the latest available report, Norway was still on top, but the years of coalition government had seen Australia drop to 8th place, a squandering of our prosperity. We now draw a line under this lost decade. I'm proud to be a member of a government that will capitalise on the natural strengths of our country, address our shortcomings with constructive honesty, and always be guided by our values. We will invest in a prosperous future, in health and education for our children and theirs. We will face the historical injustices perpetrated against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We will unlock Australia's true economic potential by investing in Australian industries, fuelling them with sovereign and renewable energy supplies, and creating secure, well-paid jobs. And in doing so, take real and sustainable action on climate change in a way that empowers and rewards those who are most exposed and least privileged. We must rebalance the relationship between workers and employers, reform our broken bargaining system to ensure labour is properly priced and real wage rises are realised by working people. We are pursuing the most ambitious of programs, and we have the energy, the passion and the capability to deliver real and lasting prosperity for our country and our communities. And then, in the dusk of day, when we have fought and delivered for the communities of Hawke, of Australia and our region, I'll go home, where I belong, with my family.
Thank the member for Spence. Corangamite. I thank the member for Hawke. And I call the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and congratulations to the member for Hawke for his maiden speech. And as we all stand in this place and look forward to the 47th Parliament, I want to thank the people of Ford for giving me the privilege and honour of once again representing them in federal Parliament. I look back to when I was first elected in 2010. It seems so long ago that I was first elected, and to now stand in this place at the start of the 5th term is a real privilege and honour, Mr Deputy Speaker. Sadly, many of my colleagues have never experienced, or many of my colleagues now haven't experienced life on this side of the House, but I find myself returning to the opposition benches where I first served in my first term. Equally sadly, Mr Deputy Speaker, many of my colleagues from the last parliament won't be returning to this place, and I take this opportunity to acknowledge their outstanding contribution to the Liberal National Coalition and to their country. As most people know, that to be successful in a federal election campaign, or any election campaign for that matter, requires an awful lot of support, help and assistance from a great variety of people. And I want to take this opportunity, Mr Deputy Speaker, to thank those people. I want to thank my colleagues, the former Prime Minister Morrison, Minister Fletcher for his visits, Minister Stuart Robert, the member for Fadden, Minister Colbeck, all came to my electorate during the campaign. Senator Cash, Mr Deputy Speaker, how could I ever forget Senator Cash's visit? And in the middle of pre-poll, standing in one of our many pre-poll booths, we ended up buying her a set of gum boots because her footwear at that point was not appropriate for the conditions at pre-poll. I'd like to thank my FDC executive and all the FDC members for their hard work. The team in my office, led so ably by Jessica Howard, my Chief of Staff, that Alana, Katie, Vanessa, Peter, Zane, Lynette, Bonnie, Nicholas, Ros and Vicky. A tremendous team who did an awful lot of work well over and above the call of duty. To all of the supporters, donors, volunteers who for 2 weeks at pre-poll stood in the rain and mud and who helped so ably on polling day, also in the rain, wind and mud. To the donors and those who have supported me over many years, over my 5 campaigns, thank you so very much.
The members entitled to be heard in silence.
But in particular, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to thank my family. After 5 successive election campaigns, my loving wife Judy and my 2 sons have been through a lot. But with hand on heart, I can admit that I could not do it without them, and they have my deep and heartfelt thanks. The 6-week campaign for the 2022 election was one of the hardest I've been involved in, and the task was not made any easier by the seemingly constant cold and wet weather. And, as I said before, to all the volunteers and those who stood in the mud to hand out how-to-vote cards at pre-poll and at polling booths across the electorate, thank you so very much. But as I look back, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm proud of what we as a government achieved over the last 9 years. And whilst it's disappointing to be on this side of the chamber, I look back with pride in what we have been delivering for our local community. Because at the end of the day, that's what's most important, that we are delivering results for our local community to make lives for everybody in our electorates better each and every day. I represent a diverse area, Mr Deputy Speaker, and one of the fastest-growing areas in Australia, with the northern Gold Coast, which I share with the member for Fadden, but also the City of Logan, which I share with the member for Rankin, the Treasurer, and also with the member for Wright, the Deputy Speaker. If I have a look at the growth in those communities since I first got elected in 2010, it is nothing short of extraordinary. Tens of thousands of people have moved into those communities over the last 12 years, and we see that now each and every day with the failure of or the growth and the requirements in infrastructure right across the electorate. And that's why I'm pleased, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I can stand here and say that over the past 9 years, a coalition government has delivered its share of the funding, or is delivering its share of the funding, and made those commitments for the upgrade of the M1 to the tune of $1.25 billion from Daisy Hill, from the Gateway to the Logan Motorway. These projects are now well underway. As the Deputy Speaker would know, the work that he and I have done on the Mount Lindsay Highway, which he has been a tremendous advocate for. If we have a look at the $16 million upgrade to the Mount Lindsay Highway at North Maclean, and now the $75 million duplication of the Mount Lindsay Highway from Stony Camp Road to Chambers Flat Road. As the Deputy Speaker well knows, how important that piece of road is as a lifeline to the western part of Logan, or the City of Logan, but also to the scenic rim. And equally, the M1, how important that is as a lifeline and a major artery between Brisbane and the Gold Coast, providing access for those rapidly growing communities. Equally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm proud of the fact that, as a coalition government, we announced funding for the fast rail upgrade between Currabee and Beenleigh to duplicate the rail line from Currabee to Beenleigh to allow for fast rail, which will also include upgrades to stations in my electorate at Loganlea, Bethania, Beenleigh and Eden's Landing. All of this will continue to serve these rapidly growing communities and provide alternative transport solutions than hopping in the car and going on the M1 particularly. But it's not only these big infrastructure projects, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's also smaller projects across the electorate by providing funding for upgraded services through Headspace, both at Meadowbrook and, importantly, a new Headspace service in Upper Coomera. That allied with a new Medicare-funded MRI service in Upper Coomera run by QScan. As I look at these achievements, Mr Deputy Speaker, I can look back with pride in what we've achieved over the last 9 years in government. And I also find interesting, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I disagree with those opposite, which I'm sure they're not surprised by, but I'm proud of the fact that we as a government, despite despite the level of debt we now have as a nation, as a government, that over the past 2 years, through the largest pandemic this country has faced in 100 years, through the measures the former government took, we kept people in jobs, we kept small businesses' doors open, and we kept our economy ticking over. To the extent that now we have one of the greatest economic outcomes coming out of COVID, although we're still dealing with COVID to this day, of any nation on the planet. I think we should be extraordinarily proud of that. There is nothing more important, from my perspective, of keeping a roof over somebody's head, helping them keep their business open and helping them keep their employees engaged and working in that business. There is nothing better than somebody having a job to go to each and every day. Now, I know that there are businesses, as I've met and spoken with them in my electorate, who haven't been successful in surviving the last 2.5 years, and that's incredibly disappointing, because that impacts not only their business owners but it impacts their families, their friends, and provides a mental strain on what they're going to do for the future. But by and large, the measures the former government put in place, government that I was part of for the last 9 years, provided tremendous support to our economy at a very, very difficult time. Another important aspect of our communities, Mr Deputy Speaker, is our sporting clubs and community organisations. And I have, like many of us in this place, many of those types of organisations across the community of Ford. And I'm pleased to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that again the former government was successful in providing funding to those organisations to upgrade their facilities. Now, as the Deputy Speaker would know, with many of the sporting facilities in his part of the world, as with mine in the city of Logan, many of those are well past their use-by date and require upgrades. And as I look around, I'm pleased to see that we were able to provide funding to Logan Lightning Football Club for the upgrade of Chris Green Park, a football club that I played for a number of years, and in its former life as Beenleigh Soccer Club is where I started my senior footballing career and played over 100 games for the club before I went on to play at a higher level. But they have been successful this year in reaching the round of 32 for the Australia Cup, which is our version of the FA Cup. first time in their history they've succeeded in that. And that $600,000 investment built on another $350,000 investment a couple of years ago for their Canoobia Park facility. I have a look at a club like Mustang Brothers Rugby League Football Club, a small club at Chambers Flat who do extraordinary work in their local community. And we were successful in providing $150,000 in funding for them to upgrade their lights and upgrade their fields in conjunction with the City of Logan Council and also some state government funds. I have a look at the $92,000 we invested in refurbishing the tennis courts at Beenleigh Tennis Centre. The result of that is now that Tennis Queensland put a proposal together to turn the Beenleigh Tennis Centre into a regional tennis centre. And if we'd been successful at the last election, there was a $5 million commitment from us to bring that to fruition. These commitments have had a significant and positive impact on many of the residents and sporting communities across the electorate. And I'll continue to advocate for those key projects across our community in this term of parliament. In particular, I'd like to bring to the attention of the House the work that needs to be done on exit 38 at Yatala. This is an exit that services one of the largest employment centres on the northern Gold Coast that is still rapidly growing. Some mornings we'll have a tailback of traffic from that exit of more than 1 kilometre on the M1 in a 110-kilometre-hour zone. Now, I'm pleased to say that during the election campaign we made a commitment, if we got re-elected, of $55 million towards upgrading that exit, as we are doing already with exits 41, a smaller project on exit 45, and exit 49, which will commence later this year. And that builds on the successful upgrade that we achieved several years ago to exit 54 at Upper Coomera. And I'll call on the government, and I've already written to the Prime Minister in this context, I call on the government to match that $55 million of funding that we committed to get this project off the ground. It is critical to the safety of motorists on the M1. It is critical to allowing people to get to work safely and get home safely, and it is critical to the freight task that is now the major component of the Yatala enterprise area, which straddles both sides of the M1 on the northern Gold Coast. It's also important because I had a meeting with a company earlier this week who are building a new factory out at Yatala, relocating from Hemet in near Brisbane. I'm also aware that Visi Glass is talking about building a new glass bottling plant at Yatala. So the call on this infrastructure is not going to get any less, it's only going to get greater. And that's before we start talking about the residential development that's going on the northern Gold Coast. In addition to that, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is still plenty of capacity for upgrades to our sporting and community facilities. As I've touched on already, Tennis Queensland proposal for a regional tennis hub in Beenleigh. But we also have upgrades to facilities like Beenleigh's Hamill Park, the home of our local netball clubs, or one of the homes of one of our local netball clubs, baseball and rugby league. We look at projects such as the upgrade to the clubhouse for Ormo FC, a rapidly growing small football club in the northern part of the Gold Coast. These are projects and many others that I will continue to fight for my community over this coming term of government. As we go into this new term of government, I hear much said and made about the issue of a changing climate. Now, I have no issue with the argument that our climate is changing and that we need to take responsibility for looking after our environment to leave a better environment for future generations of this country. I will say, however, that I disagree with some of the methods of going about it and some of the commentary that's been made. And I want to take issue with some of the commentary about the flooding that has occurred in my patch over the last little while. Can I say that worse floods have occurred in my area historically? And one that I remember particularly well in 1974, given how close to getting flooded our house did at that time. But what I find immensely frustrating and immensely disappointing is, despite the relatively recent nature of that flood, within the living memory of many people in my community of the City of Logan, we have seen successive councils continue to allow houses to be built on floodplains. If we are serious about dealing with the impacts of a changing climate in a practical sense, we have to seriously look at our planning schemes and our approval processes to ensure that we don't continue to build houses in the path of potential floodwaters. The same happened in Townsville with the floods in 2017. Areas that were flooded when I lived in Townsville in 1998 have had brand new housing estates built on them. It is the height of irresponsibility for us to be building properties in those areas. The second part of that is to ensure that our infrastructure is properly designed to ensure we minimise the impact in flooding events to upstream communities. Part of that is the design of our bridges. In many instances, we build our bridges from the riverbank to the riverbank. We don't build them across the floodplain. And the consequence of that is they act in a flood, they act as a dam and push water back upstream, and you end up getting houses flooded further back upstream that maybe didn't flood in the past when you had different infrastructure. They are simple, practical measures that we can start to undertake now to reduce the impact of flood events. Will we reduce it entirely? No, we won't. But it is a good and positive start. And I'm pleased to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the previous government started to look at this stuff.
I thank the honourable member, the Opposition Chief Whip, for his address and reply. And before I call the honourable member for Spence, may I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to him the usual courtesy that we would to any new member. I call the member for Spence.
In this, my first speech to Parliament, I would like to start with Darawa Nuna, Darawa Nunawal, Yangu, Nalamanyin, Dunimanyin, Nunawal Wari, Darawa Wari, Dindi, Wan Goralijinyin. This is Ngunnawal country. Today we are all meeting together on Ngunnawal country. We acknowledge and pay our respects to the elders. To my local Kaurna brothers and sisters who may be watching today from the Adelaide Plains, Nina Mani. I'm proud to be standing here today as part of a Labor government that will deliver the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full. Voice, treaty and truth for our First Nations peoples. This is a crucial and meaningful step for our nation towards healing wounds that have been left open for far too long. Former President of the United States of America, Barack Obama, said, "Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change we seek." These words ring true ahead of the single most important referendum since 1967, and as representatives across the country, we have a duty to ensure the voices of our First Nations people are heard, delivering a result that respects the rights and the dignity of our First Peoples. The Indigenous tie I wear today is aptly named Be the Voice. I will be a voice for the change we seek. On reflection from the House of Reps induction, I am drawn to the detail mentioned by the former Speaker, the member for Fisher. The class of 2022 brings the number of elected members as representatives of our communities to 1,240 since Federation. I feel very fortunate to have this rare opportunity to influence the direction of change for our community and country. It is something I will reflect on every day. I wish to congratulate my colleagues on all sides of the chamber for their success at the election, especially the other 34 new members. Speaker, we have an obligation to serve with dignity and respect, displaying the leadership qualities expected of those elected to office. And in reflecting on that fact, I want to affirm that every person has a right to feel safe and valued in the workplace, including all people for whom this is a workplace. We cannot continue to turn a blind eye to unacceptable behaviour. We must set the standard. It is not a right to be here. It is an honour bestowed on us by the people. It is our duty to improve standards across society through the considered decisions we make every day in this place. I wish to acknowledge His Excellency, the Governor-General, and commend him on a powerful opening to Parliament and a distinguished contribution to our democracy. I congratulate the Speaker of the House on the appointment, and I wish you all the best in the role. To the voters of Spence, thank you. Thank you for placing your trust in me to be your representative in Parliament. It is truly humbling. I'll work hard every day to deliver for our community. To the hundreds of volunteers that gave up your time during the campaign, you make the impossible possible. Thank you for your generosity. To my dedicated campaign team, Matthew Marozzi, Chelsea Bishop, Reuben Barler and Caleb Fight, thank you for keeping me focused and on track. To my wonderful staff, Matthew Werfel, Nympha Farrell, Alex Pados, Paul Johnston, Louise Drummond and Alex Coates, thank you for ensuring our electorate office is open for business and running smoothly, enabling us to meet the expectations of all in our community. I'm a proud member of the Australian Labor Party, a party that stands and delivers change for the betterment of all. We are staunch in our pursuit of fairness, equality and social inclusion. We strive every day to enhance the well-being of our communities. To the State Labor Secretary, Eamon Burke, his predecessor Reggie Martin, MLC, and the broader party membership, thank you for your friendship, guidance and support over many years. To my great mate, TW Branch Secretary Ian Smith, thank you for the opportunity to represent the road transport industry for the last 6 years as an organiser. I'm grateful that you took the punt on me. We have enjoyed a great friendship forged from hard work and mutual dedication to advancing the cause of fairness for working people. You've been a fantastic mentor and I thank you for your guidance. To Michael Cain, Nick McIntosh, Richard Olsen, Tim Dawson, Mike McNess and your teams around the country, thank you for your support and encouragement over many years. To Josh Peake, Sonia Romeo and the team at the SDA, thank you. It has been a rewarding journey working alongside your union. To Brett Larkin, Campbell Doignan, Jamie Newland, Christy Kane and Paddy Crumlin and all the MUA rank and file, thank you. You have been fantastic mentors during my formative years within the trade union movement. I'm grateful for your support during my almost 10-year career at sea as a seafarer, delegate and advocate for workplace safety. To the AWU and broader union movement, thank you. A little over 12 months ago, I approached a very close mentor and confidant for advice around pursuit of pre-selection and life as a parliamentarian. Former Senator Alex Gallagher, unfortunately, is no longer with us. He was a fierce advocate for the preservation of superannuation and the improvement of road safety for all. In his absence, I would like to thank his wife Paola for allowing me the time to seek his counsel on a regular basis. I hope to meet the expectations he set out for me in those formative discussions. I would like to thank Senator Don Farrell, the member for Kingston Amanda Rishworth, and Senator Marielle Smith for their time and support during my campaign and since. I look forward to working with you all over the coming years. I grew up in Mildura and the surrounds of Sunraysia. Born to my parents, Julie and Glenn, my life started out on the dark clay soils of the Murray River Junction town of Kurwa. 45 acres of citrus and vegetables. Dad was the farmer. Mum, a nurse, was our carer and raised me and two younger sisters, Georgina and Christina. Our house was small and modest, a 10 by 10 fibro farmhouse. It was our home, a home I still fondly remember to this day. My parents were involved in all aspects of our community: the tennis club, the Country Women's Association, the Country Fire Service, to name a few. Community was a way of life, where everyone looked out for each other in the district. This sense of community and service was something encouraged upon us by our parents, and I always felt supported in my pursuit of life. Although upon telling my mother that I enlisted into the Army Reserves with 87 Royal Victorian Regiment, I think that support may have wavered, as only a mother's care can, for the safety of a child. To my mum Julie, sisters Georgina and Christina, thank you. Thank you for your support, especially since the loss of my best mate. With the passing of Dad in 2017. I know if he was still here with us, he would have been so proud. To my amazing wife, Cassandra, I wish you could have been here today. I feel I waited a lifetime to find you, or you to find me. You are my lodestar, you keep me grounded, and I will be forever grateful for your selflessness in supporting me. Thank you. To my predecessor, the Honourable Nick Champion, over 15 years dedicated to this place and the people of Spence, formerly Wakefield, you helped to shape and deliver lasting outcomes for our community. I want to thank you for your contribution, your friendship, wise counsel and enlightened wit. I wish you all the best in your endeavours within the South Australian Parliament as part of the Malinauskas Labor government, and look forward to working alongside you within our respective electorates for many years to come. The division of Spence was named in honour of Catherine Helen Spence, a formidable pioneer of the women's suffrage movement, an advocate for electoral reform and champion for women's representation in Parliament during the late 1800s. Spence is a diverse electorate spanning from St Kilda on the Gulf St Vincent across the Adelaide Plains to Gawler, from the hills of Humbug Scrub in the lofty ranges across the flat to Anglevale. It takes in the councils of Salisbury, Playford, Town of Gawler, Light Regional and Barossa. It's home to one of the most culturally diverse communities across Australia. Historically known for agriculture, manufacturing and defence, it is home to the Edinburgh RAF base, which plays a significant role in our homeland defence and operations abroad. Thank you to all our current and former defence personnel for your service. Spence is also well known for developing some of the AFL's greatest players, including names O'Loughlin, Wanganeen, Bond, Burgoyne and Warrior, to name a few. We are home to iconic South Australian brands such as Safcol, Bickfords and R.M. Williams. Wenatchee Punkara, the country of the birds, is the acclaimed Adelaide International Bird Sanctuary National Park. It starts at the beaches of St Kilda, running north along the coast for 60 kilometres, and forms part of the East Asian Australasian Flyway, a significant flight route for migratory birds across the world, part of a diverse ecosystem in the area and keen tourist destination for avid birdwatchers the world over. The suburb of Elizabeth, named in honour of the Queen, was the centre of a significant population expansion in the mid-1900s, welcoming migrants, particularly from the United Kingdom, to help expand our manufacturing capabilities within South Australia. Now our electorate welcomes migrants from around the world to be part of building our future. We are a place of opportunity. I'm extremely fortunate myself to have enjoyed opportunity throughout my life. My parents cared for our education as kids. Foundational literacy and numeracy were fundamental basics our parents instilled in us. For many years, I took these skills for granted. My work has exposed me to the realisation there are high levels of literacy in the workforce and the community. Unfortunately, for far too many, this fails to be recognised or addressed until far too late in the learning cycle. When we fail to invest strongly in early education, we run the risk of missing out on the next David Unipon or Dame Roma Mitchell. It is a risk that could compromise our ability to solve, as a people, to solve the greatest challenge of our future. More than that, failure to invest appropriately in public education is an abrogation of our responsibility to honour every young person's fundamental right to a good education. It is why I believe in the need to ensure every child in this country receives the best quality education and is supported to reach their full potential in life. From early childhood to higher learning, education is a gateway that opens us up to inclusive social experiences, better health outcomes, and gives us the capacity to adapt to an ever-changing global environment. It sets us up for success throughout life. And crucially, an educated workforce forms the foundation of a strong and successful economy. Speaker, I'm a proud trade unionist, unashamedly proud. And to each and every worker, value your union and its membership as you would your passport. It is your ticket to good, secure, well-paid work. It opens you to the possibility of travel and so much more. As a member of the MUA and TWU, a former delegate and senior organiser, I have witnessed the exploitation of workers. Profit is put before people, and wage theft is often the norm, not the exception. I have seen the collapse of our Australian merchant shipping fleet, forcing thousands of highly skilled seafarers onto dry land. We have 12 Aussie-flagged ships left on our coast. It is a national disgrace that we have left ourselves so compromised, unable to respond in times of crisis. Our merchant navy has played vital roles in numerous conflicts, none more so than World War II, ensuring our armed forces were supplied with munitions, helped with the injured, and refusing to ship pig iron to the enemy. I've watched the tsunami-like surge of the gig economy leave a trail of destruction in its wake, displacing traditional, well-paying jobs for systems where the lowest bidder wins the work. It has caused a fast-paced dash towards insecure work, cost-cutting and avoidance of safety practices in the workplace. It has allowed the opportunity for the employer to turn off your ability to earn altogether with a simple keystroke. The Amazon effect is forcing good companies with gold standard agreements to the wall in a war they just can't win. It is why we need a tribunal to set minimum rates and standards to protect both employees and employers, ensuring our roads are safe, our skies are safe, and above all, our people are safe. I cannot be any clearer when I say this. Safe rates save lives. There are many in the gallery today who have sat beside me at a negotiation table or opposite. I'm unapologetic for being a fierce advocate in demanding fair outcomes for workers. We need to adopt an approach where our workforce is seen as an asset and not a liability, where loyalty in both directions is rewarded, where the success for one is a success for the other. Fostering good workplace relationships with unions, workers and employers alike will lead to higher levels of productivity in the workplace, in turn delivering better outcomes for all. Industries, governments and the community must work together more effectively in another critically important area. That is, the protection and preservation of the planet we share. We have all been witness to the tragic events over the last few years, from bushfires to flooding. It is clear we have a climate emergency. The only viable option for the future of humanity is to ensure we can sustain life here on Earth. We owe it to ourselves, to our children and future generations to leave the world not only habitable but thriving. The transition to a clean energy market is an exciting one. It will create new jobs and opportunities for our nation. By embracing change now, we can ensure prosperity for our country, to become market leaders, not market followers. We must also work to secure our food production. As a farmer's son, it was clear our seasons were changing 2 decades or more ago. Water restrictions brought on by lengthened periods of drought and upstream influences on water flow affect the livelihoods of all who rely on access to secure water supply. Extreme weather events regularly affect crops and compromise the viability of primary production. Through sustainable regenerative farming practices, we can ensure better yields by conserving the quality of our topsoils, using less water for our crops and limiting pesticides and herbicides. We must find new ways for packaging and distributing food and limiting its waste, providing safe, affordable and high-quality nutrition to Australia and the world. It is time to embrace the circular economy fully and find ways to recycle more products destined for landfill. More products that can be remade into new materials for building houses, roads, furniture and much more. These new materials will help with more efficient buildings, requiring less energy consumption, delivering a new wave of meaningful employment for our next generation of workers. A fair go for all, ensuring opportunity for everyone. Strengthening our communities is the Australian way. We have a moment in time, a moment where we must be bold and push the boundaries of the possible to achieve the impossible, where a dream of shooting for the stars becomes a reality, to be a nation that knows no limits and seizes the moment, to lift our people to a new generation of prosperity through the embrace of innovation and investment in the future. Leadership simply must come from government in these matters. With the election of an Albanese Labor government, Australians have given the signal that they are ready for a new chapter. To do my part in exercising the leadership that our community deserves, it will be my honour and privilege to serve the people of Spence and the nation in this, the 47th Parliament of Australia. Thank you very much.
38 seconds.
I thank the House. And before I call the honourable member for Robertson, I want to remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech as well, and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. I give the call to the member for Robertson.
The Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land upon which we gather today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and also to those in my electorate of Robertson, the Darkin young people. I pay my respects to all elders past, all elders present and all elders emerging. And what we all must recognise is the land upon which we work, the land upon which we love, and the land upon which we live always was and always will be Aboriginal land. As a proud Wiradjuri man living on Darkinjung country, to be here today, to have the honour and the privilege of speaking in this place, representing my community, is not just the result of an electoral victory, but the sacrifice, the courage and the commitment of those that have come before. We have an essential duty to listen to our elders, to hear them, to understand them, so that our light might shine brighter today than it did yesterday. And this begins by implementing the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full. I will start by thanking the hard-working and welcoming people that are the constituents of Robertson. You are the reason that I stand here today, and it is an honour and a privilege to represent you. You are the reason that I will fight with all I have for the Central Coast. From the mighty peninsula, where I grew up in Yamina, to the Gosford CBD, the leafy suburbs of Empire Bay and Kincumber, to the waters of Davistown and Saratoga, over to Narara and Niagara Park in the north, to the sparkling beaches of Copacabana, Avoca, Terrigal and McMaster's, to Carryong on top of the hill, to our more rural areas of Mangrove Mountain and Spencer, this is our place. To our world-class volunteers on the Central Coast, the Rural Fire Service, State Emergency Service, Surf Lifesavers and all those that help our community in times of need. Your dedication goes above and beyond, and we thank you. The campaign for Robertson was extraordinary. It was a grassroots movement centred around what matters: the health and well-being of others, the protection of our natural world, and the accountability of those elected to govern. It was inspiring to see so many people, both in the party and throughout our community, come together to bring about much-needed change. It was and is a time for unity for the Central Coast, where every voice matters. There were some exceptional people that must be mentioned today, and firstly, my family. To my beautiful partner, Shaylee, you inspire me every day to be a better person and a better doctor. Your empathy and compassion have ensured that our journey here has been one of inclusivity and equality. With you by my side, everything is possible and nothing is unachievable. My father, Brian Reid, raised in the council flats of Newtown, a nurse, a paramedic and now a small business owner, recognised the importance of education to overcome barriers. His father, Ronald Reid, who is no longer with us, and my beautiful nan, Auntie Robin Reid, raised a giant of the Central Coast. My mother, Leanne Reid, a successful small business owner, is the most generous person you will ever meet and is the embodiment of selflessness. She was raised lovingly by her single mother, Elaine Rowan, who is watching on from her home in Woy Woy tonight. Mum and Dad, I still remember you walking me to Yamina Beach Public School. I still remember you being there when I finished school at Central Coast Grammar. I still remember looking out at the crowd at the University of Newcastle and seeing you there when I became a doctor. There has never been a time in my life where you have not been there for me. Growing up, you taught me the importance of people. You showed me and continue to show me how important it is to not leave people behind and to make sure that no one is held back. To my little sister Grace, a powerful, strong Indigenous woman capable of changing the world. Grace, you've always had a strong sense of what is right and what is wrong. And it is because of that you have always made sure that I have remained true and that I have remained focused on why I'm standing here today. People. To Joe Lloyd, one of the greatest campaign managers anyone could ever ask for, your commitment and your loyalty goes above and beyond, and the people of Robertson and myself are so fortunate to have you on our side. To Jesse Corder, the days we spent door knocking, in the rain, the blistering heat, sometimes both, and to the thousands of phone calls we made in our tiny campaign office, we did it. Thanks, mate. And to my role models in the Labor community, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, Ministers Jason Clare, Chris Bowen, Ed Husick, Assistant Minister Emma McBride, Senator Deborah O'Neill and State Member for Gosford, Liesl Tesh. Your support and guidance throughout the campaign has been absolutely invaluable, and I will be forever grateful. Given we had the backing of such a strong, community-led campaign, including our wonderful branches, it would be impossible for me to single out individuals. But you know who you are. The community gave so much to our campaign, and I owe each and every one of you an incredible thanks. And to all those sitting in the gallery and those watching on from home, thank you for not only making this journey with me, but for every moment of your unwavering support. I want to recognise the previous member for Robertson for her commitment to our community, and I wish her and her family well for the future. Health is not simply a state of being free from illness or injury. Health is the strength of a society and a community. Health is a community having access to affordable and equitable care and services. Health is having the freedom to go about your daily lives with the reassurance that those elected to represent us are held to account. Health is having a strong, clean, protected and sustainable environment. Health is having a sense of belonging through cultural acceptance and representation. Health is having the ability to participate in the workforce, all while knowing your children are being cared for and educated to the absolute highest standard. Health is having a safe and secure place to call home. The health of our nation, and indeed the Central Coast, is front and centre to what we must achieve. I am so honoured to be part of a government that will change lives for the better. I have been particularly fortunate to serve my community through our health service, in particular in our emergency departments, to work alongside great doctors like Dr Matthew Ingram, Dr Matthew Knox and Dr Liam Clifford, and provide care for our most vulnerable truly is a privilege. Our hospitals are a place where it does not matter who you are, where you come from, or the circumstances leading to your presentation. You will be cared for, and you will be cared for free, due to the hard-fought Labor initiative that saw a little green card come into the lives of all Australians. A little green card with the words that represent complete and universal access. Medicare. A place where the lights are always on. A place where you'll be met by some of the world's most highly trained nurses, doctors and support staff. A place where people do not expect to be, and it often is the worst day in someone's life. The shift I will now describe is not that dissimilar to many others that have come before it, but it was the turning point and why I stand before you today. I stand removing my PPE and washing my hands after seeing a patient, and then I hear the sound of the bat phone, a high-pitched shrill piercing the already noisy environment. The sound of that phone, the pre-arrival notification of a critically unwell patient, commands the attention of everyone in the room. Over the loudspeaker, bat call. And so it begins. The team assembles in the resus bay, roles assigned, airway, breathing, circulation, drugs. We stand ready in full PPE to try and shield us from COVID-19, face mask essentially suction to the face, eye protection and face shield, long splash-resistant gown with gloves. You feel the sweat running down your face, your neck, but no time to sit, no time to rest. The room must be prepared for the incoming patient. And then you hear it. You hear the sirens. The ambulance drives up to the resus bay, having to slow down because of the many other ambulances ramped, filled with unwell patients. The doors to the resus bay open, and paramedics are doing chest compressions and rescue breaths on the 55-year-old male that was found unresponsive on the floor of his home by his wife and young children. A cardiac arrest protocol begins in order to save the man's life. In the time that this happens, his wife arrives, understandably distraught. Just under 20 metres away, in the wait room, more patients present within minutes of each other. One with a stroke, another with a heart attack, and many who are unable to afford or unable to see a GP in a timely manner. This is on top of a waiting room and a subacute area that only has standing room remaining and an acute section without any beds. The corridors of that waiting room are not only filled with medically unwell patients, but those fleeing domestic violence, those at risk of homelessness, and those who just have nowhere else to go. Back in resus, spontaneous circulation has occurred, his heart now beating properly again. This patient needs to be transferred to the intensive care unit for critical care, but there are no beds. The stroke and the heart attack need immediate attention, but there are no beds. No beds, not enough staff. While all this is occurring, others come through the door. The five-month-old child with a femoral fracture as a result of domestic violence. The 17-year-old in crisis due to a deterioration of their mental health. The 80-year-old presenting unwell, someone's mother, and yours will be the last hand that they ever hold. The people that come through the door, on their feet, in a chair, or in the arms of a loved one, all know one thing, that we will be there for them. The emergency department, however, can surprise you. It can be a place of love and a place of new life. The healthy baby boy born in the resus bay, that Saturday sporting injury that after an X-ray turned out not to be a fracture, and the child presenting in the middle of the night, unwell, who just needed an ice block, some medicine and lots of hugs from mum and dad. Shifts like this formed a turning point for me. I stand before you today not because I no longer want to be a doctor. I love being a doctor, and I will always love being a doctor. But by undertaking this most important role, my skills and my experience will no longer be limited to the bedside. At the bedside, I have the opportunity to help one family at a time. Here, in this place, I have the opportunity to be part of something that can change the lives of everyone in our community for the better. I have the opportunity to use my experiences to bring about informed, systemic change. When people come through the doors of the hospital, they put their absolute trust in those caring for them. They know that you will do your absolute best for them against all odds. The decisions that you make will make a difference in their life, for their life. And that is what I want to help bring to this place. The public they must be able to trust us. We have been given an incredible honour to represent our communities, and the people need to know and need the guarantee that they can trust us to do the right thing. I will fight day and night to ensure that those in power, every person in this place, including myself, are held to account, because the health of our nation depends on it. A healthy democracy has at its core accountability, and I see it as my responsibility, no, in fact our responsibility to ensure that we safeguard it and protect it for future generations. Our government developing the nation's first independent anti-corruption commission is one of the missing pieces of the puzzle in restoring the community's faith and trust in their elected representatives. Our future generations should be at the heart of every decision we make. Without them, we are nothing, and this great Australian story ceases to exist. Therefore, we must provide them with an environment, with a planet, where they can continue to grow, to love and become whomever they want to be. In the afternoon, with the sun setting and an orange glow filling the sky, if you look out from your minor beach, you see a small island, Lion Island, and on it a colony of penguins. Surrounding it and the remaining coast, rolling waves and rolling ocean, teeming with marine life. Truly something beautiful to behold. The scene I describe is not that dissimilar to many parts of Australia, although the peninsula is truly one of the greatest places on the face of this earth. But it places front and centre to what we must do: protect, preserve and nurture. I want to see a world where our policy brings people and business into the future, where Australia becomes an environmental and climate superpower benefiting us all. To improve the health of our climate and environment is what my father would describe as a generational project. We must leave things better and stronger for future generations, for our family. Many families across this country and across my electorate own and operate small business, the backbone of this nation. To have a small business is not just to have holidays when you want or have an easy life like some people believe. It is to risk everything because you want to aspire to something better, to provide for your family, to have the capacity and ability to provide local jobs for local people. That is small business, and Labor supports them. For myself, family is everything, as is my community. Part of that story is my nan, Auntie Robin Reid, an incredible Aboriginal elder and leader. Nan has spent every waking moment being part of and supporting the local Aboriginal community on the Central Coast, and I am so proud to be a part of that. One of 7 children, she spent her childhood in what was inhumanely branded the camps. Nan grew up where severe abuse and poverty were the norm. The threat of not sleeping or living somewhere safe and secure was real. The threat of not eating was real. But she was able to escape this cycle with social housing, in Newtown in fact. The provision of social housing, which my nan refers to this day as a blessing, was a pivotal opportunity in her life, an opportunity that gave her safety, security and support to strive for something even bigger. And with her perseverance and incredible resilience, she was able to go on to be the first person in her family to own her own home. My nan loves being able to use her story to help support and inspire members of our local Aboriginal community and let them know that if they are struggling, that they have the whole community behind them, supporting them. I'm so proud of my Aboriginal heritage and couldn't be prouder of the incredible role that my nan plays in our local community as a strong female Indigenous elder. Every person deserves the right to have a secure roof over their head, and I will endeavour to ensure that those sitting in the emergency department wait room, those on our streets and those at risk of homelessness have just that. A nation's health depends on its ability to care for its most vulnerable, and Labor's housing vision is part of the therapy that's needed to resuscitate our social and affordable housing right across the country. Our movement, the Labor movement, has always been one of opportunity and access, whether it be the health of our loved ones, the education of our people, acknowledgement of the past, housing our most vulnerable, making sure employment becomes more secure, or the expansion and modernisation of our economy, our movement is one that has and will continue to improve the lives of all Australians. These are the pillars of the Labor Party, and they are the foundations of our society, and they are who I am. As your member for Robertson, I will work to protect our most vulnerable, grow our region and unite our community. Because together we are healthier, together we are better, and together we are stronger. Thank you.
I thank the House. Would ask those members leaving the chamber to do so, particularly those at the back of the chamber, member for Wills, either take a seat or leave the chamber. Before I call another maiden speech, before I call the honourable member for Wentworth, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Wentworth, thank you for electing me to this place. It is an enormous honour to represent you here. Our community is passionate in its support of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So let me acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, who are the traditional owners of the Canberra area, as well as the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians of Wentworth, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. My community and I are passionate about voice, truth and treaty, as embodied in the Uluru Statement from the Heart, and it will be my profound honour to contribute to achieving those goals in this parliament. Every story starts with family. Some in this room knew my mother, Carla Zampatti. Many of you knew her designs. And if she was alive today, she would be delighted to see so many women in the house and so many of them who have worn her clothes in the last week. Thank you all. She was an Italian immigrant. Her father left his pregnant wife in Europe to come to Australia to seek a better life. He was interned as an enemy alien during the war. My mother didn't meet her father until 1950, when she walked off the docks in Fremantle. Mum didn't speak English when she arrived. She left school at 14. She started in her business in her 20s, when women didn't really run businesses. She got divorced when she had a 9-month-old baby and had to restart her business when women still didn't really run businesses and weren't really single mums. She was a champion of women, of migrants and the arts. For me, Mum's life represents the Australian dream. She taught me many things. She gave me her migrant values. She made sure my siblings and I knew that we had to earn our place in the world through hard work and never taking anything for granted. She showed me that it doesn't matter where you come from. Everyone can make an enormous contribution, and that social mobility, that freedom to become, is the best thing about this country. And she taught me that as a woman, I should and could do anything I wanted and not to feel guilty about it. Then there's my father, John Spender, who so wishes he could be here today. He was a member of this Australian Parliament, as his father was. From Dad I received a passionate interest and ideas in learning, in understanding how the world is governed, and the high honour and responsibility of public service. He taught me to think independently, even if it makes you unpopular. He took that from his father, who in turn also served in Parliament. He was Sir Percy Spender. He was the son of a locksmith, and he was significantly responsible for both the Colombo Plan, Australia's first turn to Asia, and the ANZUS Treaty, Australia's most enduring alliance. He stood for the future, not the past. Many claim him as a party man and as a Liberal Party leading light, and he was, but his first loyalty was to what is right. He first stood for Parliament as a sort of independent in the seat of Warringah. He stood against the Defence Minister of the day because he disagreed with the defence policy, and he decided that the best way to change it was to stand up, and he won the seat. And he continued to stand against his party when he felt that the party was in conflict with the national interest. I speak of him because of what he means to me, but also what his example means to this House. In the gallery are my siblings, Alex, my brother, and my sister Bianca. I love debating Alex, and if he was in this Parliament, he would be firmly over there in those benches. And Bianca, who's simply the most wonderful sister anyone could have. And finally, my family that we created, Mark, my husband, who loves me better when my hair is frizzy and I don't have any makeup on, who gives me great advice when I ignore it, and my wonderful children, Arietta, Octavia and Rafferty. I'm eternally grateful for your love and care, and I'm here because I want your future to be better for the choices made here in this chamber. My family values have had a significant influence on my career. I started working in my family business at the age of 10. I'm sorry, Minister Burke, this is just how family businesses operate. And only truly left it when I stood for this election. I love the dynamism and freedom that comes from business, how you can find new ways of solving problems. But my passions have been always greater than business, and that is why I first studied economics, because I want to understand how public policy works and how it has impact on the lives of people. It's why I worked in the UK Treasury, where I felt that government policy was so far away from the people it was meant to help, and then in a major UK public teaching hospital. And it is there that I learnt and focused on how to improve quality of care without necessarily increasing costs, and I've never forgotten those lessons. My career has taught me how business and social impact can work together to solve big problems. From my time at Sydney Renewable Power Company, from my time in Kenya working with rural farmers, and finally to my time at the Australian Business and Community Network, where volunteers from business mentored thousands of kids from low socioeconomic schools about the world of work. Those kids were like my mum, without a lot of material advantages, but with so much to bring to this country if we support them. It was the best job I've ever had. Your family gives you your values, and your career lets you live them, but they're not the reason why I'm here. I'm here because my community, Wentworth, sent me here to represent their values in Parliament. I want to acknowledge those who came before me. Dave Sharma, who worked very hard in the community, Karen Phelps, a trailblazer female independent who stood for humane treatment of refugees, and of course the former Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull. These are enormous shoes to fill. Wentworth is known for its beaches, our harbour, our green spaces, but those images don't actually capture the community of Wentworth. It's a community that makes it so special. Like Todd and Trent, who founded the 440 Run Club. It's called that because you have to get up at 4:40 on a Saturday morning to help young people reduce alcohol consumption and improve their mental health. Like Henry, who invented a film you can put on planes. It's literally like covering them with contact to reduce drag, to reduce fuel consumption, to reduce greenhouse gases, and actually grow local high-tech jobs. Like the wonderful locals at Acon and Waverley Council, who worked to deliver the new memorial to gay hate crime victims in Marks Park. Like Kitty Clark, the director of the Gallery St Cloche, who galvanised the local arts community into fundraising thousands for the victims of war in Ukraine. And finally, like the Holocaust survivor Eddie Jaku, recently passed and much missed, who advocated for kindness and compassion out of the world's worst genocide. And finally, like Sean, who I met in Bondi one day, pushing his daughter on a tricycle. I asked him, "What do you care about?" And he said, "I care about the environment. I love the beaches and I want these for my kids. I want a kind society. I want us to treat people well. And finally, I'm a small business owner, and that's the most important thing for me. That's Wentworth. We care about the environment. We love the natural world, and we carry in our hearts the responsibility to pass it to our children. Our community is kind and compassionate and inclusive. We voted for marriage equality in overwhelming numbers. We are passionate advocates for refugees. We have Australia's largest Jewish community and many treasured Holocaust survivors in that community. Many of us came to Australia to seek a better life. We are entrepreneurial, we are innovative, and we're businesslike. We work across technology, in finance, arts, medicine, in caring for others, in teaching. We expect the government to use our money wisely. I want to pay tribute to those people who sent me here. When I first was approached by community members about running, I said no, but I couldn't let it go. Saying yes was the hardest decision I have ever made. I have a young family, a job I adored, and I used to have an Italian passport. But I said yes because our values were not represented in this parliament. I said yes because I watched with despair the former government go to COP26 with a position that our businesses, our scientists, our community did not support. They did not stand for us, for Wentworth, and I could not stand aside any longer. This was the moment to say we can do better. Many people asked me if it was hard to stand against my family's Liberal tradition. There are those who tried to paint me and other independents gathered here today as radical. And I said to them, protecting our environment for our children is not a radical choice. Ensuring that our businesses are at the forefront of innovation is not a radical choice. Making sure that our institutions have integrity, transparency and accountability is not a radical choice. And having equal representation of women and men in public life is not a radical choice. We are the values of modern Australia, and to truly stand up for them required unprecedented community action, and I want to pay tribute to all of those who contributed to it. Our first event, when hundreds of people came together in Paddington RSL on a typically rainy Saturday, was the first taste of the commitment our community was willing to make to change, and the community grew from there. At first, people took a brochure. Then they might have worn a cap. They put a dog bandana on their puppy. They wore a T-shirt. Then they found themselves dropping off leaflets, standing on street corners, talking to their neighbours about politics when they have never done that before, making a line of signs 1 kilometre long, waving to the people of Wentworth as they drive out to the city. How did it happen? It happened because good people stand up and live the words that we need to be the change we want to see in the world. So thank you to those who approached me and those who supported me, particularly, and this is a long list and I know I'm going to have forgotten someone, Lyndall, Anthony, Daniel, Maria, Michaels, Davids, Alexa, Ed, Kath, Sarah, Tracy's, Alex, Ruby, Max, Charlotte, Joe, Fred, Kerry, Margot's, Andrews, Ian, Sigrid, Louise, Julianne, Gillian, Tim, John, Wendy's, Ken, Jonathan, Nick, Desiree. I promise I didn't have just taken a baby list and sort of Heather, Ella, Peter, Marguerite, Martin, Sally, Steve, Annette, Catherine, Karen, Daniela, Ramazan, Eliana, Jack, Lynn, Marianne, Matthew, Michelle, Mike, Pam, Patricia. Thank you also. You were wonderful. Thank you to my wonderful friends and family who supported me in this choice, and thank you for the thousands of people who supported, volunteered and donated. You are the change that created this. I'm the vehicle of the ambitions of our community to have a voice that truly represents our community in Parliament. My first loyalty is to the people of Wentworth, to represent you and your values, not a party. But I know that Wentworth wants me to focus on the best interests of Australia as well, as the people care for the whole country, not just our own patch. For our times are not easy, and it is the values of Wentworth and all the Australian people that are needed now. We have so much to be thankful for. We are the most successful multicultural country on this earth. We have the longest continuous civilization on this earth. We have abundant resources. We are educated. We are healthy. The Australian dream is still meaningful here, and we are irreverent. And yet we face significant challenges. There are global challenges: climate change, the Ukraine war, shifting global power dynamics, the pandemic. There are local challenges: low productivity, inflation, cost of living, mental health, government debt, a world where young people's real wages are going backwards and housing is out of their reach. And challenges to our own values. How do we humanely treat refugees and asylum seekers? How do we achieve a Makarrata to truly bring reconciliation to our country? How do we bring respect, safety and equality to all women? And how do we support and include all Australians in our future? I will stand with Wentworth for the future of this country, not the past. I will stand with Wentworth for strong climate action in this decade and beyond. More ambitious climate change action than the government has put forward. One that is informed by the science and works collaboratively with business, unions, community and government to achieve. One that underpins our national security and through a reduction on foreign oil. I will stand with Wentworth for investing in our democracy in this Parliament. That means a strong federal ICAC. That means support for ABC and SBS. That means donation reform. That means an end to pork barrelling. But it also means challenging this Parliament to behave better. Because we do not behave like this in our living rooms, in our workplaces. I'm yet to meet a member of the public who thinks the point-scoring football match of Question Time is actually helping our country being governed better. I will stand with Wentworth for a future-focused economy. We need to listen to business. about migration, about getting the skills we need into this country. We need to listen about innovation, about how to help Australia lead R&D, not lag. And we need to listen to business about regulation. We absolutely must protect our workers and the environment, but we need to do this in a way that still allows business to focus on its customers, its suppliers and its people, not to be tied up in government complexity and red tape. I will stand with Wentworth for the tough decisions in government, for the long term. My mum almost went out of business in the late 80s, and she taught me that spending more money doesn't always equal better. But both sides of politics so often signal their commitment to issues with dollar signs. In business, if you spend more money and you don't get results, your budget gets cut. We are spending more money in education, in health, and we are going backwards. We must engage with the state in the harder task of reform. We must always remember that this isn't our money. We are taking out of the pockets of families that need it, and they need it now more than ever. We have a tax system that holds us back. Stamp duty that imposes costs on housing, payroll tax that is a tax on working, a tax system that doesn't drive productivity. It's not fit for purpose. The economists know it, the business community knows it, the social sector knows it. But neither party wants to deal with the real challenges that we face there, and we must face those hard questions. I will stand with Wentworth for young people, because all the generations of Wentworth are concerned that home ownership for young people is slipping out of reach, that the hard choices of increasing housing supply and reforming stamp duty must be addressed. I will stand for education and for truly preparing young people for the future. I will stand with Wentworth for bringing kindness and compassion that we show in our private lives back into Parliament, in how we treat our most vulnerable, in how we treat our refugees and asylum seekers. And finally, I will stand with Wentworth for women. I am the daughter of a female trailblazer. I am a feminist. I am the mother of girls. And if nothing else, I am one piece of a transformational change in the balance of this Parliament. I pay tribute to the others that are part of this incredible wave of change, the women and multicultural people who have come into this Parliament and made it the closest that the Australian Parliament has ever had to true representation. I pay tribute to my fellow independents, those in the Parliament now but also those in the past, brave women who have said enough is enough in stale politics. It will be my lifelong honour to stand in the class of 2022 with you all and seek to change our community, seek the change that our community sent us to pursue. And I will say to the Coalition, in 1996, you actually led the Parliament in terms of women. You had 23% of women in the lower house were women in 1996 in the Coalition. And after this last election, it was 19%. In 25 years, it has never got above 25%. Women will be represented. We have been polite, we have asked nicely, and we have waited. But we've done waiting, and we're going to take what is ours. This crossbench reflects this, and ignore it at your peril. Let this be the Parliament to be the one that ends the politics of waste. I do not want to waste the potential of so many women by not allowing them to work. I do not want to waste the potential of so many young people who are locked out of opportunities in this country. I do not want to waste the economic opportunity of decarbonisation for this country. And I do not want to waste the precious world that we've been given. I stand in the middle of Parliament because this is where the people of our country stand, in the middle. They stand for balance. They stand for difference, but not division. They want us to be builders, not wreckers. They want us to find solutions, not finger point. You can be pro-environment and pro-business. You can live in the city and care about the country. You can be economically responsible and compassionate. I will make mistakes in this Parliament. My final I guess, thing I will confess to. I will make mistakes in this Parliament. No doubt I'll disappoint some people. But the one thing I will do is listen to my community. When I falter, I know you will be there. You will tell me the truth. I feel the weight of the responsibility who came out of the polling booth with tears in her eyes and said to me, "My daughter had anorexia and couldn't get the care she needed. I voted for you. Make a difference." I feel the weight of responsibility for 17-year-old Millie, who said, "I've always wanted to go into politics, but I never saw anyone I wanted to be, but now I have. I will seek to be worthy of your trust. I will carry you in my heart." Thank you.
Order. Before I call the honourable member for Griffith, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend them the usual courtesies. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Since the invasion of this continent, generations of First Nations warriors, organisers and leaders have fought and continue to fight to protect their land, seas, air, people and culture against colonisation. I would like to pay homage to them, in particular to the Yuggera and Turrbal people, the traditional owners of so-called Brisbane and my electorate of Griffith, also to the traditional owners of this place, the Ngunnawal people. As with so many issues in this place, there is often a deep hypocrisy when it comes to the way some politicians talk about First Nations people. How often are we told that governments support the rights of First Nations people, but then fail to introduce the 339 recommendations of the Aboriginal Deaths in Custody Royal Commission over 30 years after they were handed down, or allow coal and gas mines to open up on land, often against the express wishes of traditional owners, while billions of dollars of mining revenue flows offshore into the coffers of billionaires. First Nations people too often lack even basic health care, housing, education and incomes. Politicians make decisions that destroy First Nations land, then write laws that allow their corporate donors to rob their wealth and put it in the hands of people like Gina Rinehart. It is abundantly clear to me that billionaires and big corporations run Parliament. Indeed, when it comes to representation, I imagine people like Clive Palmer and Gina Rinehart must feel pretty good that sometimes it feels like 89% of this place ultimately represent their interests. The major parties have proved often willing to accept an enormous human and environmental cost in order to serve the interests of big corporations and billionaires. Such is their power over this place. 3 million Australians live in poverty, with millions more on the brink, while Australia's richest 200 people just ticked over $500 billion worth of wealth. Our nurses, teachers and doctors are viciously overworked just to make up for the chronic underfunding of our public hospitals and schools. Meanwhile, the next federal budget will include billions of dollars in subsidies for fossil fuel corporations that just happen to be making record profits. In the middle of one of the worst housing affordability crises in our history, where single mums are forced to live on the street after massive rent hikes, the Big Four banks just announced $14 billion in after-tax profit. There are close to 1 million people either on the wait list for social housing, suffering severe private rental stress or homelessness, but 89% of this place would rather support billions of dollars in tax concessions for property investors than even contemplate capping rents or building enough public housing for those who need it. 89% of this parliament literally supports spending $224 billion, giving every politician and billionaire an extra $9,000 a year in the form of the Stage 3 tax cuts. But apparently, bringing dental into Medicare is too expensive. Apparently, scrapping crippling student debt and making uni and TAFE free is too expensive. Apparently, building enough but beautifully designed public housing so everyone has a place to call home costs too much. Apparently, raising JobSeeker and the pension above the poverty line so people don't have to live in abject poverty is too expensive. The top 10% of Australians now hold over half the total wealth in this country, but apparently that 10% need a massive tax cut. Truly, one of life's great mysteries is why people don't like politicians. One of the worst things about Australian politics is the way it works to make some of the greatest injustices and outrages seem perfectly normal and reasonable. Like a sedative, it dulls the senses, and it relies on a certain logic. What is considered possible isn't determined by what actually is possible with the resources our country has to hand, but instead the major parties, media and various public and private institutions work to constrain the scope of political debate into an ever-narrowing band. One determined not by what everyday people want, need or believe, but by the interests of the billionaires and multinational corporations that Parliament ultimately serves. This logic is perhaps best exemplified when it comes to climate change. The consequences of 2 degrees or more of global warming are so devastating it's actually quite hard to explain. But the recent devastating bushfires, floods, heat waves, droughts and storms really are only a small preview. Massive crop failures, sea level rises displacing hundreds of millions of people, 99% of the Great Barrier Reef lost. A recent study found that in 30 years' time, my hometown of Brisbane could be virtually unlivable in summer for those who can't afford air conditioning. But over 2 degrees of warming is exactly what 89% of this place supports. In fact, currently this place supports expanding coal and gas mining and using public money to do it. Australia is the 3rd largest exporter of fossil fuels in the world, behind 2 great countries that's really good to be a part of, Russia and Saudi Arabia. Great company. The idea that the moderate position on climate change is use public money to expand coal and gas mining and drive global warming beyond 2 degrees only makes sense when you consider that the power holders in Parliament are coal and gas corporations, not everyday people. It's like standing in front of a burning house and declaring that the moderate position is we only put out the fire in one room while we send someone out back with a can of petrol to pour fuel on the fire. The most insulting lie, I think, though, when it comes to climate change, is that Australia needs to expand coal and gas mining to protect workers. That would be more believable if the political establishment didn't also believe that workers should pay more tax than multinational corporations they work for. But the reality is that over the next 10 years, coal and gas corporations will export hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars of our wealth. That's more than enough to guarantee the jobs and income of not just every coal and gas worker, but ensure every regional mining community becomes a thriving hub of publicly owned manufacturing, renewable energy and new industries with good hospitals, schools, public facilities and housing. I would argue the political establishment doesn't give a toss about workers. What they're really worried about is the profits of their donors. The political system is so completely disconnected from the lives of everyday people. In fact, spending only a week in this place has been a stark lesson in how so much of the pomp, ceremony and rules of this place work to deepen and reinforce that disconnection. Literally the same week that the Business Council was holding a special event in Parliament House with the Prime Minister, we walked past it and it was frankly bizarre, children peacefully calling for action on climate change were dragged out by police. Technically, I should be kicked out of Parliament if I don't dress like a businessman, but you're more than welcome to vote for laws that materially benefit corporations that also happen to donate millions of dollars to your political party. Every member of Parliament was forced to pledge allegiance to the British monarch last week. One would think we should be swearing allegiance to the Australian people. Then there was installing massive security fences around the once publicly accessible lawns above Parliament House that were specifically designed to represent the democratically accessible nature of this place. And as symbols go, I think that was probably a bit on the nose. The sense that politics and politicians in general are completely disconnected from the lives of everyday people was a sentiment shared by almost everyone I spoke to during this campaign. Over 14 months, I personally knocked on almost 15,000 doors or thereabouts, and time and again people told me they were fed up with politics. But what also became clear was just how low people's expectations are when it comes to politics. It is this sense of low expectations which remains one of the political establishment's greatest assets. Deny people hope that things can get substantially better, and you take their power. But I've seen the power of collective hope. Indeed, it really is the only reason I'm standing here. Over 14 months, over 1,000 Greens volunteers in Griffith knocked on almost 90,000 doors, hand-delivered hundreds of thousands of letters and flyers, gave up countless evenings, mornings, rainy arvos and weekends to fight for something greater than themselves. We had tens of thousands of conversations with residents across Griffith, where we actually took the time to listen and often learn about the issues that people faced in their daily lives. Together we built the biggest single-seat campaign, I would argue, in the history of Australian politics, and helped continue to build a movement inextricably linked to the communities from which it has emerged. One of the questions I asked repeatedly on the Griffith campaign, borrowed from Bernie Sanders, was, are you willing to fight for someone you don't know as hard as you would fight for yourself? Time and again, the answer was yes. We fought for each other not out of a sense of charity, but out of a sense of solidarity, of righteous anger, and of, most importantly, hope. Hope not just that we could defy virtually every political and media expert and win Griffith, but hope that we can collectively build a movement that will fundamentally transform Australian politics in favour of everyday people. The philosophy and organisation of our movement was perhaps best represented by the response to the Brisbane floods. The floods of this year were a harsh, brutal and unjust symbol of the consequences of a political system stacked in favour of fossil fuel corporations. This apparent 1 in 500-year event occurring just 10 years after another 1 in 100-year flood, an alarming demonstration of the corporate and political-driven climate change. The slow response from emergency services and government, a consequence of decades of the hollowing out and underfunding of our public services and institutions. The disproportionate number of low-income and middle-income renters and homeowners badly affected by the floods, a reminder that while this housing crisis is caused by a system that treats housing as a commodity first and a home last, climate change will make it worse. But as in Lismore, where incredible resident self-organisation drove a collective clean-up, in Griffith we proved that where a broken political system fails, ordinary people step in to fill the breach. Over the course of those weeks, we suspended our campaign, and along with the brilliant member for South Brisbane, Amy McMahon, Councillor Jonathan Sree, and their brilliant teams and officers, we used our organisational and logistical capacity to coordinate hundreds of volunteers in delivering free food, ice and eskeys for those who had lost power. We taxied residents to crucial services. We cleaned up entire neighbourhood blocks, hauling flood-damaged furniture, cleaning houses, and sometimes just providing a shoulder to cry on. But it wasn't just the floods. We coordinated protests against worsening flight noise pollution, planted community gardens and used the produce to provide free food to those trapped in COVID isolation. Ultimately, I believe you build power by acting collectively as a community. And if we want to take on the power of billionaires and big corporations, then we must build a party and a movement that is capable of improving people's lives outside the cycle of electoral politics. Of course, when it comes to this movement, and in particular to our success in Griffith, there are some people that need thanking. To the thousands of volunteers, donors and supporters, I was constantly inspired by your drive and commitment and perseverance. Indeed, on many a dark moment on that campaign, the only thing that got me up in the morning was imagining one of you rocking up with a smile on your face to the 5th door knock of that weekend, not demonstrating 1 ounce of fatigue, which frankly I don't know how they did it. My brilliant campaign team, I would argue the best campaign team in the country, Liam Flannery, Mel McAuliffe, Nat Baker, Lachlan Morris, Claire Hudson, Louisa Randall, Eva Tolo, Josh Saunders-Mills, James Cummins, Kelsey Waller, Paul Rees, Zoe Lawrence, Heather Bennett and Hannah Wright. To Kitty Kara, the often unacknowledged director of the Queensland Greens, who has overseen the most successful period in the history of our party. She both created the space for and led many of the transformations in the Queensland Greens that have led to so much success. To Adam Band and his Chief of Staff, Damien Lawson, thanks for believing in and supporting our little movement in Queensland years before any other Southerner gave us a shot. Thanks to my parents, Kim and Tim, for giving me many of the principles of right and wrong that I still hold today, while providing the space to develop my own politics with guidance and the odd radical book recommendation. To my partner, Joanna, without whom there's no way I could have survived this campaign, I love you and I can't imagine life without you. Finally, to the people of Griffith, thank you, not just for your trust in me, but our broader Greens movement. To you, I give you this commitment. Whether you're struggling to put food on the table or pay the rent, whether you're a refugee in hotel detention in Kangaroo Point or you're facing eviction from your public housing, whether you're fighting against a profit-hungry airport corporation or a dodgy developer, whether you want to help plant a community garden or just fix up your local school, whether you've been abandoned by state authorities as another climate-fueled flood disaster hits your neighbourhood, or you're just in need of a friendly chat, we'll have your back. And really, at the end of the day, what we're fighting for is a future where everyone has what they need to live a good life. And perhaps the greatest injustice of all is that in such a wealthy country, our system denies so many people the chance to fully enjoy their one short life on this earth. Healthcare, education, housing, a good, well-paying job and a beautiful home are the foundation to do what makes life truly meaningful. Time with family and friends, footy in the park, painting a picture, reading a book, a day at the beach, a hike through the wilderness, a beer at the pub. I so strongly believe in a 4-day work week with no loss of pay because it would do so much to give people that most precious of resources, time. Beyond all the specifics, it can sometimes be hard to describe what exactly we mean by a good life. But funnily enough, the great feminist writer Virginia Woolf, writing in a room of one's own, for me comes close to describing what I mean. Woolf reflects on the instinct for possession, the rage for acquisition, which keeps the stockbroker and the great barrister going indoors to make more money and more money and more money, when it is a fact that £500 a year will keep one alive in the sunshine. With that £500, she wrote, came the freedom to think and write as she pleased. And thanks to Elizabeth Stoney for that reference. So often in political debates, we reduce people to numbers. But what value do you put on a family no longer having to worry about paying the rent and finally having the money to spend the summer at the beach? What value do you put on an afternoon playing footy in the park with your kids rather than working your 6th day of work? How much human enjoyment, creativity, new loves and friendships are denied by a political and economic system that too often prioritises the profit of multinational corporations over the happiness of everyday people? What has given me so much hope is that the vast majority of everyday people across Australia share this vision. That we should tax billionaires and big corporations to fund things like dental into Medicare, free childcare and build 1 million public and affordable homes is a view that I believe is shared by the vast majority of people across this country. What's more, it is a truly universal vision. That a small town in regional Queensland, Biloela, demonstrated a greater level of kindness and solidarity towards refugees than this place has done in decades is a reminder that while the decisions this place makes often impose unimaginable cruelty on people fearing persecution, war and famine, often created by the foreign policy decisions of our government, those decisions don't reflect the will of the people. After all, what sort of good life is it when our country demonises and mandatorily imprisons our brothers and sisters for the crime of seeking that same good life? And this is why I have so much hope that ultimately we can win. Because no matter what the political establishment throws at us, no matter how many times they tell us not to hope for anything better, no matter how many times they try to divide us up, no matter how many millions of corporate dollars they spend trying to stop us, we'll keep fighting. Because we recognise that we all have more in common with a refugee in detention than a billionaire like Clive Palmer. We don't fight for self-interest, we fight for each other. And we won't stop until everyone has what they need to live a good life, to be alive in the sunshine. For those watching at home who despair at the state of our world but feel powerless to change it, I understand. After all, how often are we browbeaten and lectured about expecting anything but the bare minimum from politics? Often by self-proclaimed experts. But here's the thing, I lost count of the number of times political and media experts said we had absolutely no chance of winning Griffith. And the thing is, they were wrong and people like you were right. The cleaners, paramedics, nurses, students, tradies, retirees, refugees, ordinary, everyday people who fought every day for a better future on the Griffith campaign, they were right. And the representatives of the political establishment, they were wrong. And believe me, that knowledge terrifies them. So next time an expert or politician tells you that it's unrealistic to expect that in a wealthy country like Australia, no one should go hungry or without a home, know that we were right and they were wrong. Know that when they tell you that tax cuts for billionaires, more coal and gas and mandatory detention of refugees is the best you can hope for, know that they were wrong. Because if the Greens win in Brisbane, Ryan and Griffith prove one thing, it is that the only barrier to change is our capacity to organise campaigns like this around the country. Our collective power terrifies the major parties and corporate donors, but it should give you hope, because the Griffith campaign was not the end of something, but the start. And if that political establishment thinks that this is our movement at our biggest, that somehow this is the best thing we can do, then oh boy, do they really have another thing coming. We really are just getting started. So if, like me, you think that we should use $224 billion providing free breakfast in every school so no kid goes hungry, rather than dishing out $9,000 to a federal politician, if you think everyone deserves a good home, if you think we shouldn't divide people up by the colour of their skin, gender, sexuality or the way they talk, but rather find common cause with everyone in this country who has been screwed over by the political system, if you think that tackling climate change is more important than the share price of BHP, then join our movement, because I've seen the power of collective hope and I know what it can achieve. Thank you.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Maiden.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I stand here as a member of the 47th Parliament because a majority of people in the Maiden electorate once again placed their trust and their faith in me to continue as their representative in the federal parliament. To those people, I say thank you. I will continue to do all that I can to live up to your expectations and to be an effective representative for all people in the Maiden electorate and beyond. To be a member of federal parliament is indeed a privilege that comes with considerable responsibility. I particularly thank the people who not only voted for me, but who personally volunteered their time to campaign for me, and again, not just in the election campaign, for the years, many of them leading up to this last election. They are what Paul Keating once referred to as the true believers, who unselfishly worked for the election of myself and a Labor government. A Labor government with policies and laws built on a belief in justice, fairness, equality for all, and a belief in a society where freedom, democracy and inclusion are not just words, but core principles of the Albanese Labor government. Mr Deputy Speaker, I especially thank the people closest to me in my everyday life, who sacrifice so much of their own lives and their time to support me in what I do in this place. And I refer particularly to my wife Vicky, who has always been there for me throughout all of my time in public life, from indeed the day we got married, to my children and their families, and to all my other extended family members who, along with my very loyal and very competent office team, share the joys, the stress and the sacrifices of political life. Politics can be tough and often thankless, and as so many others, including colleagues from the 46th Parliament who were unsuccessful in the May election found out, being in politics can in fact do a lot to change who you are as a person. Mr Deputy Speaker, Australia being part of a global community means that we are directly impacted by so much of what takes place across the world, whether it's wars, internal conflict, extreme weather events and disruption to peace and harmony anywhere in the rest of the world will inevitably have consequences for Australia in the form of trade difficulties and disruptions, import shortages, price increases, humanitarian assistance that is required, and refugee issues and the like. In a global community, Australia's national interest doesn't stop at our international border. That is why it is so important, and was so important, that from the first day after the May 21st election, Prime Minister Albanese and his senior ministers set out to rebuild Australia's damaged relationship with other countries, including many of our near neighbours who for so long had been neglected. Australia has its own identity and independence, but we do live within a global economy and we are members of an international community that today is confronted with so many difficult issues. Yes, it would be fair to say that the world has always faced difficult issues, sometimes greater and other times lesser than the difficulties of today. But notwithstanding that, whatever those difficulties were, it is the immediate issues that this generation faces that become priorities for our government and for other governments around the world. Here in Australia and throughout the world, the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted normal life as we knew it and exposed our national vulnerabilities. The Australian idiom, "She'll be right, mate," went out the window with COVID. We saw lives lost and many others were hospitalised. Jobs were lost, services were cut, global supply chains were derailed, medical services stressed, and we heard a brilliant speech about that only earlier on this evening. Work practices changed, immigration and travel became chaotic, and the global economy became unstable and insecure. And I could go on, and I'm sure members in this place are very familiar with all of the issues that COVID brought about. And indeed, it was an experience that I don't think anybody ever forecast or imagined would happen in their own lifetime, where we literally saw the world turned upside down. Yet, in response to the COVID pandemic, the Morrison coalition sidelined, ignored and even denied its responsibilities on so many of the matters that were core responsibilities of government, and simply tried to use COVID as an excuse for not being able to get on with the full job of government. In fact, some of the problems that we are confronted with right now and today in Australia arose because of the negligence of the Morrison, Turnbull and Abbott governments. These are pressing issues which the Australian people, however, did not forget about and which influenced their vote on May the 21st. Issues which resulted in a change of government. Issues which saw people looking for a new and fresh direction. Issues which saw the Australian people put their faith and their trust in a brand new government. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government's indifference to climate change, where the Morrison government was completely out of step with global, political, business and community opinion, the human crisis in the aged care sector, so well exposed by the Royal Commission and some 20 earlier inquiries, the Morrison government's neglect of the environment as revealed by its deliberate withholding of the State of the Environment report, then its presiding over a failing national health and NDIS system and its constant white-anting of Medicare, and its complete botching the replacement submarine program, where we wasted not only a decade of time but over $5 billion in public funds, and presiding over the demise of our skills training and the national TAFE system, talking the talk but not walking the walk in support of veterans and having to be dragged into a Royal Commission into veteran suicides, and presiding over a government racked by rorts, incompetence and dishonesty, while not surprisingly refusing to establish an effective anti-corruption commission, are all part of the reason why the Australian people looked for change and marked down the previous Morrison government. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are many other issues that also were raised with me in the course of the election campaign, which didn't form part of the Governor-General's address when he gave it last week. And the Governor-General highlighted, I believe, most of the issues that have been commonplace policy areas that this government acknowledges it needs to respond to. But there were indeed many other issues raised with me, which I want to just quickly talk about in the time that I have left. And I refer to things such as corporate greed, private health cover, where our private health system is beginning to fail the people that are members of that system, the environmental degradation that I referred to briefly earlier on, the public ownership of essential services, a struggling health system, the absence of dental cover in Medicare, restoring public trust and confidence in parliamentarians and the parliamentary process, the energy crisis that we talk about almost daily, and the release of Julian Assange. Mr Deputy Speaker, in talking briefly on those matters, and I will make much more in-depth remarks about all of them in this 47th Parliament when the appropriate time arises, but I simply want to make these brief points about them. We saw during the COVID pandemic of the last 2.5 years, where whilst businesses were closing, Australian people were losing their jobs, families around the country were struggling, we saw corporate businesses making super profits, profits that were above and beyond what they had previously made when the economy was supposedly going so well. And we saw them also taking handouts from government to the tune of around $20 billion, perhaps even more, when their own income was increasing. It is a concern when we have an economy that kind of behaviour is allowed to continue. Then we saw, and I touched on the issue of private health cover. I read only a couple of weeks ago how the private health sector is in crisis. We know that the health system more broadly is in crisis. If people do not have confidence in their private health cover, and they don't because the gap payments that they are being forced to pay simply force them into the public system, then that will only put more pressure on the public system, and in turn the cycle of having a public health system that is struggling to meet its obligations continues. And indeed, in the last 2 or 3 weeks in my office alone, I have had several people come to me and say to me, my private health cover simply doesn't give me the support that I need to be able to get the health support that I need, and so therefore I need to go to either the public system or we need to change the rules around the private health system. Environmental degradation is something that I have spoken out about in this place from the day I came into this parliament. But to know that we had a report that was literally put on ice by the previous government so it wouldn't be exposed in the lead-up to the last election is unforgivable. The reality is that I have spoken to environmentalists back in my own state in South Australia, people who know what they are doing and people who have committed their life to supporting our environment. The environmental degradation that is taking place in Australia and around the world, again, is something that cannot continue. Australia does not have a proud track record of environmental protection, and it is something that I will continue to fight hard for, again, in this term of government. And I'd now turn to the issue of public ownership of essential services, again exposed time and time again, including throughout the COVID pandemic, that by outsourcing what I refer to as essential services, when things go wrong, it is the government that has to pick up the pieces, and ultimately the people of Australia pay for that outsourcing. And so what might appear to be short-term savings up front ultimately end up being major costs to the broader community. Others have spoken, and I have also raised on previous occasions, the absence of dental cover in Medicare. It is something that I believe should be included and should have been included from day one, and I've said that previously, and I would like to ultimately see that that is something that we pursue. And I understand that you can only do so much, but one step at a time we should be heading in that direction. Again, others have spoken about the need to restore public trust and confidence in our parliamentarians. Labor's commitment to a National Integrity Commission, I believe, will go a long way towards doing that. But we also need to change the way we behave in this place and some of the practices of this parliament. The public have every right to be critical of what they have seen over recent years. And I believe that the reality is that people come into this place with good intentions and to do the best they can for the communities that they represent. And we need to work collectively to ensure that this parliament does indeed work for the betterment of the country. The Deputy Speaker, the last 2 points I will just briefly touch on is the issue of the energy crisis and Julian Assange in the few moments that I have left. Australian people simply do not accept that Australia, as one of the world's largest exporters of coal and perhaps the largest exporter of gas, I believe that we have now superseded Qatar in being the biggest or the largest gas exporter in the world. The Australian people simply do not believe that we should be paying exorbitant gas prices and that we should have an energy crisis in this country. The reality is these are Australian resources, and I believe that it is possible for those companies who are making huge profits from the gas and coal that is exported to also support the Australian people by ensuring that we have enough supplies in this country and enough supplies at affordable prices. Western Australia did it with their gas reservation policy, and I believe that it is possible for Australia to equally, the rest of the country, to equally ensure that we are not left without adequate supplies of gas and that we do not face a gas energy crisis because of that. And I know that Minister Bowen is working towards whatever can be done, and I will support whatever steps he takes. It is a critical issue because energy prices not only affect households, but they indeed do affect our competitive advantage in respect to our manufacturing industries and do affect every other industry throughout the country. The Deputy Speaker, I also said a moment ago that I will speak briefly about Julian Assange. The reality is that I've spoken about Julian Assange in this place on other occasions. And as the Prime Minister has said, enough is enough. Julian Assange has been detained for long enough. And given that that is the case, I will continue to urge for his release, and I will continue to advocate for his release. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge that the Prime Minister has quite rightly said that this is not a matter that he will use a loudspeaker to talk about, but it is a matter that I believe should come to an end, and should come to an end quickly rather than being dragged out even longer. It's something that I believe that the Australian people would expect, and certainly, again, something that I will be continuing to call for. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in his address to the first session of Parliament, the Governor-General referred to what I would categorise as 19 different areas of public policy which the Albanese government will address in this term of government. They are the issues that have been identified by Labor as part of the issues that we campaigned on in the 2022 election. They are the issues that I believe that the Australians want us to focus our attention on. They are issues which touch on the everyday lives of the people that we represent. Of course, every issue will have to be addressed one step at a time. It is not a matter where any government can walk in and simply overnight change the direction of government and change the direction of the country. And indeed, I would expect that even with all the best intentions in the world, we know that there will be other issues that arise in the course of the next 2 or 3 years that might also cause some disruption to the plans that we have in place. But Labor went to an election campaign with a very clear set of policies. We went to an election campaign where we articulated the matters that we were going to try and address in this first Parliament. The Prime Minister and the ministers that we now have in this government have already, in the first week or so of this parliament, introduced some 18 pieces of legislation on critical areas of reform where change is needed. Areas of reform that are not just minor matters where we can just simply put through some minor piece of legislation that is not controversial. They are areas of reform where major change is required, including aged care, climate change, industrial relations, acknowledging the Indigenous people of this land and so on. And I thank those ministers because, quite frankly, most of those issues are issues that are very long overdue. It is a big job ahead that we have in respect to the 47th Parliament, but I have every confidence that, led by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, all of those matters will be addressed over the coming 2 or 3 years, and the Australian people will get the policies that they voted for.
Order. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll start with my first contribution for you to congratulate you on your role. How wonderful it is to have a Queenslander. Prefer one from our side, but I'll take a Queenslander nonetheless. And it is good to be back here amongst friends. I see the member for Jellybrand, who'll know very well, with his long connections to the area of the Toowoomba region, just how lucky I've been to spend a lot of time out in my constituency, getting out and about with the wonderful, wonderful people of Groom. Look, and I think the important opportunity when we have a change of government is to take the opportunity to refresh, to renew, to get that sense of hope and vision for what we want to achieve over the coming 3 years. And I've very much enjoyed that opportunity, Mr. Speaker. One of the most common things that is coming back to me as I travel out through our electorate, and it's a fantastic opportunity. You can drive an hour west on either the Warrego and the Gore and still stay within the seat of Groom from Toowoomba. But one common refrain at the moment very much is concern around foot and mouth disease. And I think it's important to articulate this concern, particularly relating to towns like Oakey and Pittsworth, where fundamentally their entire economy is at risk. And I don't seek to induce panic. I simply want to make very, very clear what this means to our regions, why they are on such heightened concern. I was out at the barn at Oakey speaking with several small businesses there who are all part of small supply chains who feed through into these industries. Of course, we have the feedlots. We have the second largest feedlot in the Southern Hemisphere, Grassdale, out not far past Bowenville. You can stand there and see 80,000 head of cattle. It's a fantastic sight to see. We've got transport companies who are entirely built around moving the cattle around. We've got meatworks out there that employ people from all over Australia. It's a fantastic economy all built in together. And, Mr. Speaker, the concern that they have around that outbreak is significant. It's one that I'll continue to raise because I think it's important that they do hear their concerns raised here. And I think the important part is they know, like we do, that Indonesia is a very different environment to us. We rely heavily on export dollars. That's not something that is part of the Indonesian beef market. So we do have a different approach, and we do have higher standards that we need for that export dollar coming in. It's so crucial. Look, another key part, you can't help but drive through our electorate to see it, is the state of our local roads, and so many times that comes back to us. I think particularly of the Toowoomba-Cecil Plains Road, which has struggled significantly as it travels through the black soil west of our region. And obviously we've had heavy rain for such a long time, working with the state, working with the council to make sure that those roads are upgraded is going to be absolutely important. Regional towns surround the Groom region rely upon roads, not just as getting to and from work, but this is how we move our product to market. This is how we do business. This is how our economies are sustained. And I would also think there's a key part. We've grown tremendously in Groom, and one of the concerns that comes is as that new infrastructure comes in, making sure it connects well within the existing road infrastructure. I was out at the corner of the Toowoomba-Athol Road as it comes in and the Gore Highway, and watching the concern there around how people are making illegal U-turns, quite frankly, in an area that is tremendously dangerous. This can be addressed by good infrastructure, and these are sort of concerns that I want to see put through. But, Speaker, underlying everything is a concern around housing in our area. And I want to raise, we do have a housing shortage, we have a housing availability and affordability issue, but I do want to raise the great effort of 3 organisations. One is Tony's Kitchen. I was with, they provide food and care for homeless people in our region. I was with them as they celebrated their 50,000th meal. It was a point of celebration for the volunteers, but not so much celebration when thinking about the need required for that. This evening, Base Services is conducting its Homelessness for a Night campaign where business leaders, community leaders come out and experience what it's like to be homeless on a cold Toowoomba night, Mr Speaker, and I thank them for the work they're doing. Now this is their 8th year. They raise significant funds towards Base Services that helps homeless people get back on their feet. They're a fantastic organisation. And the last one I want to raise is Protea Place. Protea Place provides care and support primarily for 55-year-old plus women who find themselves in a homelessness situation or in a crisis point in their lives. The work they do is absolutely remarkable. They do it in a way that maintains dignity and privacy, but also gives that strength and compassion that we hope a community can bring together. I thank them all for their tremendous efforts.
Order. I give the call to the honourable member for Bruce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It would indeed be hard to pick the biggest mess that this government has to clean up after the last wasted decade. You could pick the aged care crisis, the state of the budget and the fiscal crisis, blowouts, billion-dollar blowouts on projects, nearly $1 trillion debt and nothing to show for it. The energy and climate debacle, 22 energy and climate policies announced by this former Liberal National government, not one of them implemented. Churned through Prime Ministers, churned through energy ministers, and then before the election they actually changed the law through regulation to lie, in effect, about the gas price rises that were coming. The rorted grants and waste, the budget riddled with warts and waste. But one of the most disgraceful debacles, often overlooked, is the utter mess, the broken system of the visa and citizenship processing system at the Department of Home Affairs, that giant black hole of human misery and economic carnage that we've inherited. In fact, the most common complaint in my office is visa citizenship processing delays. 80 to 90% of the people who come through my front door in the most multicultural part of Australia, I might note, are complaining about visas, distraught, desperate people. Over 10 years, the Liberals virtually destroyed the visa processing system, and it affects every visa type. Businesses, large and small, crying out for skilled workers, employees, just short-term visas for technicians to come and install multi-million-dollar equipment, the wasted capital and economic opportunity, actual shutdowns at plants because of the visa system, the health system, desperate for nurses, doctors, skilled health workers, waiting for visas. Universities, desperate for researchers, global talent, waiting for visas. The international education sector, Mr Speaker, was our 4th biggest export sector, and yet universities and private providers and TAFEs are screaming about students missing the start of semester yet again, while our competitors in the US and Canada and the UK are steaming ahead, stealing our students. Families, people who fall in love with someone from overseas, waiting for 1, 2, 3, 4 years in some cases for a visitor for their loved one. I've lost count of the number of people who have never met their own children because of the former government's negligence. These people are from countries that can't get visitor visas, so they might have conceived the child in a third country and then they're stuck here waiting for a visa to meet their own child for years. Relatives dying, special occasions, weddings, anniversaries missed because now there's a crisis in visitor visas. It's like a game of whack-a-mole. We go over and try and fix one problem, but the fact is they cut thousands of staff over a decade. And desperate, vulnerable people fleeing war and persecution, most especially in my community, with the choked visa system in the humanitarian stream. I have more people born in Afghanistan than any electorate. I don't have time, Mr Speaker, to describe to the House in detail the human misery that is my front foyer every day as people worry about their relatives being hunted by the Taliban because this miserable Liberal National Party government did not process their visas. It is the former government's fault. 10 years of neglect and cuts. More cuts baked in the last budget in March, which, if we do nothing, we'll see more staff cut next year from the department. Now, you can't fix 10 years of damage in 10 weeks, but Labor is taking responsibility, and I will keep speaking up, perhaps to the pain of the relevant ministers, but I'll keep speaking up. I'm pleased that the minister confirmed the processing backlog is an urgent priority. He's directed the department to devote more staff to this. Nearly 140 new staff since May have been put on board, a surge capacity established, a 10% increase in applications finalised in June from May. That's a good start, but it is a drop in the ocean of what's going to be needed to clear this dreadful backlog. There's a long way to go. There's other critical policy work that's in our national platform that Labor is committed to. Giving genuine refugees permanent protection in this country, moving them off the cruel TPV-Chev visa system. People who've been here for 10 years, working, paying taxes. 87% of them are employed full-time or running businesses, so the department tells us. Separated from their families, missing their children growing up, it does our country no good to have a permanently temporary underclass of people living here, working in the community but never able to participate fully or become citizens of this country. Well, the Labor government will fix this. We're working on it. It's going to take time. In summary, Mr Speaker, it is so easy in life to destroy things. You can knock a house down, but then it takes months or years to rebuild. And that's what we're facing with the visa crisis. It's going to take years to clear the backlog, to recruit staff, to skill them, to security clear them, to train them, but we've started the job.
The question is the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Forrest.
Yeah, congratulations, Mr Speaker. I want to urge the government to take foot and mouth disease very seriously, especially here during question time, which we haven't seen. At the dairy conference I was at recently and post that meeting, the concern was palpable. In fact, it was far worse than that. Every farmer knows how serious this is. Every livestock transporter, abattoirs, regional small business, they know how serious this is. And yes, the government does need to do more to invest in Indonesia to try to keep this actual disease out of Australia, to keep the virus out. Be a good neighbour and fully resource the efforts, all of the efforts in Indonesia. That is the best way forward. And we do need to see every passenger and luggage screened. Everyone returning is a potential risk. Taking a risk-based approach only to this is not enough, because foot and mouth disease is such a significant risk. It's one of the highest challenges we face. And relying on an incoming passenger card, whether they've been on a farm or bringing meat, they don't always tell the truth, and we saw that in Darwin today. So it is simply not enough, and we have to take the government has to take this extremely seriously and insist on actually screening every passenger coming back into Australia. And we don't know how many passengers have actually been screened. There have been thousands coming back to Australia. And we know that one positive test, we heard in a briefing, will stop all meat exports around Australia for at least 2 years. One positive test. At least 2 years. And we know that 70% of Australia's livestock production is exported and 90% of Western Australia's livestock production is exported. But I wanted to, as I did earlier on, I want to make this more real for anybody who's watching it. People in this place know that I am part of a dairy farming family and in Harvey in Western Australia. And I want to talk about what this would mean to our dairy farming business. On the advice of the Chief Veterinary Officer, a regional veterinary officer could come and test if there was a suspicion of foot and mouth disease on our property. One positive is all it would take. There'd be no milk pickup. There'd be nothing and no one moving in or out of that property. And those beautiful cows that we've spent 50+ years breeding to wonderful pedigree bulls, those beautiful cows that are so much a part of our life would be shot and burned or buried. Every animal on the property and potentially other associated properties. There'd be a 3-kilometre radius around our property for testing, and as any future tests prove positive, that perimeter would move out further and further and affect more and more farmers and more of our community. And so there would be culls at each one of those, every one of those animals, and no animals on our farm until the regional veterinary officers said so, and that's at least 2 years. So look at all the effects on local businesses in our patch and in our part of the world and right around Australia if that happens. And if it gets into the feral pig population and feral animals, good luck in trying to control it. We are so concerned about this. And I just looked, as I said earlier as well, I looked just simply throughout my own area. Who would be affected besides the immediate dairy farms not having a business and the farms and beef? Harvey Fresh, their milk and dairy products, no movement there, no processing there. Harvey Beef, no exports. Harvey Water that supplies irrigation. Our local LP and JI Fryer who supply farmers. Milne Feeds with feed. Livestock agencies. Peters Brown's factory down the road in Brunswick, V&V Walsh. That are abattoirs, Dardanup butchers, and livestock transporters would stop immediately. Fuel companies, supermarkets, and this will have an effect on the whole region. And I'm just urging the government, do everything that you can, throw everything that you need to at this, particularly starting in Indonesia, and please, encourage every passenger. We need every passenger to be screened and tested. They need good information. This is the risk we face. Please bear with us. It's not okay just to take a risk-based approach to identifying people. Every individual is a potential risk coming back into Australia, and we need to apply the utmost rigour to the screening as well as we do to the mail coming in, and we need to stop any animal.
I give the call to the honourable member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Thank you, Speaker. This is the second time I've followed the member for Forrest on FMD, and I'll just reiterate for the benefit of the House, the government is doing everything that's being asked of it by the authorities to manage this issue in Indonesia, and any suggestion that we're doing otherwise is reprehensible, quite frankly. The New South Wales Farmers Association has specifically asked those opposite to stop scaremongering and to stop fanning the flames of fear. The risk of FMD coming into this country has gone from 9% to 11%. The government's taking it very seriously. We've put in some of the strongest biosecurity measures ever seen in the country's history, and it really is incumbent on those opposite, who are often saying that they represent regional communities, to stop fanning the flames of fear. Now, Speaker, today marks the beginning of Homelessness Week 2022. This very important week brings to the fore the challenges facing many vulnerable Australians. In Tasmania, for example, we have 50 specialist homelessness services which support more than 6,500 clients over the past year. And Labor knows that access to safe, affordable and sustainable housing can have a profound impact on a person, improving their social health, employment and education outcomes. Right now, there are around 4,400 Tasmanians on the waiting list for social and public housing. Speaker, a priority applicant on this list faces a wait on average of 67 months for housing. 67 months. That's 5.5 years. It's gone up a year in the last year and a half alone. That's a devastating statistic. That somebody in need, desperate need of a home, is told they could be waiting 5.5 years. Now, frankly, the Tasmanian government has ignored the looming housing crisis that's been created under its watch, making very big promises but failing to deliver. It's promised 10,000 new affordable homes by 2032. That's what the Liberal government promised Tasmanians. That's 3 new builds a day, every day. They really need to get their skates on, Speaker. In the meantime, vulnerable Tasmanians continue to face the cold reality of housing stress and homelessness. We have people living in cars, caravans, bunking with mates. The list is endless. Far and away, the most common inquiries to my office are about housing. A grandmother trying to find housing for a grandchild who's sleeping in his car. A young dad who works at a bakery. He lives apart from his wife and kids, who are bunking with a mate of hers, and he bunks with mates in another house because they just can't find a place. They earn a good income between them. He's got a full-time job, she's got a part-time job. There's just no housing. A disability pensioner, couch surfing, and forced to delay surgery because she did not have stable accommodation for her recovery. Now, my office does the utmost to assist, but it should not take intervention from a member of parliament, whether state or federal, for these cases to get the attention they deserve. There should be assistance baked into the system. And I note the member for Groom quite rightly lauded the actions of agencies and charities in his electorate. They do fantastic work. But the structures should be there in government. And you can't, and what we know from the former government is they cut the structures over their 10 years in office. They cut and they cut and they cut, and now we have this housing crisis before us. Speaker, homelessness is a systemic issue, and to end homelessness we need a plan, and that's the theme of Homelessness Week this year. The Albanese government recognises that homelessness is a significant issue, and we are committed to working with the states as well as stakeholders across both housing and social services to tackle this national issue. And I'm proud to say we've started work on it. I'd like to recognise the work of my Tasmanian colleague, the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, who hosted a meeting of housing ministers last month, the first of such meetings in almost 5 years. There's a housing crisis in the country, and it's the first time the state and federal housing ministers have got together in 5 years. Unbelievable. It was the first step in designing and delivering a housing reform agenda to address the significant challenges across the housing spectrum, from homelessness to housing affordability. The Albanese Labor government is serious about this issue. I know the minister's serious about this issue, and we'll get on with it.
I give the call to the honourable member for Parkes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to speak tonight about the attack of the Albanese Males Labor government on regional Australia. We've seen already with the changes to the distribution priority area for health, where we are already seeing doctors from more remote and regional areas flocking into more highly populated areas because of the changes to that program, a program that was designed to give an advantage, to allow those regional towns to draw from a broader pool, and now we're going to see them sucked into peri-urban, larger regional areas and probably end up working in larger churn-through medical centres. But of greater concern also is the attack on the Building Better Regions Fund. And it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that a regional program goes to regional electorates. I mean, how strange would that be? And so we can see. I would have thought that was a sort of a bit ludicrous thing to say until we saw what happened with the distribution priority areas. And so maybe we are going to see regional programs go into capital cities. But this extraordinary attack on the Building the Better Regions Fund and the Audit Office report clearly indicates that they think that public servants should make all the decisions about where funding goes. And the role of a member of parliament, regardless of which one of the 151 seats you represent, is to represent that seat. And you've got to know that area so that you can have two identical projects in different towns. You know that one organisation has the ability to actually carry it off, and you know that one doesn't. That's what a local member does. Someone in an office in Canberra doesn't understand that nuance and that difference. And so if we left this up to the public servants, we would end up giving the money to the places that don't need it, because to tick the boxes of getting it would be you'd have to prove that you didn't really need it. And so I'm just wondering what sort of programs do the Albanese Males government would they not want to fund the Tottenham Pool multi-purpose centre, the Maori Aged and Disability Service Centre, the Trengi respite facility for people in a small country town, so that they've got respite not only for that town but for the broader agricultural region that they service. Would like the Barradine Golf Club, small club, very small club, a handful of members, Their clubhouse was decrepit; they couldn't use it, and the $140,000 that they got, and with their volunteer labour, got them a new clubhouse. So the town of Barradine now has a clubhouse and a golf club. Something the bigger centres have large memberships and corporate sponsors that do this. Barradine's got about 500 or 600 people, and so when we're trying to attract people to come and work in Barradine, being able to play golf is one of the things they tick. And so, you know, the YMCA in Broken Hill, helping to contribute that new centre so that you know, the people of Broken Hill and visitors and other people that are looking to move there have got a health and physical fitness centre that is worthwhile. $9.5 million for an Opal Centre at Lightning Ridge. $10 million to help Berkshire set up for a small animals abattoir that's going to employ 130 local people, mainly Indigenous. That's real programs that actually make a difference to a community, lift people out of a disadvantage by giving them a job. They're the sort of programs that are funded under BBRF, and I could go through just in my electorate. I've got 2 or 3 pages of them. Some of them are quite small. Some of them are $30,000, but like the Warren Museum, $3 million to upgrade a heritage centre for Warren, a small country town. Mr. Speaker, this is a very concerning trend. First of all, the attack on medicine, and now on regional programs. This is going to be an issue for the bush.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Dr Yang Hengjun, an Australian citizen arbitrarily detained in China. Sean Turnell, Australian citizen arbitrarily detained by the military junta in Myanmar. Chow Van Kham, a 72-year-old Vietnamese Australian detained for his political beliefs in Vietnam. Cheng Li, Australian citizen and journalist jailed in China. There are many Australians enduring very tough conditions, harsh conditions in detention overseas. And many of us here in this place, on all sides of the chamber, have spoken out on behalf of these Australians, in the media and in this place. I speak on behalf of one tonight, Mr Speaker. Robert Peether, an Australian citizen detained in an Iraqi prison. Robert Peether is an Australian father of 3 and husband to Desiree Peether. Not many people will have heard of Robert Peether. Robert Peether is not a household name. He's not on the nightly news or on the front page of the paper. But he has now been in prison in Iraq since April 2021, last year, for more than a year. 16 long, horrible months. That's why in this place it's important that we shine a spotlight on his case, to continue to advocate to the Iraqi government for Robert's release and safe return home to his family. In April 2021, Robert flew to Iraq to resolve a dispute between the Central Bank of Iraq and his employer, engineering firm CME Consulting. Robert and his colleague, Khalid Zaghloul, an Egyptian national, were arrested in Baghdad. Robert was sentenced to 5 years imprisonment on deception charges and fined US $12 million over a contractual dispute between his employer and the Central Bank of Iraq. Robert Peether maintains his innocence, and he has raised issues related to his access to justice and his treatment, including that he had no knowledge that he had signed a confession because it was a document given to him in Arabic. He doesn't read or write Arabic. Robert is enduring the difficult and harsh conditions of his detention while his health has rapidly deteriorated. His case is dire. He's struggling with his physical and mental health. Now, I've spoken many times to Desiree, Robert's wife, and she tells me that he's lost a lot of weight as well. Robert's also a cancer survivor, and Robert's doctor has noted that he's also concerned that his melanomas may have returned. He urgently needs a biopsy to confirm this diagnosis. The strain on Robert is terrible, but so is the pain of his family, the pain they've had to endure for over 16 months. His wife Desiree and his children Nala, Oscar and Flynn. The Peether family have sold a property to help pay for Robert's legal fees, and I think a car as well. All they want is Robert to return home safe. His daughter Nala draws pictures of what she plans to do with Dad when he gets out and is back home. Desiree tells me that it's hard to keep the kids and Robert's hopes up. Now, we in the Albanese Labor government are doing all that we can to support Robert and his family. I know that Desiree was heartened to learn that a constructive phone conversation occurred between Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and his counterpart, Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa al-Khadimi, which took place in early July. Our diplomats are working around the clock in Baghdad and in Canberra, doing everything they can to assist Robert and pursue his case. And I, in this place, I think I'll hopefully be joined in a bipartisan way by my colleagues, call on the Iraqi government to consider Robert's case and to grant him clemency, which is available under Iraqi law, and or release Robert on compassionate grounds given his dire health condition, which is also available under Iraqi law, particularly as he's already spent over a year and a half, almost a year and a half, in detention. I call on the Iraqi Prime Minister, Mr Khadimi, and President Barham Saleh to take these actions on compassionate grounds. And I hope, I think as we all hope, that we will soon see Robert Peter home safe with Desiree, Nala, Oscar and Flynn.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.